Four computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Hey. Okay. Hey. People with celiac enjoy Passover. Okay. Bruh. Bruh. I don't know what the whole deal is with Passover. Apparently you can't eat bread. Okay. Some bullshit. People say it's boring in Israel around that time. Oh well. What do you think they should do about Colombia? The country or the university? Did you see the Hassan Orbiter brigading Destiny's C-SPAN appearance? Was that what that was? I saw something that looked like it might have been fake. I thought it was fake. I just thought it was like random footage. The district. Oh, Colombia with an O. Okay, I can't spell. Sorry. I saw this, but I don't know what the follow-up was.
In Denver, Colorado, line for those voters under 35. Good morning.
Good morning. My question is for Mr. Bonarelli. It must be really sad to be banned off of Twitch, and also to like lose your wife as well. But also, I just wanted to say you have a really bad political analysis. Just reading off of
See, I thought this was fake.
So you say your political analysis is good, but reading off of Wikipedia alone doesn't give you a good political analysis.
There were multiple call-ins like this. Oh, so there was some kind of, how do we know where it came from? If there's multiple, that probably suggests it came from somewhere, but...
So I just wanted to ask you a question about finding those great political, I guess, backgrounds. You say that reading's good, reading a whole.
It's funny that she was prepared to do this, whoever's talking, and she's still just like stumbling over the 3 talking points. What, lost your wife, Wikipedia, Bonarelli. It's like, and she made that whole bit last an entire minute. It's impressive.
Supreme Court.
Yeah, well. This is him saying that if they call in, not to mention him. Who's this?
Excuse me, just call him other fucking Mr. Scaramucci. Excuse me, Mr. Borardi.
Who's this guy? Twitch streamer.
Which, listen, if anybody calls in, do not mention my name. Do not mention the stream. Do not say anything, okay?
Uh-oh.
I'm going to say this straight up. If you call in, do not mention me, okay? The literal last thing that I want is for any of these freak shows on the internet to even be able to perceive me. Please, okay? If you're like serious.
Why would you say that? If you're a public streamer, why would you say that you don't want anyone to perceive you while you talk about them? That's so weird. Do you just want like all the privileges of an anonymous Twitter account whilst having your face on there and being on a stream? Clipped. Did one of his fans... Who is this? I don't know who this is. Who is this guy?
Okay? Seriously. Like, the only reason...
Who is this person? I have no idea who this is. Does anyone know his name? When I say name, I mean streamer name, not... Oh yeah, Mike from PA is streaming about it as well. I didn't see this. What the fuck? Wait, I can't... There's too many fucking booby streamers on Twitter. Hang on. On my
probably consider me center left to far left, depending on if we're talking.
There is 0% chance that you're far left. This is one of those things.
Okay, whatever. What is this? This is fucking insane. What's this?
How the f do I always loop back to like Nazi shit?
Oh, I saw this. Alex Jones is in trouble for not being a Nazi, right? Where is that? Was that on Twitter? Where did this happen? Actually, Alex Jones is on Twitter. Where did it happen?
How the f do I always loop back to like Nazi
Does he
shit?
have it
I don't
here?
understand how the f we got back here. This is wild to me. God, and these guys have f***ing flags next to their names too. It's like the least patriotic shit. in
Oh,
the world.
Alex Jones is on Twitter. Sam Parker. Okay. He came out as anti-Hitler. I thought people already knew he was anti-Hitler because of the Fuentes Kanye stuff. But apparently there's more? Okay. What did he say? What the hell is a Groiper? A Nick Fuentes fan. Happy birthday to the man who got 24 million Germans killed. Hitler also launched a world war that killed another 80 million people. Just because our rulers are evil does not mean Hitler was good. Fuck Adolf Hitler. Damn. And the replies are going to be, oh no. Oh shit. Wait, what? Let's just make sure I can scroll without getting porn. No, okay, cool. No pussy in bio. Nice. These replies, I didn't expect the Third Reich to show up. Who declared war on who? How many attempts at peace were rejected by Churchill? Why did Rudolf Hess fly on a solo mission of peace only to be locked away and tortured for 46 years? Bro. I thought the reason they got all the way to Berlin and kept on fighting was because the Nazis just wouldn't surrender. They weren't going to, like, until Hitler literally fucking killed himself, and then the unconditional surrender was offered by, was it Himmler? Hang on, wait. This is, who surrendered Germany for Germany? Was it Himmler? Supreme Headquarters. Who offered to actually do the surrender, though? Was it not one of the top brass? Unconditionally surrendered in France. Wikipedia. Timeline of surrender of Axis forces. Bro. Italy, Germany. Karl Wolff. Okay. Hans Landa. True. He did surrender. That's a true story. They withdraw from Finland. Hitler dies. German forces in Italy surrender. In Berlin, see, it was after Hitler died when the Berlin forces surrendered, no? Yeah, like 3 days after. 4 days. So it was the forces where, yeah, individual forces were surrendering first in different areas, and then it was the Hermann Goering. Okay. I seem to forget the film Downfall in all its details. Because I thought it was Himmler in Downfall who called to offer unconditional surrender. Yeah. Okay. What a fucking crazy story, bro. What else? So that's the first take. Okay. For what I see in these comments, Hitler is becoming a mythic hero in a world gone mad. Interesting times ahead. Yes, people hate the current scum in power so much, they think Hitler was a hero. He's trying to, it's a big indicator of how fucked the NWO, he's trying to like spin it towards his agenda still. Oh God. Himmler wanted conditional surrender and fled when Hitler found out. What a fucking doofus. You sold out, brother, because I don't like it. Oh God, he's really, you know, when you're replying to everyone in your replies with a lot of likes, you know that you're getting triggered. Hitler was funded by the globalists and killed 27 million Soviets. God, just anything to make him, he wants to get in Alex Jones's orbit, doesn't he? I've never seen someone just so singularly driven to chase clout at any cost. Like, it's just, he's just given up so much. Like, he's not even a human anymore. He's a fucking walking skin suit with an AI program that's getting controlled by Putin's fucking fist rammed up his ass. Like, and so young as well. He was so young and so twinky to begin with. Remember when he was like he was just like this innocent little fucking Bernie supporter or whatever. Oh God. Yeah, I know Alex Jones has always been anti-Nazi. He always compares fucking Democrats to Nazis, right? That's what he does, yeah. And then, what if history is a lie? How bad it must be the media is fake, false? What's this? New York Times, what are they saying?
Friday, May the 7th, 1920.
Is this on TikTok?
It's page 11 that I want. There we go. Page 11. Page 11. The article is called "The Jewish War Aid Gets $100,000 Gift."
Oh no.
There it is. The Fund for Jewish War Sufferers in Central and Eastern Europe, where 6 millions face horrifying conditions of famine, disease and death, was enriched yesterday by a contribution of $100,000 from Nathan Strauss. Where 6 millions face horrifying conditions of famine, disease and death.
Because I mentioned 6 million. What's
6
the context of this article? Is there anything else about this article?
Face horrifying
Okay.
conditions.
Okay, bro. Russia's 6 million, yeah, because of pogroms, right? He's talking about the famines in Russia. Is that what they're talking about? The famines in Russia? In what would become the Soviet Union, Eastern Europe? The Russian Civil War, where there were a lot of Jews living? What was the region called? What was the area called? It was called the fucking... Oh, God, what was it called? At a Pale of Settlement, yeah. Oh, okay. Is this... Nazis are so fucking stupid, man. I hate, like, Holocaust denial is just such a cringe avenue of discussion. And we're probably gonna... Why... I thought it was done. I thought we were done with Nazi shit. I guess we kind of still are, but I feel like it's coming back. It came back with what? Kanye, first of all. I hear people saying that it's coming from like right-wing Western like extremist Muslims, but I don't really know where I'm seeing that. Lots of typical right-wing figures, just like Candace Owens making that gamble is quite insane. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We found out who the person is. Pretty gross that left flank vets would encourage his viewers to spam call into the C-SPAN line today to waste the platform's time and those involved in screening calls. Does Twitch support condone their streamers encouraging their viewers to spam call and harass other platforms? Stream link, stream VOD. Oh, wah, 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 wah. Oh no. Silencing people. Oh no. Norman needs to call in. Banned for use of slurs. Yeah, begging people not to say good. Okay. You're gonna ruin the fun and call someone out. This is the same clip.
Excuse me, just call him other fucking Mr. Skinny Mitchie.
Okay. What is this?
English, who,
The
Bob
fuck?
Inglis, who formerly served in Congress,
Oh,
now
no.
the executive
God
director
damn
of
it.
Republic.
Who is this channel? I don't know
Representative
anything about this
Thanks for
person.
your time.
Fuck.
Thank you, Pedro. Great
Now
to be with you.
imagine this is one
Coming
of
up,
the
we're going to have
better.
a conversation about
This is one of the better
politics and
guests for
political
today.
issues
That
with
was
two
one of the
political
better
commentators
guests
on the state of politics who do
for today.
a lot of their work on social media and reaching out to young
Oh, this is just the whole stream. Huh. Oh, why is it unstreamable? Does that mean he took it down? Does that mean he took it down?
It totally.
Okay, well, let me.
He's live right now?
Also, because the Defense
Reject.
Production Act, which we used in the Korean War,
can convert civilian production capacity to produce the artillery,
500
the
viewers. It's all right.
vehicles, all of the stuff that the industrial base can and will produce if it's given the right demand signal.
Ask for a debate. What, by the guy who
we
doesn't want to
know
be
on the Armed
perceived?
Services Committee where
Okay.
I serve that a consistent demand signal is necessary to produce the kind of investments that is necessary.
I don't know why I've never
for
heard of
those
this guy
numbers to
before.
change.
Okay, well, we're not
One
there.
last thing.
The tooling up has not happened.
Thank God that
Got the little
our
commie star
parents
there.
and grandparents didn't have
20,
that
why have I
attitude
never
in
heard of
World
this
War
guy?
II.
Remember
Hey,
the
we
Harlem
can only
door?
fight
I feel like
one
I'm
thing at a
normally,
time.
I kind of
He's
know
not
what's
doing
going on
that.
around.
What do you-
See,
I haven't
and
paid
this is where
attention to Twitch that
like
much
what
recently.
no history books do, motherfucker. Because like the United States literally just sat by and watched like so many fucking millions of people get fucking absolutely killed. And then it's just like, oh, we got bombed.
Thanks for the Twitch sub.
You know.
Saying is that that Ukraine doesn't have the manpower it needs,
That is garbage.
and that our
Go! I just got
factories-
back. I was there 2 weeks ago. They changed their conscription laws. They've got all the manpower they need. They need weapons. Is what they don't have is weapons. They've just added 200,000.
Do you need to know
people
every
the
basket
army
case
by
on the
changing
block?
their conscription laws.
I don't know. It helps to know what's going on, you know? I feel like I've got a reasonable grasp of all the right wingers because how much of their content I used to watch for video research.
Ukrainian
Like,
people, then tell me what you think.
All right, well, maybe
can
you all
come
can
on
go
our next
together.
trip.
Yeah, he could go on your next
Yeah,
trip.
we're going back.
Hey, you have to
You're
know
welcome
the enemy to
come.
fight it.
We're
Like-
talking about things you don't
Come
know.
on, JD, strap up, motherfucker. We're going to the
but
front.
did he get rid of the? I want to see if the VOD's there. No, he did get rid of the VOD, didn't he? Because his most recent one is 9 days
honestly,
ago.
Like, do it.
Ooh.
Like,
Uh-oh. Trouble. You should just write perceived in his chat. That's... no. Maybe. I'll think about
once
it.
again, you know, like,
Hutch is live. Yeah, Hutch is live quite a lot. You chose to dress very properly today, a collared shirt. Yeah, I've had it for ages. I just decided to wear it today. Yeah. Other stuff's in the wash, a little bit behind on housework, so yeah. Or drying. It's not in the wash anymore, it's drying. Well, whatever. It's not really a collar, it's just buttons. It's kind of a collar. I don't know. It's an interesting shirt. It's not really like fancy, but it's not fancy either, so I don't know. I don't know what you call that. Been perceived. Oh, are people saying say perceived because that's what's in the Twitter comments? Nicest shirt in Scotland. That might be true. Do you use a tumble dryer? Absolutely not. I use Scottish weather, which means I put it on a clothes horse and 3 days later it might be dry. That's what I do. Occasionally I'll put it on the radiators. Just looked, he has follower only chat. That's not unusual though. I have sub only chat because it's just a simple way to get rid of shitheads. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with doing that, I don't think. Eyeballs on the stream. Repaint your nails. Fuck off. I'm just working, okay? I'm not doing anything crazy out here. I'm just vibing. So that person is called Left fucking... I don't even care. Israel prepping for Rafah. So I heard. Don't worry. I heard. 3 days. I don't know if it's exactly 3 days, but yeah, obviously in Scotland it's cold. And if you put clothes on a clothes horse in the house, it can actually take a while to dry. Yeah. More than 1 day anyway. I feel like it's more than 2 days. Is it 3? I don't know. Repaint your eyeshadow. Why am I paying attention to this fucking chat? Oh God. I feel like I've already spoken about the sanctions on IDF units, but what I didn't speak about was Netanyahu's response, saying that it was absurd and that he rejected them. I don't even know what that means. Like, he can just... So the title compares Khan Yunis to Butcha, right? What, because they're both mass graves? No. We'll talk about it. I'm trying to predict the stream content. My God. What did Netanyahu actually say then? He said it was ridiculous, he said it was height of absurdity. Must not be sanctioned. Okay. While our soldiers are fighting terrorist monsters, the intention to impose sanctions on IDF unit is the height of absurdity and immoral. Nadir, the government I will lead will act with all means against these moves. Okay, good luck, bub. Good luck, son. You never talked about the IDF sanctions. Yes, I did. I read an article about it. I didn't put a segment out on it because I was just reading the article. But yeah, Biden, because it's in the West Bank. There's a fairly religious IDF unit in the West Bank that Biden or Blinken actually publicly said that should be expected to be put under sanctions quite soon. Like, people close to the White House have just said that we're expecting to see sanctions on at least one IDF unit, possibly more, for atrocities and crimes committed against Palestinians. So I think one was an 88-year-old man who was found with signs of torture, killed. I think he maybe died of heart-related stress because of being beaten by the IDF people. So yeah, it's a West Bank thing. It's not a Gaza thing. But as far as I knew, it was one unit that's potentially going to get sanctioned, possibly more. But it was after this 2022 thing, right-wing extreme, the death of Omar Assad. Assad? I don't know how you say that, fuck, because of the apostrophe. Would it just be Assad? Like Assad? I don't know if I can. 78-year-old Palestinian American who died after being detained, handcuffed, blindfolded, and later abandoned in near freezing conditions by the soldiers of the battalion. They moved them to Golan, didn't they? Because of this. But I think someone was reprimanded, not put under criminal investigation, or no criminal charges. Bro, Netanyahu's such a tool. I was reading a little bit about his first premiership when he was prime minister in the mid-90s, and yeah, he's just he's an unbelievable tool ever since the beginning. But somehow just keep saying security, eh? How exactly does one achieve sanctioning a single unit? So if it's the same as the settlers, it means locking them out of international trade access, things like SWIFT, travel restrictions. Obviously, they can't go to America, like visa issues. And I think that's the main thing. I don't know what else it is, though. Because I don't really know how much that affects, like, a settler in the West Bank being out of international banking and stuff like that. Like, not too sure. Like, if I got sanctioned, there'd be problems because I get paid through, I think I get paid through Swift by, like, either, not through YouTube, but for Progressive Victory and stuff like that. So yeah, it's, but I don't know how it works if you're just like a regular person in the West Bank. Like, if you're just employed internally, they can't train with the US. Yeah. Opens up to more sanctions by Europe, which, yeah, I think Europe have done. They've gone along with that as well. They're going to follow suit, possibly. They're speaking about it. Biden's going to announce sanctions, Mr. Bonerbuck sanctions tomorrow. Uh-oh. But I don't know what it means for these particular... the soldiers is to do with training, isn't it? But I think it's also... Is it personal sanctions for the soldiers as well, like he did with the settlers? Or the outposts? I don't actually know. Couldn't tell you. But that's a story. So you guys want me to talk about fucking Columbia? What? Columbia University? Is that the thing? All right. Give me the thing in stream chat, please, or stream suggestions. Let me do it there. Okay. Oh. Someone sent it to me 2 days ago. What a champ. 6-minute version. Solidarity encampment. Hidden cams.
We will disrupt you in this.
Okay, someone's actually giving me all the content. What a... Oh, it's Visegrad videos. I really don't like Visegrad, but okay. Whatever.
I'm looking.
They're not the only ones. Stuff, though. Actually, a lot of them are. The hearing? What's the conclusion of the cash report? I haven't got to the conclusion yet. Relax, bruh. The hearing is 3 hours. It's bigger than you think. Thank you.
We're seeing.
Ah. Oh, it's it's libs of TikTok. Oh god. I don't like these guys. I don't like them at all. Fuck this. This just looks like a... No, I'm not watching that. Go away. After that video about with Owen Jones, like that clip compilation of him just saying Jewish with no context for 3 minutes, like I've just lost all respect, or like what little I had for them. Sometimes they show you like war footage, or like they're the first ones to post updates to a particular terror attack, and it's like, okay, that's fine, but I don't need them being the fucking editors of whatever story I'm trying to learn about. No, thank you. No. What is this? Send everything in stream suggestions. No, you send me David. Stop. We're okay. This is okay. Never mind. Sorry, you send me other stuff. Okay, thank you. Let's see what's happening here. Okay, one thing at a time. One thing at a time. Okay, hang on. Yale. All right, here's a thing. These are just Twitter videos, though. Okay. I suppose it's a start. Okay. Okay. God, let's look like a fucking Hassan stream now with all this YouTube videos and Twitter threads. Isn't it pronounced Visegrad? Don't know. Probably. Sure, why not? Okay, awesome. Good content. Jewish students getting harassed. I saw this for a little bit. Let's see what's going on here.
Go back to Berlin! Oh my God! Go back to Berlin! Go back in. John, go back in. Guys, go back in.
Go back to Poland. Oh no.
Let's go out to the police. There's like 400 guys riding.
This is what I was trying to say when the other day when Owen Jones was oh my god. Okay, person in my DMs, just okay, I'm gonna talk to you really fucking slowly, okay? You're giving me I've left tabs open, okay? We're gonna look through stuff. I just don't want my first impression of this event to come from people who I've seen clipping people in bad faith before and not really being that trustworthy with footage, okay? I'm gonna watch stuff, okay? Just give me a fucking minute to just see what's going on before I have to default to your curated fucking version of the story. Please. You annoying fucking human hemorrhoid cunt. Fuck.
That's a terrible thing to say.
That's pretty crazy. Let's see. See, this is what I was saying. I was kind of annoyed when Owen Jones will so happen that other stream when Owen Jones would just so happily eat up stories about saying that a third of people being cancelled for anti-Semitism in Germany are Jewish because of someone in a podcast said so, apparently, and because they just kind of assume that Germany is. I think what Owen Jones said was that Germany was targeting Jews to make up for the Holocaust by accusing them of anti-Semitism because they oppose Zionism. But it's like, I don't really know if that's. But apparently, the rise of anti-Semitism that people like that want to talk about are dubious statistics like that. Whereas I don't really know if that's where the majority of this anti-Semitism in the Western world is coming from right now. I think it's coming. I think it's most likely coming from right-wingers who are piggybacking off of the Palestine stuff, and also leftists who support Palestine and don't know any better. That'll be a thing as well. And right-wing or radical Muslims in the West. I think that's kind of the three areas it's most likely coming from. Oh, they actually are saying burn Tel Aviv to the ground. Bro. It's coming from Sev. Possible. Not ruled out. Okay, apparently this was one of the most spread pictures. This is some people waving Al Qasam's next. Fuck me, dude. Who's... Oh, no. I wouldn't call this anti-Semitic. Mate, are you kidding me? Unless, I know it's very common for white people to wave Palestinian flags. I don't know how common it is for non-Jewish people to wave Israeli flags comparatively. I feel like the people who wave the Israeli flags are usually Jewish, no? Maybe not always. I know if, like, Tommy Robinson likes waving an Israeli flag, but... Eugh. There's a fair bit of overlap, and even the problem is when I talk about leftists who don't know any better, what I mean is people who are literally covering and diverting in every possible way from and for anti-Semites, covering for them by making excuses for groups like Hamas or PIJ and shit like that, but also deflecting because whenever I watch like partisan left videos about anti-Semitism, the only anti-Semitism they ever want to talk about is either from like Nazis or from, and if even that, it's actually more often now in relation to Israel-Palestine, the only anti-Semitism that people want to talk about is like ones that are coming from people who are pro-Israel. Which I just don't think, and there's not really any evidence that that's making up any substantial portion of it, which is why the examples that they link to are always so dubious. Like, for example, like Sean trying to say that the Balfour Declaration was anti-Semitic, right? Like like Sean trying to say that, take that quote from Balfour that was out of context from the entire thing about his opinion on European Jews when he was supporting the Declaration. Huh. What is this? Oh yeah, I saw that, okay. What else do we have? Balfour was anti-Semitic, but not for the reason that Sean's... Yeah, he tried to say that it was like Richard Spencer supporting Zionism to get the Jews out. He was not anti-Semitic in that sense. He was anti-Semitic in a pretty complex way. And his anti-Semitism actually changed and adapted quite a lot over time. Like in 1905, he was a big anti-Semite because he voted against Jewish people coming to the UK when they were fleeing anti-Semitism. But then 1917 and everything he talks about there is, it's anti-Semitic in the sense that it's not, I don't even know if I would call it, for the time, it's not anti-Semitic at all. From looking back at it now, it kind of is, because it's like that kind of like positive discrimination, but I don't know. Well, let's not get into that though. We're trying to stay focused here. Come on. The hive mind of Hamas on the Destiny subreddit. Okay, what's this? What's your overall opinion of Sean's video? It's just, it's a propaganda piece. That's what it is. I'm sorry. It's like, because if I was pro-Israel, I could do exactly what Sean did, only with more accuracy, and just do all the bad things that Arabs and Palestinians have done since 1890. I could do that as well, right? Yeah, it's like, you could do the exact same thing the other way around, and it would be just as factually accurate. You could even make it more factually accurate. Are you aware that Hamas is okay with 67 borders? I'm aware that they say they're okay with the 67 borders. Usually when they say that, they say that they want a Palestinian state, not two states, generally speaking. I'm also aware that they'll say things in public whilst never doing anything to formally change their original charter from 88, which is River to the Sea. I'm aware that even when some of their leaders say that they're okay with two states, other leaders will say they're not. It's like, yeah, I'm aware that Hamas will sometimes scam people in the West who don't know any better. Yeah, I'm aware that they sometimes are quite successful in doing that. Yeah. Why is this shit not playing? Eh? Rob.
Can I get everyone to form a human chain right here, please?
Oh, I saw this. This was again, the reason I get a bit skeptical with videos like this is that, first of all, obviously some of the chants are inexcusable. They're really horrible. And some of the photos are kind of like, there's not really any way around people doing that. But the problem I have with things like this is that if it's coming from the person who is getting antagonized, is like, you remember with like Lauren Southern going into these like protest crowds and trying to antagonize people where like Rebel News, and then only clipping out the part where they've done the antagonizing and now they're just being responded to. So like everything in this video like might very well be accurately represented. And it might even be that they did antagonize these people, but the response was still unjustified. But I always get really like wary with things like this.
Attention, everyone. Can I get everyone to form a human chain right here, please? We have Zionists that have entered the camp. My check! Repeat after me. We have Zionists. Who have entered the camp. We are going to create a human chain. Where I am standing. So that they do not pass this point.
Zionists shouldn't be welcome in this space. I don't know what's the issue here. Okay. Golly, I wonder if that's why people hear River to the Sea and they think, whoa, that's a lot of Jews who are just going to have to fucking leave or die, I guess, if that happens. I wonder, when people say Zionists shouldn't be welcome at a pro-Palestinian protest, what the fuck? If you're saying that, then it's no wonder people hear River to the Sea and they think, well, that could mean a binational one state where everyone gets along and enjoys equal voting rights. Or it could mean that the Jews are not allowed to stay, like it says in the, like seems to be much more strongly implied by the Hamas charter and by all the rest of the rhetoric. What are you talking about? Why would they be welcome in this space? What's your logic here? Oh, because you can be a Zionist, i.e. you can believe that Israel has a right to exist, but also believe that Gaza and the West Bank deserves autonomy and self-determination. What the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean, what's my logic? If you use that definition, sure. Sorry, that is actually what a Zionist is. I don't know what you think a Zionist is. They're not meaning this when they say Zionist. How do you, Hulubu, how do you know that? Is there something before or after this clip? What do you think they mean when they say Zionist? What did these people do to get called Zionists? How did they distinguish themselves? What?
Attention, everyone. Can I get everyone to form a human chain?
How do you know they're using? No, that is the definition. That's what a Zionist is. A Zionist is someone who believes that Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state. The Zionists will disagree over what the borders of that Jewish state should be. They'll argue over whether or not Palestinians deserve a state, but some people do, some people don't. Some people will try to argue that you can be a Zionist and support a binational state because you can think that both groups can have like national representation within a single state. It's a bit pie in the sky, but it's not incompatible with the idea of Zionism.
Right here, please. We have Zionists that have entered the camp. Mic check! Repeat after me.
Right.
We have Zionists. Who have entered the camp. We are going to create a human chain. Where I am standing. So that. They do not pass this point. And
Is Abbas a Zionist? That's a good question because he, on paper, gives lip service to two states. He is theoretically supports Israel's right to exist. I mean, he explicitly does, not theoretically. Mandela did. Does that make them Zionists? No. I mean, apparently the other thing is you have to either be Jewish or white to be a Zionist as well, according to the people who use it as a pejorative. It's really complex and stupid. Don't worry. Don't try to understand it because they don't either.
And infringe upon our privacy. And try to destruct our community. Please join me in this chain.
You see how hostile this is? And you're asking me not to record?
Walk and take a step forward.
Yeah, I absolutely feel threatened right now.
So that we can start to push them out of the camp. One step forward. Another step forward.
Weird, bro. This is vile behavior, is it?
You're literally touching us. Get in my way. I'm allowed to walk. That's fine. I'm not allowed to do nothing. I'm just trying to walk around. Let me walk around. Well, then you can walk through us. We're here. Don't get in my way. He's allowed to I'm not trying to talk.
Gosh.
Attention.
Okay. Apparently there was a pro-Hamas speech at this thing. Let me see. Where was it? Oh, what's this? Jerusalem Post. Where? Oh, hang on. Thought it was linked to me, but I can't see it now. October 7th is about to be every day. Columbia rally sees Hamas support. A woman in a keffiyeh shouted at a pro-Israel activist, "We are Hamas," outside Columbia on Wednesday. "We are all Hamas," she said at the counter-protesters that had rallied outside the university. Anti-Israel activists threatened Jewish and Israeli students with further October 7th massacres, claimed membership with Hamas, and expressed support for terrorism during the Columbia University protests that began on Wednesday, according to footage and accounts from local media and organizations. "Remember the 7th of October," shouted a red man with a red keffiyeh over his face in a video published by Columbia Sundial editor-in-chief Jonas Du on social media on Friday. "That will happen not one more time, not 5 more times, not 10 more times, not 100 more times, not 1,000 more times, but 10,000 times." I feel like they kind of milked that not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7. Wait, there's more. "Never forget the 7th of October," said another masked man wearing a Palestinian flag standing outside the campus gates on Thursday night. "Are you ready? 7th of October is about to be every day. Every day. 7th of October is going to be every day for you." Okay.
Yo, remember you fucking piece of shit. Wait, remember the 7th of October. Never forget the 7th of October. That will happen. Never forget the 7th of October. Not 1 more time. Not 5 more times. Not 10 more times. Not 100 more times. Not 1,000 more times. Not 10,000 times. Ready? 7th of October is about to be every day. Every day. 7th of October is going to be every day for you. It will be. You're going to see. So how come they're allowed in the street? Nazi bitches!
They're saying Nazi bitches. Loner Box, are these right-wingers? No. I mean, okay, here's the problem, right? Is that Hamas are a right-wing organization, okay? Culturally, fucking politically, like they're right-wing, okay? Is that a weird thing to say? Social policy? The only left-wing thing about them is that they don't like America and Israel. Is that really?
Nazi bitches! Nazi bitches! No, you guys can escort her back.
I'm not saying that, by the way, to say that there's not a left-wing problem. Obviously, most of the support for Hamas in America, I'd say, comes from the left. I don't think it comes from right-wingers, obviously. But that doesn't take away from Hamas being a politically right-wing group, right? Like, whatever.
Back to where her home is, the hell.
Okay, Florida Senator Rick Scott condemned the activists in the video as anti-Semitic terrorist sympathizers and warned that their support for Hamas would not be forgotten. "You don't want a ceasefire or peace. You want violence, terrorism, and to support thugs who hate America and our great friend Israel," Scott wrote on X on Friday. "If action is not taken immediately, we must revoke all federal funding and hold these ignorant protesters at the university, enabling them accountable for this violent, evil rhetoric." A woman in a keffiyeh shouted at a pro-Israel activist, "We are Hamas," outside. Okay, we saw this. "We are all Hamas." We saw this as well. We're all. Oh, did I see this one? This is a different.
I'm Yisrael. I'm Yisrael. I'm Yisrael. I'm Yisrael. Keep it moving, you Zionist bitch. Keep it moving, you Zionist bitch. We are Hamas. You're Hamas. Wow. That's a good one. You're what? You're Hamas? Yes, we're all Hamas, pig. I'm Hamas. That's you. Get the fuck out of our face! No! Get the fuck out of here! Arrest these fucking lunatics!
Oh God, man, this is. The thing is like I'm trying to be. Obviously, when people say we are all Hamas, that's kind of fucking, that's insane. I'm trying to, I don't know why, like, I think it's probably worth being a little bit understanding of where people come from when they do this. Like, if you're a left winger, you've probably not known that much about Israel-Palestine ever. You've probably started absorbing a bunch of horse shit after October 7th and very like one-sided history and politics and all that. The way that these people probably see it is they probably see people on one side defending an oppressed group against genocide and open-air prison, concentration camp, white supremacy, America, all that shit. And then they see people waving Israeli flags, and all they probably see is not people who are trying to defend themselves against anti-Semitism or whatever else. They see people who are gloating about 30,000 dead Palestinians. I think you get into this really weird problem right now where there are obviously going to be some people in these pro-Palestine protests that are going to be very, very just pro-terrorism and anti-Semitic and shit like that. But there are also people there who just think that what they're seeing is they're the ones who are trying to stop suffering and genocide and all that, and the other people across from them are gloating about it, right? Yeah, it's like it's you get into this really weird place where they're just like the alternate realities are just so divergent. Fuck. And obviously the people with the Israeli flags, all they see across from them are anti-Semites who want them dead, right? So they feel like putting that Israeli flag on them is like their way of asserting their existence and like and their right to like live free of anti-Semitism. So you can totally imagine a scenario where on either side you've got both people who think they're being attacked by the other and who feel like they're just defending themselves against the other. Yeah, I don't know. Did we watch the rest of this? No. Two of the protesters called themselves Hamas. No, one of them did. I'm sorry. Okay, listen. Just if you go to an American pro-Palestine protest, some of the people there will be Hamas supporters. Okay, it's pretty. A lot of them won't be. I'm just saying, okay? It's it's complicated, okay? Stop. If you think it's not, you're weird. Because if you consume partisan left media on this, what you see is you actually see cynical Zionist anti-Semites who are abusing anti-Semitism to justify genocide. That's what you see when you see this. You don't see a sincere fear of anti-Semitism in these signs. Like, yeah, it's not saying it excuses it. It's just better to understand it.
I'm supporting the American flag. I'm not allowed to go there, but I can go there. So there's a reason you're trying to take a photo on the other side. Look, we all know.
It's all semantics. We just want to keep the peace. And you going over there is not going to do that.
Because, yeah, you're probably right, unfortunately.
That's all right.
We are all Hamas context, guys. Okay, sorry. Okay. If that's your takeaway, Lobo, I'm really sorry. Okay, just get whatever is in your brain that shouldn't be there taken out, or find whatever parts of your brain have rolled out and put them back in. I don't need to deal with this fucking horse shit anymore. It's fucking such a waste of fucking time. Oh god. All right.
It's all good. I don't know what you're saying.
What if I have no brain? Ooh. It really makes me wonder what's going to happen as a result of this. Because when these polls come out from, was it Harvard Harris, and it's like this alarming number of people who think that October 7th was justified and all this other shit, it's like, I don't know where you go from there. Like, I know they want to get rid of TikTok, or at least get the Chinese influence taken away from it, but like the levels of disinformation and alternate realities and just insanity going on here, it's really fucked up. Did we cover the West Bank attacks? No, not yet. We've covered the sanctions. I think that the number of deaths in the West Bank right now since the war is actually insane. I remember when 2023 was set to be the deadliest year for Palestinians in the West Bank since the Second Intifada. It overtook it completely after October 7th. But I think since October 7th, it's been like 500 dead in the West Bank, as opposed to most years, like annual Palestinian deaths West Bank. It's usually like what, around 100, maybe less, maybe a bit more. 2023 was the deadliest year. There's like a chart. It's usually really low. This is all of Palestine. Yeah, 146, which was the largest number since 2004, and that was 2022. And now we're like 500 in just over 6 months. All right, what am I doing? That's a Hamas logo, that is. Fuck me, man. Oh, God. Ouchie. All right, should we look at this Hamas lecture? The fucking waiting room, you'll love it. Okay, what, both of you? Hang on. Okay. Actually, no, I'm going to watch the Hamas lecture first, and then we'll see. Okay, so this is the... Is it Vicegrad? Vicegrad? This is apparently from Colombia, secretly filmed, according to Vicegrad, at least. Okay.
To know American flag, let alone to know Constitution.
Where is this coming from in your brain right now? And I want you to reflect on that, because we're going to move on.
Well, I'm tired of going to protests and essentially hearing people say, oh, Genocide Joe is not welcome here. This is our city, our city. It ain't your city. This is indigenous land.
What's being unleashed in Palestine will not
How can you
stay
sit through this shit, man? Fuck me.
in Palestine. The doctrine is very clear. None of us are safe.
Protests at Columbia University over the crisis in the Middle East.
It's from the river to the sea.
Amazing panel today speaking about like just the Israel kind of, I would say, propaganda on campuses, but also like war.
Oh, that's the oh, it's this guy, Zachary Foster. He's been on Hassan's stream. He's a Twitter user.
Joining us today, we have 4 highly distinguished panels. So we have, of course, the award-winning journalist Rola Jibril, Zachary Foster, who's the Palestine Nexus founder, and of course, Colombia visiting.
This music is oh. Okay, we'll chug through it. You timed out Double Rifter for doing torture apology, yeah? Oh, that's the debate. Okay, well, we'll get to that.
Hamad Abdul and our
Hans Zimmer shit.
The BWP co-president, Captain Indias. And our panels today, kind of like their immense expertise spans like journalism, archival research, scholarship, and also on the ground organizing. I hope you will join me in giving them a warm welcome.
Is the whole video like this? Has been a minute and a half in.
Historical year that
Okay, thank God.
We have much to learn from.
Okay, chill. Come on, get me past. All right.
I learned once on the land. What does that have to deal with Palestine? Well, we're in the business of propaganda, whether we like to admit it or not. And so the question is, do people want a revolution, an actual revolution, a real revolution? Do they want to be revolutionary? Or do they want to sell ciphers, opinions on the internet? Because revolutions require on the ground...
I think it's B. It's fucking B. It's B for everyone, isn't it? That's the only reason you would grandstand about saying, sorry, this, don't say this is our streets. No, it's indigenous land. Like, okay. What do we do with that information exactly? Give it back? Or no, yeah, I mean, if that's the kind of like level that you're on, if that's how detached you are from what is achievable in the real world, then yeah, you kind of do just want to sell off of giving the most extreme position possible, right? Like, yeah.
Organizing work, being connected to the land. This is stolen land. America is leading this war. And the chickens are coming home to roost, as Malcolm had noted. This ain't no American dream, it was always an American nightmare. Palestine didn't start in 1948, in my humble opinion, and it didn't start in 1918. The real historical year that we should be looking at is 1492. What happened in 1492? Muslims and Jews were murdered, were persecuted, forcibly converted at the hands of the sword. And then what? The serendipitous coincidence that the Colombian conquistador invasion of the Americas would begin. Columbus was not just after riches. Columbus was operating vis-a-vis a crusading logic. Well, look at how he described the weapons by the Taino people, as alfanjis. He described them as the simplars that Muslim had used. Hernan Cortez described Aztec women as Moorish women. The 400 Aztec temples as Moorish mosques. He described Montezuma, who is the...
So I guess Muslim conquest is just... okay. No Ottomans? No. Okay.
Aztec leader at the time as a sultan. The Synchronides are very much there. A third to a fifth of the transatlantic slaves were Muslims from the Iberian Peninsula, the west coast of Africa. This is a religious war, and I'm going to say this out loud. This isn't a secular struggle. This is a religious war. Not between Muslims and Jews, but one that Muslims and Jews have been conscripted
Wait,
into.
how did Muslims get into the Iberian Peninsula? Why were they there? You can condemn the acts of like the conquistadors and all that, but how exactly did they get from the Middle East, the Levant and Arabia all the way into... How did they do that? What? Okay. Huh. Okay. Interesting. Let's just listen. Okay? I don't need to...
Vis-a-vis a white crusading Protestant project that had its imprint or produced its imprint on Wahhabism vis-a-vis Islam and on Judaism vis-a-vis Zionism. This is the war that we're talking about. And to deny that, in my humble opinion...
Here's why Malcolm X is actually more linked to the events than most people know. Well, because he was anti-Semite. Yeah, he toned it down a little bit before he died, but he never completely renounced it. He was saying anti-Semitic shit like way up until the last few weeks of his life. He used to when he was in the Nation, he would distribute the Protocols of the Elders of Zion as essential reading or recommended reading. Is that what this is about? Will it mention protocols? Yeah. Zionist dollarism, Malcolm X asserted, is a modern form of evil neocolonialism now in the stranglehold of Zionists. Based on his study of the notorious anti-Semitic forgery, the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, he concluded that Zionists were proficient in the art of deceit. So he claimed that they had designed neocolonialism to last much longer than the collapsed European empires. In fact, he taught the Europeans the Europeans foresaw the awakening masses would not submit to their old methods of ruling through force and fears. Thus, Malcolm X claimed, the Europeans issued the Balfour Declaration and turned their evil mission over to the crafty Jews who would rule through subterfuge. It's just absolutely fucking mental. No explanation for why the British turned on the Zionists in the late 30s, but okay.
It would be somewhat of a delusion. Islam is the elephant in the room. 1492 is the elephant in the room that nobody wants to contend with. What about Free Palestine? What about land back here? Again, America is leading this war.
Isn't this Zachary Foster doing a PhD in history? I feel like if you're there and you're not a Hamasnik, as someone in chat is saying, you would have some pushback to this, no?
Mean for the fact that immigrants are settlers on stolen land. What is land back halal with regards to Palestine, but not here? Not free Palestine, free over here. Everybody wants to assimilate into the so-called American dream. The African American, the Asian American, the Muslim American, the Palestinian American, the Indian American, who's the only unhyphenated American, the white American that is considered to be the native. If we're fighting for the rights of indigenous people to assert their own sovereignty, their own governance, their own ways of living, then we need to contend with that here. We can't lie to ourselves. During mobilizations, you have a wide, vast array of different crowds. You have anti-Zionist Jews, wonderful. You have Muslims that are conservative and queerphobic, and you have queer Muslims. You have lefties that have issues with religion, everything from anti-Semitism and anti-Judaism to Islamophobia. And everybody's projecting meanings onto Palestine that may or may not be of it. What does it mean for Palestine to be free? What does it mean for Turtle Island to be free? America is a settler colonial society. Settler colonialism is a structure. 1492 isn't an event. Israel is a settler colonial society. Where do you think that they got that idea from, that structure from? That religious structure. Here, in God we trust on the dollar bill, Victorian notions of property, common law property rights, the sexualizations of gender and sexuality, and so on and so forth, manifest destiny, terra nullius, doctrines of discovery. And yet we want to proclaim secularism, insofar as where we start the project of propaganda. In my humble opinion, if we remain within the 1948-1918 narrative, we will neither free Palestine nor free people here. Be able to assert either indigenous sovereignty or black liberation, for that matter. The chickens are coming home to roost.
This is Columbia University, right? Yeah, okay.
There's a lot more that can be said, that should be said, with 2 atomic bombs, were the equivalent of 247 masjids, 3 churches, 199 heritage sites. BDS is great. Blocking ports is amazing. Shipping routes, commerce, travel, trade, even ruining somebody, a white supremacist, powerful day, week, month. Well, how do we go beyond that?
Jesus. Kidnapping 25 crew members, Asians? Like, okay. Have they been found yet? Has there been any updates on the Galaxy leader? Do we know anything about where they are yet? March, the Forgotten Shipping Crew. Nothing since March. January. Nothing since March. Okay. Wow. I guess that's probably the amount of time that you need to watch all of One Piece, isn't it? Because those animes have a fuck ton of episodes. Okay.
How do we go beyond that? Most people of color live in the urban metropolis. We don't know how to grow our own food, and yet we're screaming down with capitalism. Okay, but we're disconnected from land. Who owns the land in this country? Look at the I-4 corridor. The Rust Belt. It's why farmers who are armed to the teeth who stamp decrees. And they're the ones that feed the urban metropolis. Land. Olive trees, Yaffa oranges. The uprooting of ourselves as people of color from land. We need to really learn how to redream dangerously again. We can't wait for the day after of what Palestine is going to look like. It's the way that Palestine looks like that ends also on how this place is going to look like.
Good evening, Salam alaikum, buonasera. I've been teaching propaganda and genocide for the last 5 years at the University of Miami. Yes, you're right. You could be confused why I would teach there. I was teaching that in Italy at the American University until they elected a very neo-fascist government, and then the prime minister sued me, and I decided, okay, at a certain point, clearly the war of the truth becomes, you become a target wherever you are, whether it's student at Columbia, whether you are in academia, whether you are on networks, you become a target. The world is divided between those who are willing to perpetrate that propaganda, promote it and repeat it, and those who are guardians of the truth, who are willing to sacrifice everything. You understand? What's being unleashed in Palestine will not stay in Palestine. The doctrine is very clear. None of us is safe. What's happening in Gaza will not stay in Gaza. Either you buy into that narrative that those people are not freedom fighters, or they have not legitimate claim to the land, or they don't deserve freedom, and thus they need to be dehumanized by any means. So you can accept that 30,000 and maybe 100,000 are killed, and entire people can be liquidated completely. This did not start, this kind of narrative and rhetoric did not start on October 7th. Greater Israel is the goal they will pursue. Even if it means burning everything to the ground, endangering Jewish lives, Israeli lives, American lives, and obviously exterminating Palestinians. It doesn't matter, because the ultimate goal is murdering the hostages or the security. Everywhere around the world, wherever I go and talk to younger generation, you can see that they're moving towards more understanding our common shared struggle for freedom everywhere and common humanity, whether in Israel. The younger generation are even more and more radicalized from the Israeli soldiers who were glorifying and celebrating the mass murder and torture of Palestinians. People were enjoying. They declared multiple of their ministers on national television. And I remember listening to one of them, and I could not believe what I was listening. I almost choked on my water. One of them said, clearly, look, let's talk about numbers. Palestinians, women, make 4 babies in average. Israeli women, 3 babies. We're 7 million, 7.2. Israel has to control the whole land. 2-state solution. And he said, it's not going to happen. 1 state, equal rights, it's not going to happen. The ultimate objective is mass transfer, deportation, depopulation. This is what's taking place. The goal was always.
What's so wrong with this talk? It's just viewing the conflict through the lens of settler colonialism. But the problem is that 99% of people who claim they're looking through the lens of settler colonialism are just the subtext of what they're saying is that it's only settler colonialism if white people do it. For some reason, the fucking conquering of Spain by Christians or whatever the fuck, that was where it started, but not when the Muslim forces invaded the Iberian Peninsula and were there for like 500 years. That apparently doesn't count. It doesn't count. The Muslim conquest doesn't count. The Ottoman Empire colonialism doesn't count. It only counts when white people do it. Like it's just a brain dead form of analysis. Do they believe that? You tell me. You tell me why they don't say anything about why settler colonialism why it started in 1492. Why that's the significant beginning of what? Palestine?
To liquidate the Palestinian question. The opportunity.
The Muslims didn't forcibly expel hundreds of thousands, mate. No, apparently it's okay if you forcibly convert them, though. Or kill them, or make them dhimmis. Apparently that's all fine. What? All right.
October 7th gave them the first, but this is not going to stop in Gaza. And I agree with my colleagues and former speakers. This is coming home to America. This is legitimizing things in the United States that we thought we were behind. And who's legitimizing that? Especially the kind of propaganda that paved the way for mass atrocities is the Democratic Party, not the Republicans. We have no evidence so far that Hamas deployed mass rape as a weapon. Yet, I'm not saying that there is not some sexual violence that took place.
It also doesn't really tell you all that much about Israel, because the original settlers from Zionism were not a massive imperial state going over to conquer land. It was a disconnected group of Jews who didn't really have that much money, pulling their resources together and going to a land that they had some historical connection to from like thousands of years ago, and going there because they felt like they wanted somewhere that they could either like return to the Holy Land and also just a place that they didn't have to face anti-Semitism if they could bunch up there in a big enough group. That's kind of why people started to settle in under the Ottoman Empire, long before Balfour, long before any like British mandate or anything like that. They started doing this they really started doing it for hundreds of years before Balfour, but mostly at a more accelerated rate from kind of like 1850s onwards. Before Herzl, before any of that, that's when they started moving there. And people are comparing that to like the conquistadors and the British Empire. It's ridiculous. It's really stupid.
Which means you saying that this is sexual violence that was used intentionally as a policy.
It's just really bad analysis.
Committed those acts. But if that was an order, direct order, we would have had more evidence. The role that propaganda played against Palestinians, but it will be also used and weaponized against minority in America. It's not going to stop. The doctrine that is being unleashed, when Nancy Pelosi called those people pro-Russia and go back to China, that was a message for anybody in this country to tell you, if you dare to question the policies that they know that would produce nothing but extremism and violence and terrorism. They know that very well. Because their security apparatus, the CIA themselves told them this is the most dangerous moment in 50 years that the policy is producing. But instead of examining and pivoting from those policies, they're criminalizing critical voices. So we need to step up really our activism because they're coming for all of us. Thank you.
Hard to keep track of all of the violence that this administration and faculty and staff on this campus have
not just ignored, but actively supported against our students and our staff and our faculty. So, and not only have they fallen into this.
Lord Box, the conquest of the majority of Al-Andalus went up to the 13th century. Only Granada survived to 1492 as a vassal to Castile. The majority of the Al-Andalusian population was Christian. Okay.
Israeli propaganda racket, but they won't even, after the highest international court rules that what's happening in Gaza is in fact a genocide, which obviously we all already knew, but this university that purports to support international law, this building that runs specializations in human rights and humanitarian policy in UN studies, won't use the word genocide. Former Israeli soldiers on this campus. I was one of the students that was hospitalized a few weeks ago after the skunk attack, where 2 former Israeli soldiers who are students at the School of General Studies used an Israeli military-grade weapon on an entire group of protesters, leading to multiple students being hospitalized, not just once, but twice, some of those students with long-term effects. And this isn't just about our students, right? This is about how what we are seeing on this campus is directly connected to the violence that is being committed against Palestinians, not just in Gaza, but across all of historic Palestine. Because that weapon that was used on us was first tested in Palestine. It has been used on my friends, on my partner. I moved to campus in August from Palestine. I left my partner, I left my community there. And the horrific levels of violence that my community has experienced since I left, I'm now seeing incrementally insinuate itself into our lives here at Columbia. And the fact that the university has not only done nothing to support those of us.
I will say, I don't know why this was linked to me as a Hamas lecture. This is just, like, to me, this is just far left academia cringe. Like, that's all I'm seeing here. This is not as offensive as I was expecting when someone labeled it a Hamas lecture, but we'll see.
Victims of that attack. But we saw a week later, we led a protest at the gates of campus demanding safety for all of our students, not just Palestinian, not just Arab, all of our students. And that protest was met with university-sanctioned NYPD violence. So while the 2 Israeli soldiers who attacked us are free to walk around New York City, to walk around our campus because they were not in fact banned, we had multiple students arrested at that protest for peacefully protesting for all of our safety. That is the kind of double standard, that is the kind of violence we are seeing these words lead to on our campus. If we aren't taking seriously the safety of our campus here and the safety of Palestinians in Palestine, then we should not dare to call ourselves allies, let alone activists in solidarity. So I think it is incumbent upon us.
It's not some pro-terrorist shit. Well, the rape denial from October 7th, that is at least, at the very least, apologia, but I was expecting something a bit more crazy when I saw that. I feel like this is what I would expect from like far left humanities people who talk about settler colonialism, like that whole Malcolm X simping horse shit. Yeah.
In this conversation and coming out of today, to think about how we are using our power and our privilege here.
We'll see though. We'll keep going.
To act, not just speak, but to act in solidarity, and what that solidarity looks like and means materially when we come from a university again that is actively monetarily investing our tuition dollars in this genocide and is actively deploying NYPD who have been trained by the Israeli forces.
Please. I am literally begging and crying.
Thanks for the
crying face, crying face, crying face.
Thanks for the £10 Swan Star. I really appreciate that. I think you mean intercept, but I'll take it for the. Okay.
To commit violence against students. It actively recruits Israeli soldiers out of the military to the School of General Studies, where currently there are 200 Israeli soldiers studying at the School of General Studies. What does it mean when we continue to allow these programs to run?
Rape apologia, so you think there was systematic rape? Yep, there's about as much systematic rape on October evidence for that as there was in somewhere like Sabra Shatila or in, Yeah. Or systematic sexual violence, you would say, rather than systematic rape, because it's a slightly broader umbrella. Yeah, I think that's pretty well founded, and I think the intercept objections to it are absolutely horseshit. Yeah.
The Tel Aviv dual degree program and global center. What does it mean when our academic institutions are complicit in this kind of violence and this kind of propaganda? And
now, whether or not they were ordered to do it, or whether or not it was like a general direction, or if it was just permissible enough that a bunch of people, a bunch of units in different kibbutz villages did it at the same time by coincidence. I don't know exactly how that works, but one of those ones. I don't think you need a direct order for it to be systematic any more than I think systematic expulsion in 48 didn't need a top-down, like, cabinet directed order either.
I think that's a central question that we as students and staff and faculty have to wrestle with if we are truly going to call ourselves allies in this struggle.
The victims of a genocide were erased by the President of the United States of America. But when the Israeli military takes Palestinians into captivity, in similar circumstances, the victims are not told why they're being taken, they're not charged with anything, They have not committed any crimes. They're not even told why they're being taken. And their imprisonment is renewable indefinitely. They're not called hostages. They're called, quote, administrative detainees. And at the current moment, we know that Israel is holding at least 3,484 Palestinian hostages. That's 32 times as many hostages as the Palestinian fighters have taken. When Americans are taken hostage by Palestinian fighters, Joe Biden meets with the families of the victims, wishes them condolences. He did this on December 13th. The State of Israel claims that 0.0004% of UNRWA staff was involved in the October 7th attacks. The allegations have been declared baseless. Nevertheless, more than 16 countries cut their funding to UNRWA at a time when the organization is providing life-saving support to thousands.
Here's a question. If the people, I think there's about, how many people are in administrative detention, Palestine? It's like 1,000 or something? How many have no charges? How many people, Palestinians, detained without charge? I think it says hundreds. Is it 1,200? That was in August 2023. Yeah. Here's the question. If these people who have been taken without charge, which I don't support, by the way, obviously not. If they're there without charge in similar circumstances to what? Hostages being taken on October 7th. If they really are not considered a danger in any sense, why, when Israel released prisoners, did they release people who had attempted suicide bombings and murders, rather than the people who are there without charge? Why wouldn't they release the ones who were non-threatening, unless they actually had a reason to believe the ones who were in administrative detention were threatening in some way, but just that they couldn't charge them? Like, you can condemn administrative detention without charge in military courts and all that, and it should be condemned. But comparing it to just going into a kibbutz village or a festival and just kidnapping people like indiscriminately, that is not the same thing. It's not the same thing. It's not even slightly similar circumstances.
Millions of genocide survivors. And in the case of Israel, it's not 0.0004% of Israel's leaders who are allegedly involved in the plausible genocide. It's 100% of them. And it's not just that they're involved. It's not just that they took part. It's that they are the commanding officers giving the genocidal orders. Human shields. When the Israeli army uses human shields in military operations, as it has done dozens and dozens, if not hundreds of times, that is to say, Israeli soldiers grabbing Palestinians and using Palestinians literally as shields to defend themselves, the United States government remains silent. No U.S. government official has even made mention of those reports. And yet, U.S. President Joe Biden and U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken have accused Palestinian fighters in the past few months of, quote, using Palestinian civilians as human shields. As a matter of fact, as a natural order, as it is almost part of the natural order of the universe, that Palestinians would use human shields, without presenting any evidence whatsoever.
Because when you tell me that you're bombing people in the name of Western values, I took my students to visit the concentration camp. I know that those concentration camps were considered legal. The Holocaust was considered legal. Slavery was considered legal. Legality is not an issue of justice, it's an issue of power. Apartheid was legal. Nelson Mandela was on the terrorist list until 2019 or 18 in this country. So I'm not going to be lectured about Western values.
I'm just going to pay you guys. That was my comment because my undergrad was journalism and my graduate education.
Yeah, I just feel like these arguments are so horseshit. These are the kind of arguments you expect to hear on Twitter, not from like academics and shit like that. God.
Social work, but my expectation was of coming to.
I guess the Twitter people get it from somewhere.
Well, prestigious university was to have this type of education that I see today, which is you guys coming to speak to us. So I just want to give you a shout out and a huge thank you.
So you talk about, which I agree, liberation of Tyrol Island and Palestine are hand in hand, given that Israel uses the American playbook in terms of land ownership and reservations as control. But like, can you discuss a bit more, like, what does that mean in practice? What does that look like in Tyrol Island? We talk about propaganda a lot, and I mean, many of us who interact with his debates like see a lot of it, and it feels extremely hopeless sometimes. But again, there is a young generation who are kind of changing the narrative. But how do we, like, maybe we can use previous genocide or something as an example, but how do people deconstruct that propaganda? What's
Wait, one more question. I'm a student at the business school. I could never imagine the dean of the business school or the president of the university sitting here, like, without like open and listening to a conversation like this. This would seem too radical for them. How do we get them to like see the truth of what they're doing? And then similarly, right, with our colleagues at, for example, I mean, the business school is quite capitalist.
The Drown Man, thanks for the sub. Really appreciate that.
Sorry, but with our colleagues and our classmates who are also, they want to do the right thing, right? How do we bring the mass voices to seeing the truth?
I'm not a reformist. I don't believe in reform that was at all. The system is purgatory, stop reformatory. And I don't believe in representational politics. Right? Neither in progressive or representational politics, let alone in Obama. Right? Mr. Drone president, Mr. Wall Street president.
So apparently there was a hearing where it comes out that this guy admits to being pro-Hamas. Apparently that's why this is called a Hamas lecture, but we'll see that afterwards. Maybe. Okay. I think it's this guy, right?
Back. This is indigenous land. That means indigenous sovereignty is asserted above all. I don't pledge allegiance to no American flag, let alone to no constitution. I don't call myself an American, and I've never called myself Canadian. I may enjoy the privileges of a certain citizenship, or so, but that is the difference between acknowledging privilege and complicity within the very land that I stand on. Okay. I'll go back to the very beginning. Muslims and Jews were referred to as savages and heathens. Savages being the racial descriptor, heathens being the godless. Part of that creation of the savage heathen is to depict the savage heathen as hypermasculine, heteropatriarchal, queerophobic, sexist, misogynist, and so on and so forth. So
I'm sorry again. If you think America like shouldn't be recognized and it's all indigenous land and it should all go back, then there's no way you don't believe that you wouldn't support Zionism, because that's how Zionism sees itself as well. They see themselves as land back. It doesn't matter how long ago it was. That would mean like every Jew in the planet has a right to go back to basically to go to historic Palestine. And then they can just rule by demographic majority because there's like 16 million of them or some shit, right?
when it comes to how do we go about that, there are several things that need to happen. And I always say this, and I've written about this in my book on Islam and America.
The problem is it's just so unbelievably shallow as well, because all someone needs to do is ask this guy how he expects to achieve that. Or is this isn't really a political movement? It's just a kind of thing where you make a bunch of money and get a bunch of clout by holding this morally like extreme position that is never going to be actionable in the real world. The same Jews of 3,000 years well, yeah, no, that's what, because as this fucking damn Sani dumb fucking Twitter and Twitch chat is saying, yeah, that's the thing, is the only way that you can have that opinion is if you buy into this like completely historically debunked opinion that Jews from Europe and the rest of the Middle East were all just like Khazars or some shit. Like they didn't actually come, they never actually had any origins in the Kingdom of Israel. Like that's just fake.
We need to create a different kind of community. Not one that is exclusive to Muslims or to Jews or to this or that. I don't care if you call yourself a Muslim or a Jew or queer or whatever it is. What are the ethical, political, spiritual commitments that inform whatever hell identity that you choose to take on? You could be queer and Zionist and a pink washer. And pink washing relies on homo nationalism. It relies on...
How did Jews get from the Middle East to Europe? From the Romans. From about BC into AD, that kind of period, whatever you call that area, that was it first century BC? Yeah, they were exiled. What have the Romans ever done for us? Yeah, true. And not to mention discrimination and things like that. With many of them were pushed out actually during the Muslim. Many people were pushed out during the Muslim conquest as well. After the revolts, yeah.
On the suture of American imperialism and settler colonialism to function.
It happened like over 1,000 years, just about, didn't it? Like from about a little bit before, like a few decades BC until about the kind of like 10th, 11th century. That's my understanding of it anyway. Unless, and again, I don't support that argument. I don't think that just because you've got like a 2,000-year-old connection to a land, that's where your inherent right to it comes from. But this guy thinks so, because he's saying the same thing about Native Americans. Even though United States ain't going anywhere, he knows that, I know that, but he's still clinging on to that right to land back. Unless he thinks there's a statute of limitations on it somewhere, and then you have to explain why the fuck that works, like why that's a thing.
Logic would not operate. Number one. So, again, my ummah, my community, in a transnational perspective, in an anti-imperialist border perspective, because as a Muslim, my choices are not going to be between a Wahhabi Zionist crusading alliance on the one hand and a totalitarian Russian, Chinese imperialist axis on the other. What is required is to center indigenous people in the struggle, and anti-black or black struggles, and deal with anti-blackness within our community as well. The only people who are not sectors besides indigenous people are those who are descendants of the Middle Passage because they did not choose. We have anti-blackness within our Muslim communities. We have queerphobia within our Muslim communities. In order to then counter, we need to develop an Islam of the oppressed. Where's the continuation of Malcolm's project? Where's the valuing of MLK's political theological arc? Yet we see this anti-spiritual animus because, again, the left has bought into the secular liberal discourse that masks its Christian ethos. And the rubric of some humanists, we're all equal, I'm colorblind, multicultural rhetoric. Well, I want to be seen for my color, and I want to be appreciated for that, as well as a hell of a lot of things having to do with my sandwich. But this introverted inferiority complex of wanting to assimilate into a world, well, listen, when on said decolonization is inherently a violent act. There's no undoing the violence. It's not just structural and systemic. The state is not some abstract entity that exists over and above us. We already govern one another vis-a-vis the set of capillary relations that we enact with one another right here, right now. You can walk out of the room if you want to. You can yell, you can scream, you can do whatever. You have agency. Power is already here. I have the power then to go organize with indigenous people at the center of that in my mind. To go meet them, to go build with them. We're living in Leningrad territory in New York City, the largest contingent of indigenous people that live in any city. And yet how many people know indigenous people? Let alone center indigenous struggles in their analysis. And center land back. That becomes the question. And that becomes the building premise. That requires meeting of the land. And building alternatives on the land. Because otherwise I'm touching and trying to reform the settler colonial order. I'm not going to spend time doing that. It's a white supremacist order. We somehow see capitalism as an anathema of liberal modernity, yet we don't understand the basic faith fact that capitalism without the nation state would not survive. Though they may short-term animosities, their long-term strategic interests are the same. The false binaries and the false choices. How do we expose anti-blackness within Zionist society? The sterilization of Ethiopian, Mizrahi and Sephardic.
Oh god, the fucking sterilization shit. Oh my god. See, this is the thing. As soon as we ever, it's fine for these people to just talk very poetically and vaguely and all these kind of diffuse claims. As soon as one concrete claim comes out, like, you know what they're saying is horseshit, right? That it's anti-blackness and Zionism because of the sterilization of Ethiopian Jews. Again, this person, if you're going to say that, that's because you know nothing about what happened to those Ethiopian Jews. There was a very tragic occurrence that happened with them when they were in those transit centers in Ethiopia on their way into Israel, when people who were working there gave them, under false pretenses, this contraceptive treatment without informed consent. And then when people found out it was happening, they stopped. Because the whole rationale of giving people contraceptives in transit centers is that you don't want to give birth in a transit center. You don't want to give birth in those conditions. You don't want to be pregnant in those conditions. So they gave them these birth controls, probably because of a combination, it seemed to be, of language barriers and poor communication between the workers who were there and the woman. So,
as someone with a leftist POV, how have you worked to not get caught up in the online poisoned narrative in this specific regional issue/conflict, especially being closer to it than Americans?
Well, thanks very much for the $10. I really appreciate that. You know, just by reading shit, who knows? By looking up their own claims, I guess, does it well enough. Yeah. So there was this big scandal where a pretty horrible thing was done. But again, it wasn't directed by the state. It wasn't directed by Zionism. It was the fact that people in refugee and transit centers they generally are treated badly anyway, like anywhere in the world. Any country, any continent, that's always going to happen, unfortunately. And it happens here. And then as soon as they find out it's happening, then they stop. As far as I know, I don't think any Ethiopian Jews were permanently sterilized or permanently infertile because of that treatment, because it was a contraceptive. It was a contraceptive that's quite notorious for side effects, but I don't think that happened. And now, again, why would it be anti-black Zionism if it was the Zionists? It was literally the state of Israel that chose to bring those Ethiopian Jews into Israel. Why would they have done that? If they wanted to limit the amount of Ethiopian birth rates or the amount of Ethiopian Jews in Israel, they could have just not taken them in, but they did take them in. And now those Ethiopian Jews, people found out what was happening. They stopped. They've got their Israeli citizenship. They're fucking vibing. And most of them voted for Netanyahu. So, like, I'm sorry. Like, And now Damsone, who's learning this for the first time, is having to move the goalposts and just say, why would they give them contraception first? I just told you, it's a pretty it's a pretty expected protocol in people who are in transit centers and refugee centers to be encouraged to go on contraception because you don't want to be pregnant and giving birth in the conditions of a transit center, especially when people are like escaping a country that's not doing very well for them, like Ethiopia. So they did that, and again, it was a very horrible thing that they did it without informed consent and with language barriers and all the rest of it, and that the communications were so bad that it kept up for quite a while. But I'm sorry, when people like this say anti-blackness of Zionism sterilizing Ethiopian Jews, what do you think they're saying there? Do you think they're saying that there was an issue where some workers in a transit center were behaving in an atrocious way, and then when it was found out, it was stopped from a group of people who were literally being taken into Israel by the Israeli government, by a right-wing government of all people? Like, do you think that's what they're saying? No. When they say that the image that you get in your head, that's in your imagination, is the Israeli state pushing a sterilization program, an Action T4 program on Ethiopian Jews to deliberately limit their birth rates. That would be the impression that you get when you hear that claim, and it's completely false. But anyway, I guess for his benefit, he's just going to go back to giving a bunch of vague poetic claims that you can't really like push back to or affirm either way. So
white supremacy that animates Ashkenazi thought and discourse. Again, centered by our traditions. Do we not have alternative forms of governance and economics and alternative ways of being, seeing, and conceiving of the world besides what the white man?
Again, like this is the case as well for the Likud ever since the 70s when they first got elected in 77. Their vote has always come mostly from Mizrahi and Sephardic Jews, not from white Jews, not from Ashkenazis. So why is that?
As it's over, that becomes the question. So no, I'm not interested in reform. And the first thing that I do, as in any other place, is go and meet indigenous people, introduce myself. I'm XYZ and I'm a settler. And there's no shame, there's no guilt in that. But that identifies in centers. This isn't my land. And I'm tired of going to mobilizations where slogans are being yelled with. It's not just in their occupation, of course, these are wonderful, these are important. But sloganeering is not action. And I'm tired of going to protests and essentially be hearing people say, oh, Genocide Joe is not welcome here. This is our city, ain't your city. This is indigenous land. Again, I'm going to continue to iterate. Just as much as if I was in Palestine, and I was a Jew, and I was an anti-Zionist, I would say, this is not my land. Either I leave, or I stand and fight actually with Palestinian people. I put my life on the line for indigenous people. Because that's what allyship is. The creation of alternatives, decolonized education, including an Islam of the oppressed. Again, you're not part of my ummah if you're queerphobic. If you don't acknowledge the fact that you're a settler colonial land. If you're sexist, if you're misogynist. And a new coming community. But my choices, again, as a Muslim, are not going to be between the false arts. As has been mentioned, there's Islamophobia that is rampant. From the Uyghur to the Rohingya to Sri Lanka. Look at how Tuhin, Tutaba, Dalits, Kashmiris, and so on and so forth. This is the arc. And they're all using the boogeyman of Islam. Islam is not exceptional, but it has made to be exceptional because of its significance so far as 1492. And the history that has been written insofar as Islam and Christendom. That continues on into this new world. So sorry, I took too much space, but that would be my responses to...
What is Palestine?
You have a question, what is Palestine?
No, I say right now you have a genocide in Gaza. Why there is no genocide in West Bank?
There are daily attacks, not weekly, daily. So actually there's an ongoing ethnic cleansing operation happening right now by Israeli settlers supported by the Israeli military that is happening as we speak. It's not getting any attention because there's a genocide in Gaza. But of course there is a huge amount of violence. In fact, the Israeli government has basically taken away the 90,000 permits, work permits that were given to Palestinians in the West Bank. They've taken them all away. They start to bring Indians now from India.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you to reflect on why you were asking this and what you were hoping to get from this question. If your question is why is there not a...
Fuck me, dude. It would make sense because the idea is people like to argue that... What's this? Thank you. Are we going to have all the moving of the goalposts? Health Ministry investigating claims that Ethiopian immigrants have unwittingly had Depo-Provera jabs for years. Yeah, this is the article that I've used to say what I was saying. So did I say something wrong? Inaccurate? Or say controversial, thousands said to, in Israeli clinics. This is because the communication was passed on by the people in the transit centers. I think the people there thought they were getting like vaccines or just general vaccines for health. Contraceptives, being given birth control. Many having no idea of the side effects. When they arrive, doctors continue the treatment unquestioningly, but the critical question remains unanswered as to who instigated the policy. Neither Israel nor Ethiopia is willing to claim responsibility. More than 50,000 have immigrated to Israel in the past decade. The fast-growing community has struggled against bias. 1996, thousands rioted when it was discovered that the Israeli Health Ministry had destroyed all stocks of blood donated by Ethiopians on the grounds that it might be contaminated with HIV. See, this is the thing that people can talk to. People can talk to the fact that there is absolutely like Mizrahi and Sephardic Jews have undergo discrimination. But again, you are coping your fucking tits off if you think this is the same as saying the Zionist sterilization of Ethiopian Jews. Strongly denied that the allegations are part of a policy to control the growth of the Ethiopian community. Because again, that doesn't make any fucking sense. If they wanted to control the growth of the Ethiopian community, do you know what they could do? Is they could not take them into Israel. They could have done that. Israeli health authorities claim the injections are a cultural preference in our culture to have lots of children just to be rich. Wasn't it because this was the standard contraception in Israel? In Ethiopia? I think that's why they chose that one. I don't know why you linked this to me, Down Sunday. I know your whole thing is that you can always say, well, it's bad, but no one's disagreeing that it's bad. People are disagreeing with the idea that this was a Nazi-style like fucking sterilization program to limit births of a ethnic group by the state. You have no proof of that. That guy who said that thing has no proof of that. That's not what happened. Anyway, sorry.
Genocide? Is that type of question? Do you want a genocide? Wait. If your question is only 400 murdered in the West Bank, is that not enough?
Oh my fucking God. How can you be so fucking stupid? The reason someone is saying, why? Because we don't have proof for it, you fucking idiot. If it's normal. It's not normal to give people to sterilize people against their will. It's not normal to put people on birth control against their will. What is normal, or what might be normal, is that people might be given contraception with informed consent because you don't want to be pregnant and having babies in a camp. Do you see the difference there? I'm sorry, wait. What do you think I said was normal? Do you think I said it was normal for the state to order birth control? You're trolling me. Get in Discord now. You're trolling me. Get in Discord or get banned. There's no fucking way you're that, like, obtuse. No way. Stop. I don't care if you're talking calmly. I don't give a fuck if you're calm or if you're literally fucking screaming through a loudhailer at me. I want what you're saying to make sense. I want you to engage with what I'm saying. I don't care if you're doing it calmly. What the fuck? You can deny the Holocaust calmly. Why do I care about you being calm? Fuck. I'm gonna do some donos. Fuck me. Supposition. What supposition? Alright, whatever. Let me read some donos. God damn it. I gotta keep up here. We actually have a few. There's plenty. What the hell? Flexer says, thanks for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Rakshi, thanks for the $10. Thank you so much. Wow. M, thanks for the $4.99. Do you think Netanyahu's only doing this for revenge for his brother getting unalived by the PLO? Nah, he was right-wing before that. He was right-wing way before. But obviously that would have solidified. I don't know. Netanyahu's weird. I didn't know that Netanyahu was like a serial fucking philanderer with like 3 failed marriages before he even became prime minister the first time. Yeah, wacky guy. Aye, thanks for the £5. The BBC, and also that he presided over economic failures as well in the 90s. Yeah, Just all around bad dude. Botched assassination of Khalid Michel. That resulted in a bunch of Mossad guys getting arrested in Jordan in exchange for prisoners. And that's actually how Sheikh Yassin was released. You know Sheikh Yassin, the leader, the founder of Hamas, he was released because the Mossad tried to assassinate a Hamas leader in Jordan. The Mossad guys were caught and held by the Jordanians, and they were given back as part of a prisoner exchange. And one of those people who was exchanged under Netanyahu was Sheikh Yassin. That's kind of why his premiership didn't last very long, Netanyahu. The BBC coverage said US wouldn't be able to send weapons if it will get into their hands. I'm guessing Israel has to disband the unit or no more aid. Okay. Vovia X, thanks for the 11 euros. Deserved donation for looking into this. Oh, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Swan Star, thanks for the £10. I already did that one. Thank you very much. Meh but Fair, thanks for the $10. Already read that dono as well because it was TTS. And Matthew Faustini, thanks for the gifted sub. I really appreciate that. Wow, you guys are so generous today. Keep doing it. Just saying.
My question is, where is this coming from in your brain right now? And I want you to reflect on that because we're going to move on.
It always shakes me to my core when people stand and
Also, what the fuck was this? This person's asking, why is there a genocide in Gaza but not in the West Bank? Because when the narrative espoused by all four of these people so far is that Israel does this independently of Palestinian actions or the actions of Arab leaders, or it's like it's because they are supremacists. They want the land. That's it. That's why they're doing that. They're not doing it because of nothing to do with security. It's all to do with racism. It's all to do with conquest. It's all to do with settler colonialism. It's all to do with being white, apparently, even though most Israelis are not white. That's what it's about to them. So someone asks, well, okay, why is the actions in Gaza so different from the West Bank? Could it be that the behavior of the governing force in Gaza is markedly different from that in the West Bank? And they're like, and her answer was, what?
The West Bank, they've taken them all away.
We're asking this and what you are hoping to get from this question. If your question is, why is there not a genocide? Is that type of question? Do you want a genocide? Wait. If your question is...
Like, how can you be so fucking retarded? Like, you hear that question. It's so obvious what the implication is. If you wanted to get around it from this perspective, you would just say, well, it's because Israel needs an excuse on the international stage. That's it. They got the excuse from Gaza. They haven't been given a good enough excuse from the West Bank, so they do less. That's what you would say. And then that's just, you can get accused of being a conspiracy theorist who will use any information to confirm your pre-existing thought. But this is like, are you asking this because you want a genocide in Gaza as well? How fucking retarded do you have to be? Oh my God. Why are these people so bad at, like, again, why are these folks so bad at fucking accurately characterizing other people's positions? It can't be deliberate. Like,
400 murdered in the West Bank. Is that not enough? My question is, where is this coming from in your brain right now? And I want you to reflect on that because we're going to move on.
It always shakes me to my core when people stand and not only question what they are seeing, as if the party told you to question everything before your eyes and believe, and you already admitted it. You said, I'm subjected to the other side, and so you come here not with the intention to learn. And it's easy to say this to you, and I hope you can listen, because if there's any definition of what you're doing today, is what Nietzsche used to say, that people, even when the truth before their eyes, they're unwilling because they're so scared that their illusions are destroyed. And if you really think that what's happening in Gaza will end up in Gaza, that means you really don't understand where this project is headed. And I tried to explain it in many language, and if you don't, and I don't speak Russian, but clearly we don't even speak human at this point, and I'm not willing to entertain anymore this question.
We can also say you're saying a genocide's okay if your government is doing bad behavior. No one said a genocide's okay. They're just asking if, according to you, Israel is fundamentally genocidal towards Palestinians. That's what they want to do. They want the land. They only do it because they're racist and Islamophobic and white or whatever the fuck. Then the question is why did they only do it in one place, in Gaza and not the West Bank, when they have equal access to both? That's the question. It's not that nothing in that question suggests it's okay. Nothing in that question suggests that it would be okay to commit a genocide. Like, nothing. Nothing. Fuck me.
I'd like to answer one final piece about the propaganda. Forgive me if you could repeat that question again, so we can end up in a note that we all can share about how effective propaganda. If there's any demonstration how propaganda can be effective, Yuri actually showed us how denials work, even before the evidence before our eyes. So thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks to our
I just wanted to say something very small. Change doesn't happen vis-a-vis numbers. القرآن says وكما سأكتب قليلا فأتيت كبيرا وعيد لهم مصطفاكم منقولا. How much of a small group defeated the larger enemy? Look what 1,000, we'll call them what you want to call them, and did in so far as upturn the entire world. But you would have aircraft carriers from all over your America coming, nuclear submarines, ballistic weapons, soldiers, paramilitaries. Whereas
And that is what the POW is ended. It's not a matter of numbers. It's a matter of organization. Change does not happen, and is not contingent upon mobilization. Get 1,000 warriors, and I don't mean this in a gendered way, a masculine way.
I love all the caveating from it's like this gender abolitionist the gender abolitionist Hamas defense. What did they achieve? They killed people. What else did they achieve? They didn't get land. Okay. They didn't extract concessions out of Israel. What did they get?
Whatsoever, just for those in the room.
I'll tell you what they did is they fucking owned the Israelis. They fucking destroyed. We're talking about a Palestinian state, mate. My sweet summer child. People have been talking about the Palestinian state for fucking decades, okay? Like, they've been talking about it for a really long time. Again, I'm just saying, Hamas doesn't control the decision-making of Israel. I just want to make that clear. Hamas didn't force Israel to kill a bunch of international aid workers on that road. Like, fucking, like, they don't tell Israel to do everything. But you do understand that when you cross a border and you go in and you massacre like 1,200 people, and you try to capture territory, you know that that state is going to respond. And if you're in the Middle East, you know that Israel's response, ever since the dawn of time, or ever since they've been a thing, has been to respond disproportionately, because their whole thing is to say that if you try to fuck us, we're going to fuck you 100 times harder, so that everyone else around us knows that if they try to fuck us, we'll do the same thing to them. That's the... Hamas knew that would happen. Hamas knew that Israel would respond in that way, and they decided it was worth it. International law, they have a right to attack an occupied territory. Dansane, I'm sorry, show me the ICJ case. Show me anything. You don't know anything about international law. No, you do not have international... Israel is a recognized country. They attacked Israel. Israel is not... Do you think Israel is... The state of Israel is recognized internationally as an occupied territory? By who? Israel was recognized in the partition plan, for one, and then it was recognized by the Soviets and by the United States. What are you talking about? Where did Hamas attack? Hamas attacked Israel, not Gaza.
So that I'm very clear, those who are committed to, again, certain ethical, political commitments.
I'm just saying, there's a reason. I know people say that there's a stupid line that Israel has no right to self-defense because they're the occupier or whatever. There's a reason the ICJ didn't even acknowledge this question of a ceasefire and all that, because everyone who matters in international law acknowledges that Israel has a right to defend themselves, and that Hamas does not have a right to indiscriminately fucking fire rockets and kill civilians in Israel. That's... Everyone recognizes that. What would that even look like? Like, and again, and I know that people like fucking Damsony in Twitch chat who pretend to care about international law, you don't care about international law either. Because if it was ruled by the ICJ tomorrow or anyone else that Israel does have a right to pursue war with Hamas, and if they actually just said that in the clearest possible terms, you would ignore it. You'd say it doesn't matter. So no, you don't care about international law. This is just you trying to be a liberal whisperer. It's you going, hey, liberals care about law. Well, what if I just make up some laws? Hey kids, if I come in on a skateboard with a snapback and talk about PlayStations and rap music and international law, I'll be down with these lib kids. That's what you're trying to do. It's very transparent. Anyway. And that's why people are trying to make those arguments. It's really stupid. No, like, you don't care. You either don't know or care about international law. Anyway, shit.
And see what could happen in the war. We've seen it before, and we'll continue to see the gap. That's change.
Okay, so apparently there was a hearing on this whole incident, this whole protest. Let me see. Where was the hearing?
Note that a quorum is present. Without objection, the chair is authorized to call a recess at any time.
How bad is it at Columbia? I mean, there was a 3-hour hearing, but apparently somewhere in this, the guy says that... Was he even here, or is he just quoted? there a transcript for this? Let me show me. Come on, come on, come on. Come on. Hamas. Hamas covenant, blah, 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 blah. What's this person saying?
Believe the environment we're in today, and and it's just got to be addressed. And the barbaric mass murder of October 7th by Iranian puppets of Hamas invading Israel has shockingly revealed that many college campuses are sickeningly anti-Semitic and time again are defending the maniacal Hamas agenda. The agenda needs to be known. They've published it.
Phantom, thanks for the sub.
And it's the Hamas Covenant of August 18, 1988. And it, in Article 7, makes clear to chase every Jew behind a rock and tree until you find the last Jew.
Lonerbox, are you anti-Palestinian? No, I don't think so. I don't consider myself anti-Palestinian. That's a big part of the reason why I think it was a really bad idea for Hamas to start an unwinnable war with a state that is known for disproportionate responses. Yeah.
And kill him behind the rock. And so this is not an accident. And additionally, we need to identify, too, that Hamas is a puppet of Iran, as is Hezbollah, who on January 28th killed 3 young American Army reservists. And so this should not be forgotten.
Hassan thinks you're pro-Palestinian. I appreciate that. I'm glad he does.
The type of people we're dealing with.
Okay, what am I looking for here? Oh, this is the person they're talking about here, isn't it?
The October 7th attack, Professor Joseph Mossad, and I only single him out amongst numerous others that I could single out.
Is this the guy, Professor Joseph? Is this the guy they're talking about? Is he the guy from the talk?
I don't have the leaders to know.
No, Mohammed Abdu.
Because he particularly is a tenured professor and chairs the School of Arts and Sciences Academic Review Committee. He wrote in an article praising, and I quote him, "the innovative Palestinian resistance," end quote, for attacking Israel and glorifying Hamas's slaughter of nearly 12.
Who's this guy? Professor? Columbia University. Professor and chair of the School of Arts and Sciences, Joseph Mossad, would it be? Oh, okay, this guy. Joseph Mossad. He's not... Wait, why do I recognize his face? Why do I recognize this guy? Was he invited to Columbia University, or he teaches at Columbia? He received his doctorate from Columbia Institutions, Columbia University. Okay. So, where's the quote? Apparently there are fabrications and lies about him. Interesting. Innovative, what do you get? Innovative Palestinian resistance. Fabrications in Congress. This is from the Electronic Intifada. Where is the article? Is it just here? Okay. So you wrote it here, did he? Innovative. Just another battle or the Palestinian War of Liberation. Okay, what does he actually say? This is his article. What can motorized paragliders do in the face of one of the most formidable militaries in the world? Good question. Apparently much in the hands of an innovative Palestinian resistance, which early on Saturday morning launched a surprise attack on Israel by air, land, and sea. Indeed, as stunning videos show, these paragliders have become the air force of the Palestinian resistance. Operation Al-Aqsa Flood, the major offensive led by Hamas on October 7th, was not expected by anyone. First of all, for this, just saying this, like, it's okay to call Hamas innovative. Like, I've said that, by the way, they use their fucking rockets and they're resourceful and shit. It's not necessarily praise, but see how else they go. We'll see where it goes. Okay. See the context. It came in retaliation for the ongoing Israeli pogroms in the West Bank town of Huara and Jerusalem, especially by settlers storming Al-Aqsa Mosque during the Jewish High Holy Days. I don't know how he knows that. The consensus of many Arab media commentators is that the resistance has effectively obliterated the myth of Israeli military might and undeserved reputation of its intelligence apparatus, whose failures, judging from the shocking success of the Palestinian offensive, are staggering. I think one Israeli intelligence guy has taken responsibility in part for the failures on October 7th. Apparently, there were people who were on watch over the border area, and they said that they were seeing irregular activity. They said they were seeing military drills taking place that looked very much like they were preparing to attack Israeli villages. So yeah, but there were warnings. They just were not heeded because I think it was the people above thought that Hamas was just had basically had their silence bought, that they were just more interested in governing. So yeah, that's at least one person who has bit the dust, so to speak. There were tons of okay. I mean, I knew some of that was true, but now it seems like intelligence people are actually coming out and taking responsibilities. That's interesting. Okay. No less astonishing was the Palestinian resistance's takeover of several Israeli settler colonies near the Gaza boundary and even as far away as 22 kilometers in the case of Ofakim. I don't know, right? Perhaps the major achievement of the resistance in the temporary takeover of these settler colonies is the death blow to any confidence that Israeli colonists had in their military and their ability to protect them. Reports promptly emerged that thousands of Israelis were fleeing through the desert on foot to escape the rockets or gunfire, with many still hiding inside settlements more than 24 hours into the resistance offensive. Those who had not already fled were being evacuated by the army from more than 2 dozen colonies near Gaza. In the interest of safeguarding their lives and their children's future, the colonists' flight from these settlements may prove to be a permanent exodus. They may have finally realized that living on land stolen from another people will never make them safe. The level of military engagement between the Palestinian fighters and the Israeli colonial forces is wide-ranging. It has included more than 2 dozen battle sites, with Hamas declaring 50 military targets for its operation. This article does seem pretty gross, but okay, let's see. Jubilation and awe. The sight of Palestinian resistance fighters storming Israeli checkpoints separating Gaza from Israel was astounding, not only to the Israelis, but especially to the Palestinian Arab peoples who came out across the region to march in support in their battle against the cruel colonizers. Okay, yeah, this is this is Hamas support, because have we even mentioned the people that they were killing, most of the people that they killed? Yeah, this is. I think it's probably fair to call this guy a Hamas supporter. Yeah. The resistance's remarkable takeover of military bases and checkpoints, even where resistance fighters marveled at the rows of abandoned Israeli tanks and armored vehicles, upon which they placed their banners, has shaken Israeli society and struck Palestinians as Arabs as incredible. The capture of colonial soldiers and officers in their underwear while sleeping, images of humiliated Egyptian prisoners of war in their underwear during the 6-7 war, not to mention Palestinian POWs in their underwear held by Israeli soldiers, continue to resonate across the Arab collective memory. They claim to have captured General Nimrod Aloni. I don't think this was true. Nimrod apparently wasn't captured. It was just someone who looked like him. I think. I remember that coming out. The success, okay. Horrifying human toll. Israeli bombs destroying the Palestine Tower, a high-rise. Barbaric bombing. Oh, so they just don't mention anything about the civilians who were killed by Hamas. Liberal condemnation, demanding resistance stop its resistance operations, condemn the resistance, for accepting military and financial help from the Iranian government to defend Palestinian people against settler colonialism. Yeah, this is a pro-Hamas. This is a pro-October 7th article. It's a pretty fair characterization. What the fuck? Okay. Huh. All right. And that guy's doing what at Columbia University? What is he doing there? He was awarded tenure in 2009. Let's see. He received his BA and MA from University of Mexico in 98, his doctorate in political science. He started teaching in 99. Okay, so he's teaching there. His views caused controversy. He was awarded tenure in 2009, denounced by Lion Pack, a pro-Israel advocacy group in Colombia. In 17th of April, 2024, President of Columbia University, testifying before the United States House Committee on Education and the Workforce, said if it was up to her, Mossad would have never gotten tenure. Okay. The claim made by Zionists and by Professor Morris that late 19th century European Jews are direct descendants of the ancient Palestinian Hebrews is what is preposterous here. This kind of anti-Semitic claim that European Jews were not European. What? Okay. How does he think Jews ended up in Europe? Okay. Same thing again, eh? The Khazar theory or whatever the fuck. Okay.
100 Jews as, and I quote again, awesome, astonishing, astounding, and incredible. What perverse statements. A tenured professor.
Uh-oh.
Who's been saying these type of things for 20 years.
Uh-oh. He didn't even really do the best job of cherry picking that quote. You could get much worse quotes to capture the spirit of that article.
Thank you, Dr. Adams. Ms. Stefanik, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I want to follow up on my colleague Rep. Wahlberg's questions regarding Professor Joseph Mossad. So let me be clear, President, that he was spoken to. Who spoke with him?
He was spoken to by his head of department and his dean.
And what was he told?
I was not in those conversations. I think.
But you're not aware what he was
that
told?
language
What
was
was he told?
unacceptable.
What was he told?
That language was unacceptable.
And were there any other enforcement actions taken? Any other disciplinary actions taken?
In his case, he has not repeated anything like that ever since.
Does he need to repeat stating that the massacre of Israeli civilians was awesome? Does he need to repeat his participation in an unauthorized pro-Hamas demonstration on April 4th? You know, Professor David.
Again, the word awesome, again, the word awesome, if you're an old person, can just mean like awe-inspiring. Like it doesn't mean to be good, right? He's not like a valley girl. Awesome. He's not, I don't know why. Why don't you read the article? Like there are better quotes to use. What the fuck? I don't even, whatever.
Skizzer talked about the lack of enforcement. Do you agree that this is an issue with a lack of enforcement? When the policy of Colombia specifically stated on April 5th said, I want to make clear that it is absolutely unacceptable for any member of this community to promote the use of terror or violence, and yet you have no action, no disciplinary action.
Like this is it, right? It's talking about their battle against their cruel colonizers when most of the people they killed were civilians. That's all you need. That's it. He described it as a battle against cruel colonizers. What, the people from the festival and shit? Like, yeah, the ancient, like, okay, whatever. Yeah, like that's, I feel like you'd do a much better job of that, but yeah.
Do you agree with how the university has handled this?
Yeah, we have 4,700 faculty at Columbia, most of whom spend all of their time dedicated to teaching their students.
But I'm talking about the faculty members who are supporting terror. And it's not just that case. Let me bring your attention to Muhammad Abdu, who was hired
I disagree with the professor's views. But shouldn't there places in academia be for people with controversial views and so on? I'm all for that, but does that mean like we're on a level of like having David Irving teaching Holocaust shit in this university, right? Like, I don't know. I feel like there's got to be a limit. And if you're going to discuss these things, you should discuss them responsibly, not just by... I don't really know if that counts as responsible education. I mean, I think if people want to make the argument, if they want to make the argument that October 7th was an act of legitimate resistance, they can make that argument, but that should be like up for debate and not really, I don't know if I would give tenure to someone who believes that, no.
After the October 7th terrorist attack against Israel, he, on October 11th, posted, yes, I'm with Hamas and Hezbollah and Islamic Jihad. He also decried false reports accusing... Let me bring your attention to Muhammad Abdu, who...
Oh, this is the guy. This is the guy. Muhammad Abdu. Okay.
Was hired after the October 7th terrorist attack against Israel. He, on October 11th, posted, yes, I'm with Hamas and Hezbollah and Islamic Jihad. He also decried...
October 11th. Where did he say that? Is there a tweet? Must be a tweet, right? That's nothing. Where did he say that? New York Times. Probably a rally. She said posted. He said he posted. Where? How do I... Hang on. 1 second. Where's my... What? Where's my paywall removing extension? What the fuck? Okay. Thank you. Hey. Come on. I thought I was logged into New York Times. I thought I had an account. Why? I do have an account. Why won't they let me read the shitting article? Do I need to pay more? How much do I need to give them? What do I got to do to... It's not letting me do it. Okay. Can someone DM me this New York Times article, please? I can't get a hold of it. Why the hell not? Weird. I'm getting extorted. Uh-oh. I don't want it, because the rest of these are like activist sites. I don't want to use an activist site to find this quote. Oh, is there a interview? Okay. January 5th. Hezbollah. Facebook post. Oh no.
While I might be with Hamas and support the resistance, absolutely, and so on, but there are certain junctions and forks in the road that I think mean. I think a lot of us have open, on the land. A free Palestine means, anti-queer-phobic commitments, anti-sexist commitments.
Oh, this is him. Yeah, this is the guy, the pro-Hamas anti-queer-phobic, who has to caveat when he says warriors to say that he's not using gendered language and misogynistic stereotypes. Bro!
Anti-so many different things in terms of commitments. And it means then that we also need to develop, at least from a Muslim perspective, decolonial abolitionist readings of Islam. While I might be with Hamas and support the resistance, absolutely, and so on, but there are certain junctions and forks in the road that I think me and I think a lot of other Muslims, whether we speak about it or not. And this is not for white supremacists or white liberals to use this point that may have issues with in terms of certain levels of authoritarianism or queerphobia and so on and so forth that need to be discussed. But these are the kinds of conversations I think that become very valid and very important. And why the political theological discussion, particularly as it relates to Islam, also needs to manifest. Because look, we have the neoliberal manifestations of Islam that are peddled by Gulf monarchies, that are peddled by states like Turkey, and so on and so forth. And we have the neoconservative, the neo-fundamentalist conceptualizations of it with various different degrees, right? That range from Al-Qaeda to ISIS and so on and so forth.
But not Hamas. Okay, interesting. This is his Facebook post. Decolonization is inherently, or Iran, decolonization is inherently violent, yes, but it's also a spiritual act in restoring neocolonialism's disfiguring impact on the natives' racialized, sexualized, gendered, material, historical, symbolic, political, and spiritual relationship to our Mother Earth, non-Humexan life, and there's no way Humexan is that's a mistake, right? The X is kind of close to A on a QWERTY keyboard. Okay. All right, I need to take a deep breath for every sentence. That there are also spiritual subjects, not objects. While I understand the many impulses in secularizing Palestine and claiming that it isn't a religious struggle, brackets myself having been involved in diasporic Palestinian organizing for over 22 years in Turtle Island, close bracket, I never agreed with this approach. Then was a time in which Hamas, under the command of Sheikh Yassin, was engaged in bombings, and a lot of diasporic Palestinians, Arabs, and Muslims already contending with their settlerhood, and 9/11's impact on Turtle Island had and continue to have mixed feelings about Islam. Given that we've been predominantly been exposed to authoritarian, sexist, queerphobic interpretations of it. Hence, most abstained from the necessary spiritual conversations needed and instead preferred adopting a neoliberal Humexan rights-ism purpose, industrial approach to struggles which are problematic within themselves, given how they white enlightened supremacy. However, now, especially with all the effort spent over decades by many of us, the case is different, and continuing to secularize the conversation becomes highly problematic. It simultaneously allows room for a conflation between Judaism and Zionism, while also preserving pinkwashing Zionist settler colonial attacks on Arabs, Muslims, and Palestinians in light of Hamas's sexism, queerphobia, authoritarianism, and at the same time blunts more nuanced Fanonian conversations on the effective violence that neocolonialism and neo-imperialism instill in those colonized, as well as the right to bear arms, not just from a secular perspective, but also a Muslim perspective that addresses jihad, struggle, and qital, the actual Quranic term for fighting or go to war. The roots of the struggle for Palestine didn't begin in 1948, they go back to 1942. If one is genuinely keen in addressing the confluence of white supremacist crusading Euro-American politics that evicted, murdered, and persecuted Muslims and Jews who were referred to as savages and heathens prior to indigenous people across Abya Yala and Turtle Island with Columbus's conquistador invasion, we must look at 1492's global religious and spiritual dimension. If this is definitely the same guy, so if one wants to address anti-blackness in Zionist Israel and within predominantly Arab, South Asian, and Muslim societies, one has to look to 1492, given how a third to a fifth of the transatlantic Middle Passage slaves were Muslim from the Iberian Peninsula and the west coast of Africa. If one wants to address diasporic Arab, Muslim, Palestinian settlerhood and complicity in Turtle Island, one has to look at 1492, not 1948, that presents its own problems given state nationalism. If one is keen on not repeating a recurring Tahrir moment in which a secular leftist versus religious battle unfolds on a movement level, 1492 needs to be addressed. This guy has spent way too long behind closed doors in academia. What the fuck, man? Okay. As I always ask, what happens when Palestine is freed tomorrow? Will it be a one-state, a Eurocentric form of governance, as opposed to decolonial conceptualizations of governance and sovereignty from a Muslim and broadly spiritual perspective? Are we wanting to go back to like medieval shit? Or what are we talking about here? What the fuck? Again, the vagueness is so convenient, so safe. You're in such a safe space when you use all these fucking words that no one, that you could ask 100 academics even to tell you what each of these words means, and they will all give you different answers. Like, you get 200 different answers. Ugh. Will this state be governed through Hamas or Islamic Jihad's neoconservative idea of Sharia, a non-monolithic discourse, or a PA secularized constitution founded on Protestant ethic-based racial capitalist conceptualizations of individualist common law property and Victorian sexual gender mores? Where would that leave leftist Palestinians, queer Muslims, and feminists, etc., who will be stuck in between? These questions will need to be asked now and yesterday, before today and tomorrow. There's an opportunity here to address all this, even in the heat of battle, or to at least provoke them. I know I did in my book, Islam and Anarchism, and why I wrote it in the first place from a movement and political theological perspective aimed to develop an egalitarian, anti-authoritarian, and anti-capitalist, queer, feminist, abolitionist, and decolonial, etc. Quranic interpretation of Islam. We're circling in conversations which we would be transcending and is deeply frustrating and disindigenous to all our struggles, let alone to the discourse playing out in Palestine amongst Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis in Yemen, Iran, and Islamists more generally. Hamas refers to their warriors, which they are, as mujahideen. Does that not teach us anything? Christians and Muslims who carried assassinated Palestinian Christian journalist Shireen Abu Akleh chanted Allah Akbar. In the last 24 hours, have been ripe with false reports accusing Arabs and Muslims of decapitating the heads of children and being rapists. I mean, they decapitated a few people, okay? And it seems like quite a few people were, at the very least, at least 5 locations were stripped, either partially or fully, most of them women, and it seems to be quite a few witnesses said that they saw rapes, so I don't know. Anyway, what do these centuries-old tropes projected onto Muslims since before 1492 and later onto indigenous and black folks signal to you all? Yes, I'm with the resistance, be it Hamas and Hezbollah and Islamic Jihad, but up to a point. Given ultimate differences over our ethical political commitments, that's the difference between a strategy and a tactic too. So he's with Hamas and Hezbollah, but he opposes the sexism and the gender roles. Okay. And the homophobia. Should I just finish this? How do we stand in solidarity with Womexan? Ah! Fuck. Doing homework while ADHD. Lonerbox, hey bud, you are helping those conditioned to be okay with the death of people they don't like and understand by being so staunchly willing to defend Israel committing terrorism as it is. Just so you guys know, nothing I'm doing here justifies any war crimes or violations of IHL or further atrocities committed by Israel. It doesn't justify a single settlement. It doesn't justify any of the inflammatory rhetoric. What the fuck are you talking about? Fuck you, you fucking mouth-breathing human sack of fucking cum. Fuck you. How can you understand? By what? By talking about people in a fucking university being cringe as shit. Why? Just because you're a fucking propagandist and you think you're only with us or you're against us. So clearly, if you're criticizing this fucking psycho who's at a fucking university giving talks about fucking resistance and shit like that, supporting Hamas and Hezbollah with caveats that he doesn't like their queer phobia, and you think that means I'm justifying fucking atrocities against Palestinians, that's your problem. That's not my problem. Fuck you. You're a disingenuous moron. I'm not that professor. You are finding stupid shit to make a narrative to defend Israel. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Again, like I said, because you're a propagandist, because you see everything fitting into a narrative that is for you or against it. And regardless of how factual it is, if anything doesn't suit the narrative, it's bad. It's it must be the other narrative. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you think that way. If you want to actually come into here and explain anything I've said that is not factual, or anything I'm saying that is one-sided or anything like that, or anything that is justifying atrocities, you are more than welcome to come to Discord and let me know, okay? Otherwise, fuck off. Go watch the 50 other streamers who will ignore all of this shit and scream from the rooftops because there's one article about one Jewish guy in Germany who was arrested for anti-Semitism or some shit, right? Go there. Did I say come into me? All right, sorry. I said come into my Discord. Sorry. God. Ugh. Hmm. How do we stand in solidarity with Wumexen in Iran refusing the hijabs, while being critical of a neoconservative cis-hetero-Islam, the mullahs, and at the same time adopting an anti-imperialist interventionist stance that counters attempt to divide Iran, as Iraq before it, along sectarian and ethnic lines? How do we avoid another Syria still being led by the butcher of Damascus, while not giving in to an ISIS and an imperialist Euro-American project? How else do we address Russian Islamophobia against Chechens, Chinese Islamophobia against the Uyghur, Buddhist Myanmar Islamophobia against the Rohingyas, Indian Hindutva Islamophobia against Dalits and Kashmiris, Zionist Israeli Islamophobia against Palestinians, Euro-American Islamophobia against Muslims, etc.? Modernity is just an ongoing white supremacist crusade adopting the mask of a secularized Euro-American Christian enlightenment. In God we trust on the dollar bill. Capitalism and nation states possess to spirituality orientations even when secularized, materialism and authoritarianism that are not mutually exclusive. Shouldn't we take a cue when indigenous land defenders at No Dapol are being referred to as jihadi terrorists by US paramilitaries as Tiger Swan, or when BLM are referred to by the FBI as black extremist groups? I don't know if like the entirety of BLM was being referred to as a black extremist. Okay. It's not that Islam is exceptional. It's that it was made to be so because of 3 crusades prior to 1492. And how Muslims failed as a front line of defense since, because we lost sight of our original teachings not too long, gradually after the Prophet's death, most are focusing on the branches and forgetting the forest. Wake up, stop disingenuously secularizing and whitewashing our movements and struggles. This guy is just like, he's kind of like the fucking white folks who just want the Roman Empire back, but for Islam. Okay. I like it how I'm asking you to show me examples of me doing the things you're accusing me of doing, and you're just repeating yourself. Do you not look at yourself and say, I'm asking you to give evidence of me supporting atrocities against Palestinians, and you're just saying, Lorna Box, you said it again now. How many times? You're promoting your viewers to be okay with the death of humans they don't like. You're promoting your viewers to be okay with the death of humans they don't like. You have to provide evidence to a claim. Like, what's wrong with you? Fuck me. I'm sorry. Okay. It's okay. You're doing it now. By criticizing this guy, I'm promoting death. The guy who supports Hamas, and by saying that there's a problem with maybe people like this being given positions of privilege and stature in American universities, that it might make Jewish students feel perhaps a little bit unsafe, that's not... What's wrong with you? Why don't you just say, I'm not anti-Palestinian, I'm anti-Hamas? Wouldn't that dispel these petty arguments? No, the problem is that once people make up their mind about you, they will stay there forever, regardless of what you say. Like the problem that people have with me from this side of the internet is not that I'm just pro-Palestine, but anti-Hamas. The problem they have with me is that I don't do discourse like they do, is that I'm not like a partisan fucking psycho propagandist dipshit. That's why they don't like me. Like that, it's because I don't do it the way they do it. Ugh. Anyway. So he did say that. Okay, true, fine.
Let me bring your attention to Muhammad Abdu, who was hired after the October 7th terrorist attack against Israel. He, on October 11th, posted, yes,
what's his,
I'm with
wiki?
Hamas and Hezbollah and Islamic Jihad. He also decried false terrorist
so
attack against...
what's his thing? He's not this guy, is he? Columbia University. That's in there? Fuck off mailing list, go away. North African Egyptian Muslim anarchist interdisciplinary activist scholar of... Oh my god. That's a mouthful? Okay. He had hair though before, he went bald since. So what's his role at visiting professor? on modern Arab studies this year, spring 2024. Okay. Damn. This university is not okay. Who's this in chat? Hello? Orca. Hello?
Check, check.
Hello?
Hello.
What can I do for you?
You asked me to come here, or at least your chat was freaking the fuck out for me to come in here.
Which one are you? Are you the one who was saying that I was making my
buddy,
chat
I
okay
was.
with atrocities and massacres and shit like that?
Okay, here, like, I'm not sure what the deal is where it's hard to understand that, like, if you give all this attention to one thing, that there might be a cause and effect there. Like, it's really wild that so many people, specifically your chatters at that moment, are so willing to be okay with all the shit that's going on, all because of fill in whatever excuse. It's, oh, well, there was October 7th. Oh, there's this crazy person saying this thing over here. Oh, it's some weird fucking justification, and it just smacks against reality for me.
How much coverage of this particular thing at Columbia University would be enough? At what point does it become too much? I've been talking about this for less than 2 hours.
Columbia University, just this topic?
Yeah, or are you talking about in general? Do you not think it's a problem when you have people who are capturing apparently quite a few people on the left who are pro like Hamas? Is that not an issue?
Well, okay. I don't actually know who pro-Hamas are on the left. I truly don't. I don't. I've heard people say stuff like Hassan or a few other left streamers are pro-Hamas, and that feels so absurd. It's so absurd.
I don't
like
think Hassan is.
MAGA saying-
I don't think Hassan is pro Hamas. His rhetoric is he very much covers for people who are pro Hamas. If you ever see people like Hamas talking, if they're watching a video of a Hamas guy saying they want to do October 7th over and over again, there are people in his chat just saying, yeah, based, love it, awesome, yeah, Giga Chad. And then he covers for people like Second Thought. Second Thought is absolutely pro Hamas. He said that there's no such thing as an Israeli civilian. There's Hakeem, who said that what they were doing on October 7th was like a bunch of very base things. There's Padam Banada, obviously, like I don't even need to explain that one. He will tell you he's pro Hamas. You don't think this is an issue, or what? Like in our space? Like,
okay, let me tell you this. I mean, I've enjoyed Second Thought plenty, but even I, on my own, when all this shit was going down, saw, I think you said the name, Hakeem. What's the other one? Not Second Thought. I forgot the other guy's
Hakeem Badam Panada?
Not bad, and it was Hakeem. And I saw some of the shit that he was saying, and I actually had personal words with him as well. And I was like, what the fuck are you saying? Terrorists are terrorists. It doesn't matter if it seems like they're going in your direction for progress, what you see as good.
But these are creators
Like,
openly supporting it, not
that,
just
but I don't.
yeah. So they're openly supporting it. They're not just being like, look at these bad things that the IDF are doing, which I do as well. I've made lots of videos about IDF atrocities. I cover them in probably more in detail than any other person on the left does at the moment, because they just use headlines most of the time. So I don't know why you think this is. If someone in my chat thinks that Israeli military action against Gaza is okay, they probably think that. Regardless of what this guy's saying at Columbia University, they probably think it's justified because Hamas decided that they wanted to wage a war with Israel, and they're not surrendering, and they've been firing rockets for the last 6 months. They haven't given up. I think, and because they launched an attack on October 7th to try to capture territory and to murder civilians, I think that's probably why people think the military action is justified. No, not because of cringe, like terror sympathizers in Columbia University. That's like a separate thing to talk about.
All right. The only thing I can apologize for so far is putting the sins of some of your chatters on you. But the only reason I had a problem is because so many of your chatters we're seemingly so willing to do this justification gymnastics, like work in their head to get to the point where they're okay with what's okaying, with what Israel's doing in Gaza, and be okay with it. And
well, don't. You can obviously, if the majority of my audience thinks that's a certain thing is okay, it probably has something to do with what I'm telling them because they're watching me and they're getting their information from me. What specific thing is there? Are people supporting that's a bad, like that they shouldn't be in my audience?
I saw very many people already saying that what Israel's doing, they've just likened it to just simply a defense, and I can't see that. I can't see what's occurring as simply a defense, even if there are still rockets flying from time to time. It's just like the comparison feels so unequal that it doesn't even really seem respectful to try to put it in a comparative light that way.
Would it be defensive if all they were doing was hitting the locations where the rockets were being fired from? If they just kept
Say again, I didn't hear you.
Would it be defense if they were just targeting the locations where the rockets were being fired from?
I mean, I'm not going to pretend I'm a military general or understand those kind of tactics, but I mean, couldn't it just as easily be done that they shoot the rockets in a place that is around civilians, and then they shoot them, they run, civilians get the clap back from IDF, and now the Hamas have left, so really you've just killed a bunch of civilians, and for what? That's just random hypothetical right off the top of my head.
Yeah, that doesn't really answer my question. My question was, I don't think you need to be a military expert to know the answer to this. If there are rockets being fired from Gaza, are the IDF allowed to go and hit wherever those rockets are being launched from? Just one thing at a time, nothing else.
I mean, from what I understand, verifying your target's a big deal. Just from automatically shooting back. Like I said, if you shoot back automatically with a rocket, like what's the chances that they're still at that place?
No, that's what I mean. You'd have to identify the target and hit it. you'd have to airstrike it or drone strike it. You'd have to actually confirm that it is that target when you're over it. Yeah, I don't just mean a rocket gets fired from this coordinate, go just lob a shell over to that coordinate and hope it hits them. I don't mean that. I mean like airstrikes or drone strikes or just anything targeted at that thing. Yeah.
I mean, of course, if you know that there's I don't have problems with actual villains of humanity dying.
All right, so they're okay to hit the rocket launch sites. Are they okay to hit the tunnel network where those rockets are being transported? Are they okay to hit those?
I don't know about that, because the simple truth is, it seems like I don't know where that as a reality I don't know where that as a reality meets meets the idea of it. Like, yeah, that sounds good. Like, yeah, let's destroy their means of getting these things from place A to B. I get that. Yeah, that makes sense. But it seems like it's been more of a excuse to do more bombing than was ever necessary.
How do we know that?
Gaza's gone almost.
What do you mean? Like, if their goal is to take out Hamas,
like, that's
do you think that's what they're doing, though? Do you think that's not what their goal is? Do you think their goal is beyond something like that?
Let me put it in one of your chat. Let's go. I'm trying to like follow and do a conversation with you, and at the same time try to stay on point. Part of my issue, my sin against you, was putting the sins of some of your chatters on you. One of the chatters did say one of their defenses was something to the effect of only 1/3 of all the deaths are Hamas, but the other 2/3 of the deaths were civilians, and that amounts to like a small percentage of the overall population. Ergo, it's all good. And that kind of thing, I don't know. It puts a real pause on me real quick. You had just said something. You had asked a question. That's where I spoke up. What did you just ask me?
Yeah, you're saying, so Gaza has obviously been pretty badly damaged. Like, again, often happens in urban warfare, especially when there isn't. It's very difficult to tell military targets from civilians because of how the one side chooses to fight. There are probably other variables as well, like lack of proportionality or things like that you could argue. I just don't really know. We've gone from Israel's okay to hit Hamas targets, and it seems to be that whatever that person in chat was saying, they were probably saying something like they've killed anything between a fifth and a half of the people who have died have been Hamas. So, like, if we go by Hamas's numbers, it seems to be they've killed like 20% of Hamas's fighters. If we go by IDF numbers, they've killed like maybe 45%, right? Like between 6,000 and 15, like 12, 13,000, right?
Yeah, the numbers are all over the place.
So yeah, but minimum it seems to be they've killed about 20% of Hamas's fighters. And if you go by proportion of the entire civilian population, it seems to be they've killed maybe about 1% of the civilian population, maybe a bit more. So the suggestion there is that it seems to be like they're aiming for Hamas. And it seems to be that they're willing to accept a lot of collateral damage to do it, but it seems to be that their aim is to kill Hamas. It doesn't seem like their goal is to kill as many civilians as they can.
Yeah, I get the sentiment. I really do. But it feels willfully ignorant to, and I don't mean you necessarily by you, but by that chatter, I do mean this. Willfully ignorant to suggest that that's the only thing that's occurred is just simply a loss of lives. And I mean, if you had your shit blown up today, even if you're alive, your life is pretty fucked. If you lost a limb, your life is pretty fucked. If you lost family members, your life is pretty fucked. Like, there's a lot of things going on there that's much more than just simply finding a statistic where you can make some ratios and do some numbers in your head and be like, yep, I'm okay with it now.
Well, I don't think anyone's okay with civilians dying. I think when people say that, they're pushing back against the idea that Israel has this mission to just kill as many Palestinians as possible, or has this mission to commit genocide, or they're targeting civilians. It seems that way. It seems like they're trying to kill as many Palestinians as possible.
It does. It does. It very much does.
By killing 30,000 people by killing 30,000 people in 6 months, you think that's as many as they can? Compared to what?
No, I'm sure
with their technology?
I'm sure. No, I'm sure they could kill a lot more if they had no holds bar. I don't know. We're talking about like I'm guessing like somewhere between 60 to 80% of the population completely gone, but that's not here nor there. Regardless of whether they're trying to look good in the world's eyes or they're actually trying to do something they see as justified, it doesn't matter. The point is, what's happening isn't justified. At least in my opinion, it's not justified.
So there are holds barred. So we can actually say they're not trying to kill as many Palestinians as possible, because if it's not no holds barred, that means then they're doing something else. Obviously, even with older technology, people firebomb cities, and they were able to kill like 20 or 30,000 people in a few days. Or Tokyo was like 100,000 people in a couple of days. Yeah, that's quite. The capabilities are far higher now than they were then. So it doesn't seem like their goal is to kill as many Palestinian civilians as possible. It seems to be like they're killing a much higher proportion of Hamas fighters than they are killing a proportion of the civilian population, even though they can basically strike wherever they want. So I'm just wondering why you think their goal is to kill as many Palestinians as possible then.
It's not just, it's like intent, right? Like they're not just, it's like, someone might want to kill someone, but they haven't. That's still pretty fucked up. They still might go to jail, at least in the United States. If you do certain actions that would lead you to the idea that they're being aggressive in that nature, you can get in trouble for it. But when we do it in this sense, it's perfectly, it seems almost okay. And I'm just not there for it. Again, homes are gone, limbs are gone, family members are gone, their livelihoods are gone. It just, there's too many extra pieces in this, other than to simply, at least for me, to simply break it down into what lives are lost. Was this collateral? Is this all this other collateral justify us being able to kill possibly 40% of Hamas.
Well, that's a different question, though, isn't it? Because your first of all, you said it seems like they just want to kill as many people as they can, but now you're moving on to they think collateral is acceptable to kill Hamas. But that tells you there's two very different kinds of intent there. One kind of intent is they want to take out Hamas and they're willing to accept collateral death to do it. The other kind of intent is they just want to kill Palestinians.
Okay, but they're wanting to do a thing, and then what their actions are doing is still achieving a certain goal, which is to get rid of Palestinians from their lives.
But why are you inferring that goal? Because they have collateral damage. Because they have a threshold of collateral damage. Because they have a high acceptance of collateral damage. That's it.
It's seriously. It's not just buildings, dude.
Yeah, I know it's not just buildings, but again, you pointing to the fact that there's horrific things happening and people's lives are being destroyed and people who don't deserve to die are dying. That's not the argument you're making, though. We all agree that's bad. I don't think anyone in chat's going to say that civilians dying in Gaza is a good thing.
That's the whole crux of this.
The question is, you said the question is over intent. But if the question is the intent, though,
the whole crux is whether this is justified at all and whether it's worth defending Israel almost wholesale. It's not saying, do people have the right to defend themselves? Who is going to say, no, you do not have the right to defend themselves?
Oh, lots of people say that, unfortunately. Hassan said that. Hassan said that Israel doesn't have a right to defend itself because they're a belligerent occupier.
Stuff like that, I feel it feels like such a mischaracterization. It feels it's like, why do I even need to defend Hassan anyway? Why does that?
Well, you just said no one's saying that, but people are saying that, unfortunately. It doesn't matter, though. We don't need to talk about them. We need to talk about what your opinion is. So it seemed to be that you said it was okay for Israel to take out Hamas people.
There's not a reason to continue this justification for Israel, which is what rhetoric does, dude.
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out from you.
It does. It's the
that's
same
what I'm trying to figure out.
Tim Pool is getting pissed off because he has he's had a few shooters mention his name, like that they somehow took apart in framing those individuals' worldview, and he's all like scared of it now, and he has an image about it. He doesn't like it, reasonably so.
But that's what I'm trying to figure out from you, though, because earlier, not too long ago, you said it would be okay for Israel to take out a Hamas rocket launch site. So you said that was okay, and you said it's okay for them to target Hamas. But I think we both understand. I think we both understand that it's very difficult, actually impossible, to do that to any degree without civilians getting caught up in the middle of it as well, because urban warfare plus Hamas tactics. So we know that. But that sounds like it seems like even by your admission, you're okay with some level of civilian deaths in Gaza, unless you think Israel should just do nothing.
No. There is a problem with this idea that you can just place where I would be okay with. I don't want any civilians' deaths. Do I expect civilians' deaths to occur when you're talking about terrorists and war and shit like that? Yeah, it happens. I mean, terrorists kill civilians. It happens. But that does not mean that you just get to go willy-nilly and kill whoever the fuck just because you're scared that they're going to shoot more rockets, or for that matter, destroy homes and all of it. Again, I feel like every single time, like even now, even just what you just did, sir, is you narrowing the zoom focus so in to it's a Mott and Bailey. It's a Mott and Bailey. Is it okay to defend yourself? Of course. It's okay to defend yourself, and then a harder question gets asked, and then we move back. Maybe I started the wrong way. I apologize. The Bailey is the strong point. The Mott is the harder to defend.
I know what you're saying. The difference is that it sounds like you're saying that any civilian casualties in a war against Hamas is unacceptable and shouldn't happen. And
no, not unacceptable. I already told you it's going to happen.
Okay, so you said it's going to happen. So the next thing you said was, are they just going willy-nilly and killing whoever? But that's not the Mott and Bailey. I don't think it's, for example, I don't think it's a justification for killing those aid workers. I don't think it's a justification for certain strikes where it seems to be that very little military infrastructure was hit, but like 70 civilians died. I don't think it's a justification for that. I don't think it's a justification for turning off the water like they did for 6 months in the north of Gaza. I don't think anyone here thinks that's justified either. That's the difference, though, is like we're talking about whether or not them actually going to war with Hamas is acceptable or not. And when you're saying, are they going willy-nilly and killing whoever the fuck, that's obviously the contested claim, right? Because it seems like you don't think they're going willy-nilly and killing whoever the fuck. You said that there are holds barred. You said that they're not, they're killing.
More so.
How do you know that?
If do you think, okay, time out. If we're going to do this, then you can play the same hypothetical with me. If there were no eyes on Israel, do you think that they'd be more okay with killing a lot more people?
They might be willing to break more rules, yeah, but they
games of, well, where's my point of it being okay? Am I okay with 1 civilian death, 2, 3, 100? You'd like none. You'd like none, but you understand that that's not how war, or frankly, how terrorism works. Okay? The whole argument here is what Israel's doing okay or not? Is it defense? No, you asked that question. No, but are they allowed to defend themselves? Yes. Okay, so then they can fight. Then they can fight and shoot rockets back and do that. No, yes, yes, they can. But does that mean that they can shoot and fire rockets at every fucking building and just say, oh, there was a mosque there. Oh, there was a tunnel there. Oh, it was a weapons depot or some other fucking excuse? It's just constant.
Do you think it's fair to say that some of it is justified defense and some of it isn't? That there can be a just war, but there can also be excesses?
Of course, that's of course. But
I feel like that's my position. I feel like that's the position of. I don't think there's anyone here who would sign off on every single
rule that they're doing. Do you think in general what Israel is doing is defense in general?
I think that's quite hard to say right now with the information we have, but it seems to be. It seems to be that like they've killed a much higher proportion of Hamas fighters than they've killed proportion of civilians, which seems to be, that's even by Hamas's numbers. By the IDF's numbers, it's even more so. So yeah, it seems to be that they're targeting Hamas, like the highest proportion of people, like in terms of like they're killing a higher proportion of Hamas people than they're killing as a proportion of the civilian population. You admitted that. So yeah, it seems like they're going for Hamas. It seems like excesses are being carried out. It seems like they are being very far too tolerant of collateral death in order to achieve their goal. I would make that statement. I think they've actually, in some cases, been criminally accepting of collateral damage and collective punishment, like with turning off the water. I think they've been very negligent and very reckless in their pursuit of their goals when it comes to like killing of aid workers and things like that. But it does seem like their goal is to take out Hamas. I think Hamas had like 24 battalions before October 7th. They're down to like 6. They've lost at least 20% of their fighting force, maybe up to 40, 45. Seems like Israel's going after Hamas for the most part, yeah.
I know it might seem that way, but when I look at Gaza, I go, okay, I guess they just think all of Gaza is Hamas then.
Yeah, but you having an emotional reaction to the impacts of war isn't really an argument against what it seems to be like their military operation is geared towards.
Say that one more time.
You having an emotional reaction to the suffering in Gaza is not an argument against the fact that it seems to be that Israel is targeting Hamas based on the proportion of Hamas fighters that have died versus proportion of the civilian population.
Well, I can have 2 reactions to that. One, that still doesn't mean, again, there's a justification for all the collateral. And then 2, fuck, what was 2? 2 was just there. It was the first thing I thought. I almost want to ask you to repeat yourself one more time. I apologize.
I said you having an emotional reaction to the horrors of war is not really an argument towards what Israel's intent is. Because if we look at ratios, again, by conservative estimates, Israel has killed at least 20% of Hamas's fighting force, possibly 40%. And also, they've killed about 1% of the civilian population, give or take a few points either side. So it seems to be that Israel is aiming for Hamas fighters, even if they're willing to accept unacceptably high levels of collateral to do it. So it seems to be that Israel's war is against Hamas. I don't know where the evidence is for in those numbers or just in general with how they operate. I don't know where
Gaza's gone. You've already said they've done tons of actions. I don't know how we got to go back to this. Like we're gonna forget that all this other stuff is just some floaty thing that we can just ignore, like it didn't occur, like it's not somehow a huge part of the equation. I do not know how we're closing our eyes to it when we get to this part where we're saying, well, their motives seem like they're just defending themselves, or they're trying to just fight Hamas.
Do you
It's
think
like,
America was trying to fight ISIS in Mosul? Because
Okay.
you could just look at a picture and say Mosul's gone.
We're
Look
not
at it.
gonna
They
do
were
a
clearly trying to kill
whataboutism.
as many
You're gonna
people
go in the
there.
wrong direction if you're going to go to whataboutism.
It's an
You're gonna
analogy.
go
It's
in the
not. It's a
wrong
comparison
direction
and
if
an
you're gonna go
analogy.
whataboutism.
It's not a whataboutism. It's an analogy and a comparison. Do you think? Look, you can
No,
look at this
I do
picture and
not
say
think
Mosul's
a lot of what
gone.
America has done is right. I was in the military. I was also 11 Bravo. I do not respect anything that I fucking did. I was young. I was dumb, and now I've grown up, and I thoroughly regret my actions of ever even joining military service. I do not like the lies that I was fed. I do not like that we allow ourselves to be okay with the deaths of people on other parts of the world for whatever fucking reason.
That's not the question, though. The question is whether or not the U.S. coalition, which also included like Kurds and shit like that, right? But the question is whether or not that operation was to kill as many people living there as possible, or were they just trying to, or were they targeting ISIS? Seems like they were targeting ISIS, even though that Mosul got pretty badly damaged, right? A lot of buildings were destroyed.
And our pretend motive of fighting all these terrorists in the Middle East when we were there for 20 fucking years. Do you think that our excuse of just simply being there for liberating the land was legit? Or was it about oil and control and all those other things that, the lefties have conspiracies about that right are always talking about?
Well, with Iraq, obviously their motives were not what they said they were, because they were found out to be lying. But we're talking about the fight against ISIS. It seems to be they did actually do what they said they were doing, because the ISIS got completely fucking wrecked by the war against ISIS. Yeah, ISIS are what? They're barely anything now compared to what they used to be. So it does actually seem that they were going for ISIS. What do you think they had other motives? Do you think they were doing Mosul and all this other stuff?
Look right now. Motives,
I'm asking you about
and the things
ISIS
that
and
they sell us on are part of the lie. That's part of the reason I started getting upset there, sir.
So it
Because
was a
motives
lie.
And the things that they're selling doesn't necessarily mean the truth.
Okay,
Just
so
because
they
they
weren't
say that
trying
we're
to.
fighting Hamas, just because we say we're trying to fight the terrorists, just because those things are said, does not. It may be a part of a truth. It may be one of the truths, but it's not the whole truth.
Okay, so you think the whole truth of so at least part of the truth of the war against ISIS was they were trying to take out ISIS, right? But there was also other motives like foreign policy, economics, maybe, or things like that, right?
Not just ISIS. I'm trying to link this to Israel as well and Afghanistan, all of it. You wanted to go there, I went there.
Okay, so so Israel's in Gaza, so in part to take out Hamas? Can we just get over that one before we go to the next question?
I feel like we've already done that.
So you think they are? They are partly at least there to get rid of Hamas, but they have other motives as well, right?
Of course.
And what's the other motive?
I'm not sure if I'm being sea lioned or you actually want an answer.
Well, I think you think the other motive is like to kill as many Palestinians as possible, but then I would ask you where the proof of that is.
I think what I said earlier was exactly right, which is they don't want Palestinians in their lives, whether they're dead or moved.
Okay, so they want to move them. They want to kick them out to Sinai?
Out of their lives. They don't care where.
I mean, in Gaza it could be part of their lives because Israel left Gaza in 2005. I feel like if Israel had left Gaza and then Gaza just kind of like did their own thing and there was no interaction between the two groups, I feel like Israel wouldn't care at all about Gaza.
Are we really? What year is it?
2024.
Where'd you go? Where are you going with that?
When you're saying Israel wants Gazans out of their lives, I think they probably do, but they tried in 2005. They probably thought they were getting Gazans out of their lives.
Be clear.
Palestinians out of their lives. Okay, yeah. So I don't disagree. That seems to be what they want, but that could also mean them leaving the territory Like if Israel had left Gaza in 2005 and then Hamas and people in Gaza were just kind of doing their own thing and not doing anything with regards to Israel, do you think the response would have been the same?
Okay,
I feel like
now
Israel
you're trying
doesn't
to get
want
in the
Gaza.
weeds of the relationship between the two since in the last 20 years and ignoring the previous, what number is it? I don't even know. It's over 50.
We can talk about the
Really?
previous 50 years if you want.
I don't want to do that, dude. We're talking about one singular thing that's occurring right now, and you want to get in the weeds of all this history.
Okay.
And how long until we get into the more weeds of the history of who owned what before who was there? It's
Well,
why
it's an
even try to
example.
do
It's because you said that Israel wants Palestinians out of their lives. If Israel could,
it seems pretty clear. Does it seem like we want oil in Middle East, and maybe that's the reason that we were there?
I just agreed with you. I don't think anyone would disagree that Israel wants Palestinians out of their lives. If Israel could just leave Gaza tomorrow and then there would be no attacks from Gaza into Israel ever again, do you think Israel would be okay with that? Or do you think they want Gaza itself? Do you think they want the strip of land? Or do they just want separation between them and Gaza? What do you think they want?
Well, I'm not sure the complete point of the question, but I'm trying to be charitable. I'm thinking you're asking like what do they actually want, like literally what you're asking.
Mm-hmm.
And I would answer that with what do MAGA want? What does make America great again, right? And you ask them and they don't really know how to answer that question. There's not one complete answer for them as to maybe some do want Gaza. Maybe some Israel do feel like they own it. Maybe some just don't like Palestinians and just want them out of that area. Maybe there's got to be a myriad of reasons, but when it all comes down to it, it's they just want them out of their lives, and the other stuff is kind of peripheral.
But that doesn't really speak to what their war aims are right now, like what the war cabinet is actually putting down as their objectives. It seems to be that one of their objectives is to take out Hamas, is to make Hamas like non-functioning, basically.
All right. Okay, I know how to answer your question a bit simpler. If you asked if they were to leave like today, they left. I don't think Israel would be okay with Palestinians simply moving back and starting to rebuild. I don't see that as plausible. It sounds very unlikely.
If they knew that Palestinian rebuilding project would involve no military action, right?
Even if like if they somehow had some kind of magic orb that told them every Hamas member was dead and there was no one wanting to go down that path. Somehow they had that. Something tells me that that's not actually all that they care about.
Okay, well, that's something tells you is what
I
want to know.
Based on the rhetoric, based on all that you can see from them.
That's the burden of proof there is pretty high on you then. If you think that even if everyone in Gaza had wanted nothing to do with Israel, wanted no Hamas violence or anything like that, then Israel would still not want Palestinians there. That is, what's the something in that case? I'm sure some Israelis, we know some Israelis think that Gaza belongs to them. Most of them don't. Most Israelis don't want anything to do with Gaza. So why are you making that claim? Something tells you. What tells you?
The same way we have rhetoric here where people speak and then have they make allusion again. I go back to make America great. They barely even understand what they want, but what they want sometimes doesn't sound so quote unquote great.
Okay, I'm going to do this for you because you're being really, really vague. There's a few answers you could give me. I just want to see if any of them actually speak to your opinion the best. Do you think Israel wants Gaza because there are some natural resources there to exploit? Do you think Israel wants to have something to do with Gaza because they just want that land for like religious reasons or biblical or historical reasons? Or do you think they want that because they just want to punish the Palestinians? Why do you think they want Gaza? Why do you think they don't want to just leave Gaza up to a group that wasn't going to attack them?
There's probably one you missed.
What?
There's probably one you missed. I'm saying all of the above.
Okay. And is this like...
It's not one answer, dude. It's not some kind of black and white. thing. It's just not. It's the same here. There's people here who are delusional in the United States about what they want in policy, and then even the slightest bit of probing shows that even amongst themselves they don't know what that one thing is, because it's not a one thing.
So all of the above, like, so they're in Gaza because they want a bit of
Some want this, some want that,
resources.
some
They
want
want it. They
another
want the
thing.
land. They want revenge. They just want to do it because they hate Palestinians. Again,
It's a little bit of spice. Some people want one thing and some people want another. But the bottom line is the overall arching theme is it's leave us the fuck alone. This is ours.
And do you think, yeah, so they want the land. Okay, so do you think this objective has been communicated in the cabinet? Do you think this is like a goal, like a war cabinet aim, the same way as take out Hamas's?
Okay, really? I mean, it feels, I won't lie. Okay, I'll go there. It feels disingenuous. Do you think that everything the government has ever done anywhere have always shed 100% light on what they're doing, or all their goals or ulterior motives to a thing? Like,
No, I would
come on.
never make that argument. That's why I would say, for example, in
Why
40,
are you
like,
doing it, pretending they don't have it here? Why couldn't Israel do that?
I just want to, I would just want
Why
proof
is
of
it
it.
hard to assume that? Why is it like a sin of me to say something that just seems obvious, but I have to argue it in some pedantic way where I can logically pin it down like 1 + 1 = 2?
Well, I think it helps to be able to justify your claims. I'm not asking you to show me the
I'm justified
documentation.
in simply looking at Gaza, my guy.
You
I'm
can't just
justified in
look
seeing
at
your
buildings that
chat
you
saying,
can't just look at
well,
buildings that have been destroyed.
2/3 of these people are not for civilians, but they're okay to die. That's where my claims are coming from, dude.
So because there's a
coming from
high
your
death
chat
ratio
and
in
looking at
urban
other
warfare,
people being okay with.
so because there's a high civilian death ratio in urban warfare, in warfare where one of the sides doesn't barely even dresses up as fucking soldiers, where civilian infrastructure is indistinguishable from military infrastructure from the outside, this is all evidence that Israel wants the land and it's obvious to you. I'm sorry, it's not really exactly, do you think it's like dishonest of me
Man,
to
I've
ask you
already told
to
you, it's a
justify
little
your
bit of
claims?
everything. It's a little bit of everything, and there's plenty of things to justify more than one of the claims I've made, whether it be against you, your chat, or Israel. It's ridiculous you want to do this. It's like we run around in circles on the same thing more than once. Like, I don't know what to tell you, dude. You're not like this horrible human being. I'm not pretending that like you or like your chat was pretending Hassan is a pro Hamas. I'm not doing that to you right now. But I am telling you, your rhetoric is making your chatters feel like it's okay. What Israel's doing is defensible. That's my argument. That's what I came in with. You want to I tried to talk to you. You don't like it. You don't like it. You want to try to play like from some like technical thing. Whatever. Go look at Israel and see what they're saying, that they actually just want to fight Hamas and they're just defending themselves. I'm sure you're going to get a lot of truth there, and I'm sure you're going to help your viewers find that truth, as I've seen in your chat.
I'm pretty sure the
appreciate your
people in
time.
my... Oh, are you going?
I
Okay.
appreciate your time.
All right,
I
yeah.
know.
Well, hopefully you'll be able to
I'm
justify
kind of-
any of your claims next time and be a bit less retarded, but okay, that's fine.
Right. Okay, I tried to have an honest conversation.
Fucking hell, man. Jesus Christ. It's always the same thing when you get the most bold fucking chatters and then you ask them to just justify any of their positions and it's just the same fucking like flopping as soon as their opinions are subject to just like the slightest bit of scrutiny. Fuck's sake. Hello.
I'm really bummed I was about to hop in and represent Chad because he was being fucking crazy in your chat.
Yeah, it is what it is.
But then he ran.
No, I kicked him. It's okay.
Oh. Yeah, the guy he was talking about was actually in the waiting room for a little bit because I was like, why is he like arguing through you to the chatter? But oh well, I'm sure there'll be
wait,
another.
who's that?
video.
Who's that wants to do that?
It was Upstate Trash, but he's gone
Oh.
now. I think the other one, there was another one too. I think the Matt guy might have been the other one.
Okay, cool.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
Take care.
Bye.
Hello, Matt from Discord.
Oh shoot! Here, let me pause this on. There. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hi.
Is it really horrible audio?
It's not the best. No.
Oh, sorry.
It's
I'm
fine.
really
I'll
new
do
to
it.
Discord, so I'm kind of trying to figure out how to run Discord through my phone into my PS5.
Oh.
All right, can you hear me now?
That's a little bit better.
Awesome. Yeah, so the guy that was just on, I kind of noticed he wasn't doing the greatest job of representing the pro-Palestinian side of the argument for Israel kind of wanting to take Gaza, to take the West Bank, and things of that nature. And I think it's because too many people are examining Israel from just like a monolithic kind of thing, where they're like, oh, Israel is just what Netanyahu and the current coalition government is doing right now under these circumstances.
Just to be clear, they absolutely want the West Bank. At least the Likud does.
Yeah.
They've said that. Yeah. But when
Yeah.
it comes to Gaza, obviously, I think it's like a third or maybe a bit more percentage of Israelis want it. But I think that wasn't really the debate. The debate was more whether their war activity is being informed by a desire to take Gaza for themselves, right? Which I just don't think has been demonstrated. But yeah, of course they want the West Bank. Yeah.
So I think it's other people have kind of said this, where Israel basically uses anytime they're provoked as an opportunity to go over the top and kind of push the boundary on what is the rest of the world going to allow them to do, and kind of pick up whatever scraps they can along the way with the most amount of plausible deniability behind their actions. So like you've already seen, I think there's been a considerable amount of attempts of settlers to already try to enter northern Gaza.
Mm-hmm.
There's plenty of pro-expansion Israelis that are like really foaming at the mouth to get in there and reestablish the settlements. And the public-facing or the Western-facing government of Israel can kind of say to the rest of the world, oh, no, we haven't put out a statement. We're not going to allow any of this bad stuff that you guys don't like. But at the same time, there's no real consequences for people that are completely on the other end of the spectrum. Like they're kind of like protesters in BLM that get arrested and then let go the next day.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, well, hold on, these people were just like vandalizing the store, and they just let them out the next day. So conservatives are like, hold up, why are you supporting this type of activity? And then the government in America can be like, well, no, we're not supporting it. We just lock them up and let them go, and they're at the next protest. That's kind of the way Israel has been handling their treatment of the Palestinians, because the Western world is allowing it. They're taking everything that the Israeli government tells us at face value, and then kind of hoping that people that don't agree with the way that Palestinians are being treated just say, well, I mean, they told us that they're not doing the bad thing, or that their plan isn't to do the bad thing in the long run.
There's a few things I maybe disagree with here, but I'll just focus on one.
Okay.
I think a better way to it's hard to tell, because I feel like I might agree with you to an extent. The way I would phrase it is, the Israeli right does what they can get away with. If Israel occupies Gaza, and they're probably going to say something like, we won't leave until we can have some kind of security guarantee when we leave. They're never going to get that security guarantee, so they'll stay there for a while. And at some point, settlers will force themselves in, and it's possible that the right-wing government of the time just won't stop them. That is not an unforeseeable outcome. I think that could happen. I think the rest of the world should rake Israel over the fire for that. I think I would be more than happy for every Western country to abandon Israel in terms of aid if they were allowing settlers to do that after Hamas is gone. But yeah, I can see it happening in that way, but I don't see it happening in the sense that this is like the governments or the cabinets or the war cabinets, that anticipation is driving their activity in Gaza right now.
I think the silly thing is, every time I talk to somebody who supports Biden, And it drives me into being like, I really don't want to vote for Biden because the smugness of like, oh yeah, but no, we're doing everything we can. But if you look at the actual situation, Biden's been signaling pretty hard to try to prevent the worst form of Israeli expansionism from like being able to just go. Whereas Trump, if Trump gets elected, that I think that is going to be the signal to the Netanyahu extremist right-wing side of the Israeli government that it's on. We just do whatever because the American government is now going to support us no matter what. Especially with this latest round of sanctions under the Leahy law, I think that's a signal. So if Biden wins, there's going to be more testing of the wind from Israel as to like, what can we do? What can we get away with? Can we actually push all these people into Egypt? Can we look the other way as illegal settlements are built and then wait 5 years and then acknowledge them?
Mm-hmm.
So as you kind of go through that process, that's, as much as I hate to support Biden, you kind of have to if you're pro-Palestinian.
Yeah, I agree.
You can make as much noise about it as you want as you go through, but if you want better outcomes for the Palestinian people, Biden's the only place you're going to get it.
It also doesn't make sense, because Biden has gone far and beyond what any president has done towards Israel, even since Bush Senior. I would say, the kind of the sanction, and even beyond, because Bush Senior never sanctioned outposts and settlers. That's a very new thing. They definitely never spoke about sanctioning IDF units. So if they're starting to do that, they're starting to do more than they've been expected to do. Why wouldn't they do even more? Wouldn't you want them in to see them do more? It doesn't make any sense at all.
So Biden's interesting because if you go back to 2014, if you go further back in his political career, he's been one of the more outspoken people for the Palestine situation. He identifies very heavily as Irish, and there's massive support for Palestine in Ireland because of the way that their relationship with England has been for the longest time. So he kind of has that kind of rebellion towards a foreign interest, in his family history, kind of, so to speak. But he also comes from an era of politics where hugging Israel tight in order to preserve influence is kind of the watchword of how you handle your relationship with Israel, because you don't just want to get kicked out of the room.
Yeah.
I think he's kind of getting snowed by Netanyahu a little bit, though, where he's allowing his public stance to be interpreted by leftists as so close to Netanyahu that he's just gonna allow a lot of really bad shit to happen without examining it. And it's taken a lot of bad press and a lot of young people, a lot of people of color, a lot of Muslims kind of threatening or just implicitly stating, we're not going to vote for you, or we'll even vote for Trump to get you out of office to punish you. And that's a really tough position for him to be in. And I'm really glad to see his kind of public stance moving further and further towards, we're not going to accept, these other things that you think you might be able to get away with. As far as evidence for, I think, was the guy also kind of trying to state the case for genocide kind of taking place?
I don't know what he was trying to say. He was trying to say a bunch of things. They want to kill all these Palestinians, but then I think he kind of walked back on that, and then they're also trying to take the land.
Yeah.
I think he was fixed on that. Yeah, something
So
like that.
again, I think it comes down to it's not really, I guess, it's probably not a dichotomy, but it's at least like a spectrum where there's kind of a respectable Israeli opinion of, look, if we just allow Hamas to continue to run rampant, if we don't get rid of them, they're just going to do this again. They've said they're going to do it again. A lot of aid that goes into Gaza just kind of mysteriously disappears, and then rockets get fired. What do you think's happening? So they have a justification on that end to say Hamas has to go. But then there's also, like I said, the idea that they want to turn the place, the right side, the far extreme expansion side, they wouldn't mind seeing Gaza be completely unlivable. No sewage system, no clean water, very, very little ability to produce food there. Like, I remember they were restricting exports even when it was peaceful. There was like a potato chip company that they wouldn't let make potato chips and then export them to other markets to make money. So it's they do want to do a quote unquote ethnic cleansing in the most sanitary method possible so as to not threaten their relationship with Western allies. And I think they've taken this opportunity really, really, really far, partially because the way that they go about it, because they can't have the leadership go out and say, well, just blow everything up. They have to do it through politicians that aren't involved in the chain of command.
Mm-hmm.
They have to do it through popular pundits. They have to do it through television personalities, actresses, actors, musicians. They have to communicate this to their military abroad. And then the 40 to 60% of the military that's like, okay, fuck it, rules of engagement are gone. They don't matter. We just go. And then, again, the Western-facing Israeli leadership can be like, oh, we'll investigate. Don't worry. We'll deal with it. We're the most moral military on the face of the planet. They'll wait 5 to 10 weeks for the next horrible atrocity to happen. And then it's like, oh, yeah, those guys that locked up that 78-year-old Palestinian American guy and then dumped him in the freezing cold,
Mm-hmm.
and he died of a heart attack. Those guys, yeah, well, like the one guy will boot him back down to whatever their lowest grunt level is, and he can't be in a leadership position for 2 years. We're not going to fire him. We're not going to criminally investigate. We'll just, and everybody, I think, in the IDF understands that that's the process.
Mm-hmm.
So there's, I think, the argument for a genocide taking place or an ethnic cleansing taking place is that Israel isn't doing, I guess it would more be they're violating the section of the Genocide Pact that says that they have to do everything in their power to prevent.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I think a lot of people who support Palestine are not getting that message across to their protesting foot soldiers. And then you see these weird rallies at Columbia University or wherever where they're chanting, "We support Hamas and their missiles too."
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, are you feds? Like, are you out here doing this to make the pro-Palestinian side look as terrible as you possibly can, or do you actually support, or are you just bored? Like, are you just bored and that this is what all your friends are talking about? So you're going out here and maybe one or two of the people that are, because it's cartoonish. It's like, I
Yeah,
don't
but
know.
if you look
It's
at
like,
like half of the propaganda that goes out, it's like everyone is taught to have a cartoonish understanding of what's happening down there, right? Like, so it doesn't even surprise me that they think that way. If you got the information feed that they do, you would think that way. But I think just to summarize what you were saying, it sounds like what you're saying is that were this 100 years ago or 200 years ago, and we didn't have the Geneva Convention and international laws and international opinions didn't matter and alliances didn't matter, they would just boot them all into Sinai and be done with it, right? I don't think anyone would
100
deny
years
that.
ago?
Yeah.
100 years ago, this is pre-World War II. This is before, like you said, before Geneva Convention. This is before really norms of combat are kind of being disseminated worldwide and saying it's enough of just murdering civilians. We kind of have to, we have to comport ourselves with a little bit more humanity. And the world got safer and safer and safer. And I almost feel like Israel is kind of going, hold on a second, America. You guys got to genocide the Native Americans and build your country. What call do you have to come to us and say we're treating the Palestinians poorly, especially when we're doing all of these things to like save face for our Western supporters.
Yeah, but
You know?
then you would say, thankfully, that due to not only international conventions in Geneva and power and all that stuff, it's also just the fact that, like, I think people always bypass this part, is that Zionism is still a relatively modern movement. You know, it didn't have any links to feudalism or any of this kind of old shit. And because of that, even back in the 40s, or even a little bit before the 48 war, even within that, even when they were doing lots of horrible things, you still have a lot of objection from quite a lot of people in positions of power within the movement. So when it came to some of the expulsions in the 48 war, it was absolute chaos in the government because so many people opposed it. And the way that a lot of these expulsions had to be carried out was it had to be kind of like the okay was given like in between the meeting, like when no one was on the record, or it was like the commanders just kind of did things with knowing that they wouldn't get reprimanded, but also knowing that they weren't really ordered to do it either. So that happened in the 40s, or in the 60s, they absolutely had opportunities and people in the cabinet who wanted to ethnically cleanse the West Bank and Gaza when they were taking over those territories. But thankfully, even alongside international pressure and international opinion, people like Moshe, people like in the cabinet said that they didn't want to do it. Like it was just, they saw it was not just because of international opinion, but also because it would have just been a humanitarian catastrophe that they weren't prepared to instill on like millions of people. So, and I think that's kind of the case now as well, is that thankfully although there are definitely people in Israeli positions of power who would like to push everyone into the Sinai, I just don't think the internal or the external factors are there for that to really happen. If it does happen, I think it's going to be quite unlikely. It's not impossible.
If Trump wins,
but,
I think it's close to a certainty that some form of, at the very least, I think no matter what happens, they're going to set up at least a significant amount of territory between any permanent rebuilding of like Gaza infrastructure and where Israel is drawing their border. Like they're not going to allow, it's going to be like a demilitarized zone, except it's not just demilitarized. It's, well, you motherfuckers use your houses as openings for your tunnel system. So there's just going to be no houses within a mile and a half of the border, 2 miles, 5 miles. I'm not exactly sure how big of a range they want there. But
no, I know they want the buffer zone thing. Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, the buffer zone is probably going to happen no matter what. The Israel allowing settlers through could still happen under Biden, but not especially not in any official capacity. And possibly they'll just use that maybe as like a bargaining chip of like, how far will you let us push on other issues if we agree to make sure we get these settlers out of here. If Trump goes in, settlements will almost definitely happen. I don't know how much we can see like Egypt being pressured to build. I had seen like a story where it looked like Egypt was clearing out an area and fencing off a zone of territory inside their side of their border with Gaza that looked like it could be turned into like an internment / refugee camp for Gazans to be pushed out, which I don't know if that was just complete BS or what, but I mean, that's another criticism you could levy against Israel, is that like, hey, if you guys are like, you know, really caring about the Palestinians, can't you just like build one of those out in the Negev and like just check in? Like I mean, you're moving Gazans all over the place. You're unhousing them. I mean, you're supposedly supposed to get as many of the peaceful people out of Rafah as you can before you go in to take out the last of Hamas. It's like, why can't you bring them into Israel proper, into some kind of camp, which I know sounds so horrible to somebody who supports Palestine, but it's definitely preferable to them being kicked out of all of Ersatz Israel to where you're 90% sure they're not coming back.
Yeah, that's another. I
Like,
think that is actually one that I would say is much more possible. Is that because of the way that just because of the fighting and as I said, under some kind of like humanitarian pretense, like they might actually achieve a substantial number of people getting into the Sinai, and then once they're there, they can say we can't let them come back because of security, like because we don't know who's a terrorist and who's not, and then that'll
yeah,
just be
this
them
85-year-old
forever.
grandmother,
Yeah, like
you can't come back.
that's not that is something they've done before, and the same with the West Bank, right? Like they'll just keep on building their settlements until the idea of a Palestinian state is just impossible. So they just keep on pushing and pushing and pushing until eventually it's just like it's not even in Palestinians' interest to stay there anymore. If that happens, like that's kind of how I imagine it happening. But the way that you stop that from happening would be from international pressure. Like the only the rest of the world can like guarantee that that doesn't happen, right? Because Israel does have a lot to lose if that's the road they go down. And I don't think they want to go down the road of becoming an international pariah that just destroyed any concept of like a Palestinian state. So
Yeah. So from the pro-Palestinian side, like there's in the popular movements against Israel's war in Gaza, it's kind of like there's two tracks there, which is the completely unhinged, very loud, uninformed people who are chanting crazy Hamas support things on college campuses. But then there's sort of the more legal side of it, where now you see sanctions against this insane male-only, super right-wing combat. I don't know if it's a battalion or just a unit, but it's basically made up of guys who weren't accepted into the regular IDF. Where they're like, wait, you're too much of a nut job to put you in the actual IDF. We'll throw you in this battalion instead. And then they do fucked up shit in the West Bank, and they're like, okay, that's maybe a little bit too far. So let's put you somewhere where it's not Palestinians you're up against. It's maybe, Syrians.
yeah, it is a battalion. Yeah.
And then so there's that. There's the legal cases in the different European country courts to stop exporting weapons to Israel. I think there was one in the Netherlands. I think there's one going in Germany right now. I think there's one going in Canada. So like those are the avenues to apply the correct type of pressure to Israel to reform their treatment of the Palestinian people. But to anybody who's pro-Palestinian out there, you gotta say wholeheartedly, Hamas is bad and evil, and no matter what excuses we can possibly draw up in a theoretical or a very intellectualized, detached argument to say, well, actually, if you put people in this position, what do you think they're going to do? You can't say that as part of your support for Palestine, because then you just make the entire thing look illegitimate. Then the people on the other side who are just yelling, "Oh, you're a terrorist supporter."
Well, I think the worst thing about it is that it's an unwinnable battle, like the Hamas route. The Hamas route is you just like the conclusion of the Hamas route is tens of thousands of Palestinians die, and you get to look good on the world stage for propaganda until people get bored. Yeah, unfortunately, it's useless.
Oh, it's horrible. I don't understand. Like you could at least I know Hamasabi or Hassan fucking even he can grasp that Hamas being in control of Palestine, at least in Gaza, is really, really bad because they suck at leadership. They could have, on October 7th, if they're super disciplined, they break through the barrier, they kill only armed people.
We tried repeatedly to get
hostages. I think they should take hostages, kind of, but they should be well treated. They should only be male hostages of, sound body. They shouldn't be taking anybody who's sick or old, because there's a lot of very questionable arrests being made in the West Bank. There's a lot of people being taken into custody with no form of recourse to say, hey, no, I didn't do this. They don't get representation. They go in front of a military tribunal. So there's a very good argument to say that Israel takes hostages from the West Bank.
So I don't really know if it's the same. I don't really know if it's the same analogy though, because people talk about this like administrative detention without trial. Like it is condemnable. I think the problem is that people assume it's the same as taking a hostage. But the massive difference is that when Israel has to release prisoners, they don't actually release the people who are administrative detention, but they release people who are like done for attempted murder or like suicide bombings. So they're
There are some of those, yeah.
If
I
all these
thought I had
administrative
heard
detention
that.
people were just peaceful hostages, I think they would just release them.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're releasing murders and shit like that. It's probably because the
Well,
people in administrative detention they probably are considered a threat for whatever reason. But yeah.
So the issue there, I think, was Hamas's insistence on the deal was that they have to release the people who had served the longest first. It wasn't necessarily release the people who were the most violent, most likely to come and fight for us. It was to release people who had been under this administrative detention for the longest period of time. And so that just so happens to be people that they haven't already released because they did find them to be cleared, or they figured like this was enough of a punishment for whatever disruption you caused to the IDF operating in the West Bank. And so the issue there is like, I think I need to like get more organized and put together like a bunch of links and stuff and a lot of data on this, because there was a article I read somewhere that when they did the one hostage deal that they had during the ceasefire, that Israel immediately raided the West Bank and took, I think, like 99%. They took people into administrative detention from the West Bank equal to the amount of hostages, or not hostages, but equal to the number of Palestinians that they had to let go to fulfill the terms of the deal. In what world, like that's, if that's true, if I'm remembering that correctly, that's an amazing coincidence. You just had data on all these people that did all of these crimes that you could just go out there and pick up exactly the same amount of people that you just had to let go.
Haven't heard that story, but if they did do that, I think it's pretty fucked up. I don't think any of that would justify Hamas taking civilians hostage in exchange, because obviously the people they take hostage are not the ones who did the administrative detention decisions. But you know,
it definitely doesn't justify it, but it feels a lot closer to a tit for tat than it feels to Hamas is just horrible evil and they just want to disobey it, which I think they already are horrible and evil. But in that particular point of view, like that particular examination of that lone fact of them taking hostages, but like if they did take hostages that were only males of military age during October 7th, if nobody got raped, if one or two kids died from, you know, we threw a grenade at a position that was being held by somebody with a handgun and there happened to be a kid in the vicinity, like I think that's just a collateral. But that's not what happened on October 7th. Hamas didn't have any discipline. They let, like, basically civilians who were just on a rampage come through with no actual weapons to do all kinds of crazy shit. Like, if they could have ended it. There could be a Palestinian state today.
I
Because
don't
if they
know.
had
Like,
done-
I know what you're saying. I just think there's a problem with this idea. Like, there's some kind of default idea that there is a viable military solution to the problem in Gaza. I don't think there has to be. That doesn't have to be a given. I don't think that's the case at all.
It wouldn't have been a military solution.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I don't think military activity from Gaza to Israel helps anything. Like, even if they were only targeting IDF bases, like, imagine if that happens. How does that play out? Like in Gaza, if they go over the fence, they hit some Israeli checkpoint military bases, and then what? They just go back? Like, how would that help anyone? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. I can see in the West Bank why there's a justification, because there's the case of literally defending yourself against settler violence, or there's a case for weakening or destroying settler infrastructure to make the expansion more difficult and less feasible. But in Gaza, I just don't really know why there's any like legit cause for military action against Israel at all with what they do, because I don't really know how any of it helps. Like, I don't really see your cause and effect the same way you would see it in the West Bank. I don't really think people acknowledge that.
I don't necessarily think I would support it completely, but I do think that if it had been a sane military action from Hamas into Israel proper, they don't kill anybody who doesn't have a weapon. They don't They don't take any female hostages, so there can be no accusation of them raping these women. Any hostages that they release have no torture. They got fed, they had medical care, all this stuff. It would force Israel to comport themselves in a much more restrained manner on the counter, and it would win so much popular support with so many people who would look at them like the rebel alliance.
I mean, it would make
just
them look a bit more sympathetic on the world stage. I suppose that would
so
happen.
much more though.
But yeah, I don't really know if it would be in general. I don't think it would help. I think it would still be preferable to not do it at all. I think the answer for Gaza was not. It was not what they were doing for the last 20 years or anything approximating it. It wasn't like war with
The answer
Israel.
for Gaza is to be completely peaceful for like the next 5 years, and to take all of the money that you get from international aid and do everything that Israel allows you to do to build up your economy. And then when you start pushing up against the boundaries that Israel is setting for you peacefully, when like the expansion of your economy is the thing that's being restricted by Israel, the expansion of your growth of population, your ability to produce food, when those peaceful things that everybody can look at and say, well, of course that's peaceful. Like, why would you ever want to restrict that? And then Israel has no answer on the world stage.
Yeah, the blockade makes no sense if there's no rockets or no weapons being imported or anything. Yeah, it makes no sense. Like, if they're just policing internally.
You can't. Both Israel and Palestine, I think, they think that there is some kind of military solution that's going to be acceptable to people that support them, and they really shouldn't.
Well, that's
the people that
problem,
support them should be making it clear to them that it's not.
Yeah,
that's not. You can't do it.
There is this default assumption that people think that that you have to be in favor of some militant stuff because of what's happening to them is so horrible. But it's like, yeah, I don't know. It's like people just need to get over that. There are some times
Which is
when
silly.
when violence actually doesn't get you anything. Like no type of violence gets you anywhere. It definitely is justifiable for the West Bank. I'm saying, but just not for Gaza.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make sense. Yeah.
Even there. That another thing that was hilarious to me was the Hassan's settler babies clip, where he came back on and clarified. He's like, I'm not saying it's okay to kill babies because they're settlers. He was saying it's not okay to kill anybody who's unarmed, period. Like, because there are babies in the settlements. You can't just say kill all the settlers because there are babies among the settlers. Like, you can't. Now, maybe he might have been backtracking, testing the wind there a little bit, and then clearing up a statement that obviously made him look really, really bad. But I think that's a good argument. You can't just kill the settlers. I'm sorry, you can't. You could maybe round them up and force them to move, but you can't. You can't just go in there with guns. Like if it's just normal people and there's a couple guys with guns and you roll up with 300 armed militants, you can't just kill all those people just because they're settlers. That's horrible. Like, I don't care if they're on quote unquote your land, if they kicked your grandma out of her house. You still can't justify your reaction to that the same way that Israel is trying to justify any excesses that happen in their retaliation. So I don't know. It's such a fucked situation that I think America kind of let get out of hand with just supporting too much. And I think I've seen the take that Palestinians just want to fight. And a lot of the international support that they received has put them in a position where they gassed them up, basically. They said, oh yeah, we support you, we support you, we support you. It's absolutely like your land that Israel took from you, and you're going to be able to get it back someday.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. You can't. You're not gonna get rid of 7 million Jewish people now in Israel?
Mm-hmm.
That you're not. They're not leaving unless something absolutely horrific happens from the other side, like from your side. Unless you plan to do something absolutely horrible to a bunch of people who really don't deserve it, they're not going anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And if Israel can find some kind of way to satisfy some of the wrongs that were done in the establishment of Israel as a country, if they can find some way monetarily, they can find some way politically, like find something that they can do to address that. They need to do that. They need to, first thing, there probably needs to be some kind of reconciliation commission set up internationally, because I know 48 was a long time ago, 67 was a long time ago, but I think there are grandchildren who heard these stories from their grandparents. There, in some cases, there are people still alive from that, who literally they were people who ran away from the fighting, tried to come back, and were told no, or they maybe didn't even run far enough away to be outside of Israel, Palestine, and then they came back and their villages burned down. So then they had to go, and their only family that they had was in Jordan, and now they're out.
Yeah.
They can never go back. So that those kind of things have to be redressed. America has to force Israel to understand that if you don't address these things, if you don't find some kind of peace, we can't just continue to give you $3 billion a year, no matter what you do, which has been our stance since 9/11. So hopefully the situation can get better after this is settled. But even as, and I'm probably the most pro, because realistically speaking, I think that Israel as it exists, Israel can never be at peace in the Middle East. They're never going to be able to, with the way that their laws exclude Palestinian citizens even of Israel from certain actions, like such as, pretty sure Palestinians can't buy land in the West Bank. Like if you're a Palestinian citizen of Israel and a tract of land gets annexed by Israel and they put it on the market, I don't think Palestinians can buy that land. Or Arabs, or if you're a citizen of Israel but you're not Jewish, I don't think you can buy that land.
Is that
I think
like
they have like a
law,
land
or is
bureau.
that a?
They have like a bureau of land management that makes those decisions on a case-by-case
Yeah, and
basis.
they would obviously
and there's
not want.
no
Okay.
there's no oversight of that to prevent racial discrimination or national discrimination by nationality or religion.
Isn't it the case that there's this article from Times of Israel in 2022 about, I'll just call them Arab Israelis because that's what they're called in this article. Sorry. Isn't this a thing that they're buying up places in the West Bank? On the Palestinian side, laws are in place to keep Israelis of any stripe from buying Palestinian land. To get around the rules, Arab Israelis only buy part of a property, up to 49%, or buy an apartment or condo in a development, which Palestinian authorities are sometimes willing to overlook. Huh. Interesting.
So, but that kind of sounds like they're breaking the rule that most people would have a big issue with.
I think it also depends on what areas A, B, and C, right? Because I don't know in area C, if you're an Arab Israeli, you could just buy land. That would be,
In Israel proper, like if somebody puts up a plot of land for sale in Israel proper, because I think that
it can be rejected on the grounds of like ethnic tensions and shit. Yeah.
Like those are, so that's like a huge argument in favor of one of my beliefs is that there is a system of apartheid happening in Israel proper. It might be apartheid light, less calories or something, but it is there.
Yeah,
and
very
as long as
discriminatory.
as long as it's there, there's not gonna be a whole lot of peace. Like it's gonna be rough going for any state that is keeping ethnicity at the top of its priority list for its population growth, for its economic growth, for its military service. Are there how many Palestinians serve as police officers? Or not Palestinians, Arab Israelis, because Arab Israelis can also be the what are the Druze, and not to be too insulting to Druze people if you're listening, aren't the Druze kind of like the pick-me's of the area, where they're not Jewish, but they kind of well, we're a minority, but we have to be so pro URA Israel just to make sure that we're accepted. So they the Arab Israeli can refer to them as well. So that's why I like the case by case. Oh yeah, we let Arab Israelis buy property. Turns out it's a retired colonel in the IDF who like has 37 sniper kills, half of them women and children. Like, at what point are you actually being honest with who's being allowed under these different categories? And I've argued this in Reddit where I was like, yeah, Israel has to go. And now a lot of people will read that as Israel destroyed Jews, killed, and run out of the area. It's no, the way that Israel comports itself as an ethno-state in the facets in which it does comport itself that way, that can't continue to be their norm. And I understand for that to happen, the Palestinian side has to be peaceful, and they have to play the nonviolent resistant card. They have to do that because that's the only thing that is going to be able to move Israel's position is international pressure. You're never going to be able to do it militarily. You're never going to be able to overthrow Israel with violence. Targeted violence can make you seem a little bit more reasonable and get you more international support from the people that it would matter, from people who can actually force Israel's hand, which means the American public should be your first target of influence for pro-Palestinians, and that needs to shift in order to grow and become a more relevant base. Because if you have things, if there's college students shutting down college campuses because Jewish kids are afraid to go to school, you're not gonna win people to your cause. I really wish that's something that would happen and a message that could be spread. I wish less sensationalist advocates for Palestine were brought into large debates. Like Norm Finkelstein just was not, that's a huge platform. And they brought in the most retarded, just rage baity person to go in there and scream insults at Destiny. I would have preferred you have been there.
Hey, well, I wasn't invited.
Absolutely, you would have been a much better advocate for the Palestinian side, even if you had to take up positions as a devil's advocate that you didn't actually wholeheartedly support. You could have done a much better job. I think Rabbani by himself could have done a much better job.
Mm-hmm.
There were instances where I think Benny Morris kind of just didn't care about the conversation anymore. Like his international law doesn't matter thing. That was, even Destiny was kind of like, hold on, wait, no, international law kind of does matter a little bit.
You can tell that one of them lives in the Middle East saying shit like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, I do appreciate you coming on. The Discord's still there, so I'm sure you can come again at some point if you want.
Nice. I'll try to get more organized with my way to connect, and hopefully I'll come back soon.
Cool. Good luck, man. Okay.
All right. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I don't know if I need to tell you guys that I don't agree with everything that guy said, but he wanted to talk, so I'll let him talk. Fuck it. I thank you, Iman. Yes, I know that Israel offered a fucking airport and seaport. Wait, the airport and seaport. Are you talking about in the 90s? Or are you talking about post 90s? Because obviously 90s was PLO. I remember that in Netanyahu's tenure there was supposed to be an airport and seaport, but it was delayed, and people got really mad about that. The Lieberman plan. Okay. Is this like in the 2000s? Long after the 90s? Okay. Oh, 2004. Okay. Population exchange thing. Yeah. The Israeli left opposes the plan. Doubt over legality. exchange of populated territories, maintains that everywhere in the world there are two peoples with two religions, conflict exists, the situation is worse, and there is not only a religious conflict but also a nationalistic one. The proposition is based on reduction of conflict and maintains that the two peoples could live together, but it would make no sense to have them living inside the other, one living inside the other. Maintains that it makes no sense to create a Palestinian state that has no Jewish people, while Israel is turned into a dual population state with more than 20% of minorities. I mean, I can see why people didn't want this. But okay. Oh, this different thing. Okay, airport plan. Offer to... What was in exchange for? Oh, to stop tunnel building. Oh, well. You know, it is what it is. Okay, we've done a little bit now. Do we have more to do with this Columbia University stuff? Is there anything I missed? We finished reading that article. We had a debate. One debate, really. I'm interested in your vision for Palestinians. What do you want for them as a solution? I think two states is probably still the most actionable one. Move as many settlers as you can out of the West Bank, especially in the deeper parts. Land swap anything that you can't give them back. I think right of return should be recognized in principle, probably actioned in a way that involves some level of resettlement, because Israel is not giving up that Jewish majority. Not going to happen. Sorry, not anytime soon anyway. As uncomfortable as that is. And reparations the fuck. That's kind of where I am. And then just see what two states side by side can do. Maybe they can cooperate and maybe they can interact and enjoy friendly relations to such a degree that they end up thinking these borders are actually kind of dumb, aren't they? You know, just armistice line border. Let's maybe move things a little bit. You know, just soften the border, maybe get rid of it. Yeah. Would you do a tier list on modern US presidents? Nope. Can you briefly explain why the West Bank settlements are illegal? Because they're being built in... Because actually in Resolution 242, they say it is inadmissible to acquire territory through conquest. So, the West Bank was acquired through conquest, and if they put settlers in there, it disrupts the second part of 242, which is withdrawal from territories and to agree upon safe and secure borders between the Israelis and Palestinians. It's obviously harder to define safe and secure borders if the occupied territory is full of settlements and it's creating a discontiguous territory. That's kind of why. That's why the argument that they're illegal. It's also unethical because you're doing it in land that's militarily occupied. You're putting the people who live there at a pretty substantial disadvantage. I think the next thing I want to do is that Khan Yunis massacre thing. The mass graves. Didn't Jordan also abandon the West Bank? Yep. 1990 something? 2? Yeah, they did, yeah. Because there was originally a Jordan plan where the Israeli right wanted to hand the West Bank over to Jordan. Ho! Did you finish the cash report stuff? Nope, we still have a good bit of that to do. The entire West Bank? No, it would have obviously been the Arab populated areas. I think Israel would have taken the settlements and just given the rest to Jordan or some shit. Was it not called the Jordan Plan? I think it had a name. It was some stupid shit anyway. Did Israel acquire it by conquest or did Jordan give it away? Oh, that is one of the legal arguments, isn't it? That Jordan relinquished its claim. So it's because it's acquired by Jordan by conquest, then Israel takes it from Jordan by conquest, and then Jordan renounces it. But are they renouncing a claim that they never had because they acquired it by conquest? Legal arguments, bro. Let's go. You know, some people use international customs from, especially from the end of colonialism, to say that all of the historic Palestine borders, like all the British Mandate borders, belong to Israel because of that. Because they say that when a new state is formed and recognized, its borders should be the same borders as the ones of the previous administration, which would have been the British Mandate. So, fucking mental. And since an Arab state couldn't materialize out of those circumstances, then. But that's a whole different thing. And then at that point, everyone becomes Benny Morris and says, no one cares about international law. Fuck it. Whatever. The problem with that argument is, although it sounds pro-Israel, is it would also make Israel an apartheid state. Okay, I need to go bathroom. Fuck you. Ugh. One moment. Fuck. So, what do we do now? This Khan Yunis mass grave thing. Suppose we should. Let me see. So I was watching DW today, just a news item about Gaza and Khan Yunis, because obviously Israel was in Khan Yunis, southern Gaza, until fairly recently. They mostly withdrew. I think because they said that the Hamas had been taken care of there, and that the people who were fighting there for about 4 months had done everything they needed to, and they needed to go and have their break and pull them away. Doesn't mean they're not going to go into Rafah. They probably still will go into Rafah at some point, but they could pull out of Khan Yunis. So people from Rafah who had fled Khan Yunis go back, and they see what's left of their city. And one of the stories that's come out is that 200 or 300 bodies were found in a mass grave. And this was reported first on Al Jazeera. I saw it on DW. It's on CNN now, a couple of hours ago. So you can see there, they're just like, apparently just finding all these bodies near this Nasser hospital. And the problem is the IDF did say they were operating in Nasser hospital. They said that they were operating in a targeted and precise operation. And I was thinking, this is kind of what I said would more likely happen, right? Rather than a top-down cabinet decision to go and just annihilate the Palestinians, is what's more likely to happen is that they would pursue their military goals with such a level of recklessness and disregard that lots of civilians would die, and that some troops and some units or even some commanders or even a full battalion perhaps might feel like there is enough leeway for them to go and carry out atrocities and commit massacres and do all kinds of other war crimes, not because the cabinet or the war cabinet told them so, or because their generals told them to, but just because they knew they could get away with it, and because they're very angry about October 7th and they want to take revenge and all that kind of stuff. I thought that's kind of like a more likely thing to happen. If it's the case, and I'm saying if here, if it's the case that this limited and precise operation resulted in between 200 and 300 or 400 people killed, because there's still 400 missing apparently, and just dumped in mass graves. I think some of these bodies were found with, they were found completely stripped, which indicates that there might have been signs of torture or sexual abuse or something like that. It's pretty atrocious by the looks of it. And I don't think the Israelis have given a response to this yet. So it doesn't really look like the hallmarks of a limited and precise operation. Not at all. And then I went on Twitter, and there's this whole claim now that, again, it's a Twitter account. I don't really know that. It's like one source, so... This has, just to be clear, the story has been picked up by CNN, by France 24, obviously Al Jazeera, I think we're one of the first ones. The Guardian are saying 200 bodies. And then I went on Twitter, and I see this thread from GeoConfirmed claiming that this is disinformation. Or at the very least, the way that, not the bodies themselves, they are real, they are there, but how they ended up in those graves. And yeah, I'll just read you through this thread, okay, and just see what we're thinking. Like, again, I'm not trusting anything until there are more investigations from not just GeoConfirmed, because they've been wrong about things in the past. But GeoConfirmed Israel-Palestine investigation. Palestinians are exhuming bodies from the grounds of the Nasser Medical Hospital Complex in Khan Yunis, Gaza. This is occurring at the same location where mass graves were dug and burial ceremonies had taken place by Palestinians in recent months. Using Twitter as a source, it's not, again, it's an organization, okay? GeoConfirmed are... It's a group that does these investigations. It's not just a random Twitter user, okay? You illiterate fuck. Anyway. It's like if CNN tweets something, am I using Twitter as a source? or was it the group Forensic Architecture that everyone hinged upon for the Al Ali hospital? That was a Twitter thread that their investigation was mostly referenced to. Anyway. Proof in the thread, brackets. Footage from Palestinians digging graves / mass graves dated 25th of January, 28th of January, and 3rd of February while IDF entered the hospital around 15th of February. Quote from Al Jazeera, in the hospital courtyard, civil defense members and paramedics have retrieved 180 bodies buried in this mass grave by the Israeli military. Yeah, that's the claim. The bodies were buried there by the Israeli military. That's also the impression I got from the DW story as well. So it's a few organizations that are saying this. Conclusion, this is disinformation by Al Jazeera and others. This is a known graveyard / mass grave and at least partially dug by Palestinians. This does not exclude that graves could have been added when the hospital was occupied by IDF forces. Okay. So they're saying this, cross disinformation, that the bodies were, yeah, okay, buried by the Israeli military, okay? And I'm just reading this for the first time, okay? Because I want to see you guys, the fresh reaction. I haven't looked through the details of this yet. Palestinian burials by Palestinian people in Nasser Hospital, video 1. An estimation of 75 graves, 3 rows of 25 graves, are visible in this video at the exact place where they claim to have found a mass grave by the Israeli military. So they got their coordinates there. Anyway. Let's see. This is from a Twitter source. I'll maybe look at this off stream it's a Telegram, sorry. I have to view in Telegram. What does that mean? Media's too big. Do you have to have an account on Telegram to see this stuff? Download? That's the app. Oh. View in channel? Embed? How do I... Is there a way to look at this without making a Telegram account? I thought I had a Telegram account. Whatever. This one's one. I don't think there's any. So I think they're going to use stills, but this is the site. It seems to be from January 25th down there, okay? There's no, yeah, just that, basically. Them digging graves. Anyway. Still of the footage in the video 1 showing the source, the date, and the estimated 75 graves. So this is the source, these are the graves. I guess they're going to go by looking at fucking buildings and palm trees and shit like that. January 25th. 28th of January, as claimed, more than 30 bodies, most of them unidentified, were buried in a mass grave inside the Nasser Medical Complex in Khan Yunis due to the siege of the IDF. So this is the footage of the grave. Again, it's a similar area, I think, with the wall. And it sends to a Telegram original source from 2023, so it's old, January 28th, or edited January 28th. Okay, yeah, it's the same video. Okay, cool. Okay. Now the geolocation of vid 1 and 2. So that building in the background, oh yeah, so we're talking about this is the Nasser Hospital Complex. That there. And apparently the trees are there. With those buildings, okay. And I guess they're going to compare it to the ones that are showing up on Al Jazeera today. Okay. In this footage, you see Palestinians digging a mass grave 50 meters east. At the other side of the building, visible in the footage above, vid 3, with this text, the bodies of 30 martyrs were buried in the Nasser Medical Complex in Khan Yunis. This is from Twitter. Middle East Buka. All right. And this is them digging a grave in February, would it be? February 3rd. I don't know why they put it 2023. It should be 24, but okay. But clearly before the IDF withdrawal. Oh yeah, you can see the same site. Okay. Still showing the site. Okay. Geolocation video 3. And it's just them geolocating the video based on the buildings and the location of the trees and everything. Okay. Like that. The IDF entered the hospital complex at around 15th of February. So all of these videos are before the 15th of February. CBS News, IDF forces enter Nasser Hospital. I think this is where they said that they were doing a precise strike or something. Let's see. Turned into a military barracks. Precise and limited operation. This is when they said that, yeah. Preceded by an effort to evacuate residents from the hospital in order to reduce harm. So that's what they said on February the 15th when they went in. Our first geoconfirmation of IDF entering the hospital complex. This is them doing it at the time, 17th of February. Okay. Recent videos from the same location, at least partially dug. Okay. Bodies being recovered. So it looks like. Okay. And apparently a still from this is going to show us that this is the same site, the same location. I'm confused. They're basically arguing that these mass graves are supposedly being discovered in a place where people had already been buried. So that it looks like they're apparently, I think the claim is that they're digging up bodies from outside this hospital that they're claiming were put there by the IDF, even though they were some of them at least weren't. Are they going to show you the stills? Yeah, they'll show you that. Okay. So this is another site. Just to go through and see if there's like a still of it, the area. Oh, you can see the building in the background. Okay. And then the YouTube video. This is them saying they found bags marked in Hebrew. Okay. See that?
Always
complex
itself severely damaged.
So you can see this. Okay, this is the site. This is what they're saying. So they're saying that these graves, which were dug by the Palestinians before the Israelis went into the hospital complex. See there's the trees and there's the red wall. So they're saying that this is the same area. They're saying that these bodies were actually, so they're saying that at least some of these bodies weren't actually put there by the IDF. They were put there, I think because the claim is that the hospital was being overwhelmed. So they had to just bury people outside the buildings. And that's what they were doing. Geolocation of the mass grave, and then, okay. Right. And then here are the precise locations. This is not the first time claims like this were made. The discovery of graves in Al-Shifa, for example, were also at least partially dug by Palestinians, or even in the example, a civil defense team buried the bodies of unknown Palestinians left in the streets for over 20 days in Gaza City. This thread's still going. God. Okay. This is just a different story about the same idea, is it? So this is the site here for this one in Jabalia, along here next to that little grassy bit with the circle in the middle. Near the Indonesia hospital. Okay. And then this guy. Is he talking about it being... Okay. Let's just stick to the one story, though. Conclusion. Claiming that 180 bodies were buried in a mass grave by IDF is disinformation by Al Jazeera and others. This is a known graveyard/mass grave and at least partially dug by Palestinians. This does not exclude that graves could have been added when the hospital was occupied by Israeli forces. Remark. It is highly likely that hospitals were forced to bury the deceased on their own grounds or in nearby areas due to safety concerns around transporting the bodies from a formal graveyard. For example, in a video from Nasser Hospital, people mentioned that the facility was under siege, indicating that they were unable to take the deceased to a graveyard and had to bury them on the hospital premises. According to Islamic funeral customs, Muslims are typically expected to be buried as soon as possible after death, often within 24 hours. This helps explain why the hospitals opted to conduct burials on their own grounds, with the intention of providing a proper funeral at a later, safer time. Reburial is a known practice in conflict situations. Overall, the decision to bury the deceased on hospital grounds or nearby areas was likely a pragmatic one driven by safety and religious burial practices rather than any malicious intent. So, it seems like, so there were, like, again, the bodies are not fake, they're real. It just seems to be that the graves were dug by Palestinians before Israel went into Khan Yunis, but now these same bodies that might not have been physically buried by the IDF are being used as evidence of the IDF committing a massacre in the hospital operation, which they said would actually only be limited. But yeah, I guess here's like February 3rd. You can see the site. I think this is probably the clearest one where you can tell it's the same place, right? Because you got the building there with the pattern on it, the palm trees, the wall. Let me just put it side by side because I just want to see if, like, I don't know how people do this shit with this coordinates and all that. Like, let's go. I'll put that in a new tab. Or oh. And where was that same video where they're talking about finding them? This is recent videos, okay? With an apostrophe on the S. Wow, stupid. Where's the one that shows you the fairly clear location? Is it this one? Hang on, let's go off. I want to find a snapshot that shows it, because I feel like these threads could be a bit clearer. See, now I'm not sure, because it doesn't necessarily look like the same place. One second. What's this one? Nasser Hospital, this is the same place. Oh, is it the one on YouTube?
Well, we start far.
This actually might be in the Al Jazeera video.
Yes, Sammy, very.
All right, is this the same place? Okay, hang on. I can maybe compare this one. So here seems to be two quite clear shots of the gravesite. Okay, let's actually see if this geolocation is legitimate. So this looks like the site here. I'll just grab a screenshot of it. Just want to see how trustworthy this stuff is. Okay. Whoa. And this is the February 3rd video. So if you take this snapshot from the February 3rd video with this little site here, along there, and you see this shot from Al Jazeera, are these supposedly the same places? Hang on, at the video. Because the camera moves and the guy talks. He does get quite a few angles, so. Okay. I guess you can see it here. Whoops. Have the IDF ever buried large numbers of people in mass graves? I'm thinking in Deir Yassin, I thought, who is it that buried the bodies there? Was it the IDF or was it, well, the Zionists, or was it the Red Cross? I can't remember. So this is this the same place with that wall? Is there anything else? Because like that building there is probably quite identifiable. What about the zigzag thing going on? I'm just trying to find a shot where it actually looks very clearly the same place. So I'll find there. So there should be two snapshots here where the coordinates are kind of the same, right? So this is the old one, where there are all these trees lined up against the wall, and this building here. But again, I don't know how long this wall is, or if they're taken from the same part. Is this one any better? Or any more clear rather than better? It's a car park there. This is the older one. Oh yeah, whoa, 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 whoa. Look at it. There's the sign from the building, isn't there? Wait, wait, wait. That. Is that where the Al Jazeera dude was? This Arabic writing here. Is that the same text? What does that say? Obviously, there's a bit more marking on it now. Huh. It looks the same because it's got that little thing going on there. It doesn't look like the same writing, though. Unless I've snapped this from the wrong position. Huh. See that first half? Oh. It is the same. See that? There and there. Then there's a bit that's burned out. But those first two. So this is the Al Jazeera video from today, or from just like this week, where they're saying they found graves where people were buried by the IDF. But this is a video from January, 28th of January. It doesn't let you scan through the video on Telegram. You just have to watch the whole thing. Interesting. Yeah, this is the same video, isn't it? Yeah, it's the same video. And you've got the hospital building there. Huh. I can put a screenshot in the Discord if it would be helpful. Yeah, go for it, Sulfur. What's this Al Jazeera story saying then? Let's see the report. Let's watch the actual Al Jazeera video. Unless there's more than one building with that writing on it. Let's see. Where is the Al Jazeera story? Where was it? It's a YouTube video, yeah.
Well, we start in southern Gaza, where Palestinian emergency services have uncovered a mass grave in Khan Yunis. At least 180 bodies have so far been found buried inside the city's Nasser medical complex. The Palestinian Civil Defense says it's searching for more bodies. The Israeli military withdrew from Khan Yunis on April the 7th.
But yeah, that's
much of the city is.
That's the site, though, isn't it? The bodies are all covered, so they're saying they uncovered it. But this is the same, where you can see the graves are being dug here, right? They're digging these graves. This is before Israel went into the hospital. Wasn't there a massacre in Khan Yunis during the Nakba? No, it was a 56. It was after. It was a raid. It was like a Suez Canal time when the IDF was occupying Gaza. Okay. Huh. Yeah, there it is. There's the sign. And then the Al Jazeera video, which is... Keep up, Loner Box. God. Which is there. And there's the wall, the trees. Huh.
Is now in ruins after months of relentless Israeli bombing and heavy fighting. Let's get more on this now with Hani Mahmoud. He joins us from Khan Yunis itself. And I understand, Hani, you're at the site there. Take us through what must be a very grim scene there first.
Yes, Sammy, very horrific scene right now. And the Israeli military withdrew from Nasser Hospital on April 7th, leaving trails of destruction to all.
Oh, there's a fence there. There's like this whatever this structure is here behind the tree. Is that in the other video as well, just to be sure? Or did they don't pan there, did they? Wait. It would be a different... But the wall and the trees are there. You wouldn't see that in this shot. But no, you see the wall and the sign. The building with those stripes on it, is that in the Al Jazeera one? Anyway, let's just keep going.
Signs of life inside the complex itself severely damaged, and all the facilities. But what's more shocking right now, the discovery of this massive grave, the largest one so far in the city of Khan Yunis, right here at the courtyard, the southern part of the courtyard of the hospital, where for the past 3 days, civil defense crew members and paramedics have retrieved 180 bodies of people who were buried in this massive grave by the Israeli military. These are the people, the bodies are removed, including elderly, women, children, young
Saying they were buried there by the Israeli military. Okay.
men were all buried here. What's shocking, as we talked with civil defense crew member, is bodies that were inside of plastic bags that have Hebrew writing on them, but the bodies inside, they had their hands tied up behind their back. What looks like that they were executed and buried in this massive grave here at Nasser Hospital. Just within the past half an hour, we've seen a group of people coming here, crying parents and remaining.
Yeah, the thing that's really frustrating though is that that could have happened. There could have been people who were actually executed in this hospital operation, but it doesn't really give you a good start if you say that you've discovered this mass grave in a site where you can literally see, before the Israelis have gone into this area, you can see Palestinians burying their dead in this complex. Like, these are the Palestinians doing this burying. They're not exhuming people here. They're digging graves to put people in them. So, I feel like we need a little bit more verification now. Because again, like, this doesn't, just so you know, this does not necessarily mean that this attack on Nasser Hospital, which happened after this grave was being dug, was, as the Israelis say, what was it? What's the phrase that they used? Limited and precise. That doesn't necessarily mean the raid was limited and precise. Just, okay.
Family members searching for the bodies of their relatives and children and loved ones at this massive grave. The vast majority of the bodies are completely deceased to the point they're not recognized. Only few people were able to recognize some of the bodies here because of a body mark or because of the clothes that they are wearing. They were able to identify them. The vast majority of the 180 bodies are largely deceased and are understandably, as we heard it from paramedics, will be taken to another massive grave until somehow they will come up with a way to identify them.
Hani, you've mentioned there were elderly, they had their hands tied up, but what do we know about these people? Who were they?
Is it saying Israel did the mass grave? Yeah, they're saying that these bodies were put here by the IDF, and that there's signs that they were murdered in cold blood, like they were killed with their hands bound, or like there was another claim that some of them were stripped. So again, like all that could be true, and like Israel could have easily added to these graves, but they're saying they've uncovered a mass grave, even though there was footage from just a few months before this hospital operation that there were Palestinians using this site outside the hospital to bury their dead because the hospital was full, right? Because that this was already a known gravesite, but they're saying they've uncovered a new one. Like they're trying to make it sound like they've just found Butcha.
Well, so far the unfolding events here at Nasser Courtyard Hospital in this massive grave happen to be very consistent with the testimonies we heard from medical staff at Nasser Hospital when the hospital was stormed by the Israeli military.
Oh, wait. He's asking who the people were. So what's he going to say?
To be very consistent with
about these people. They had their hands tied up, but what do we know about these people? Who were they?
Well, so far the unfolding events here at Nasser Courtyard Hospital in this massive grave happen to be very consistent with the testimonies we heard from medical staff at Nasser Hospital when the hospital was stormed by the Israeli military. The nurses, the medical staff, displaced families and evacuees who managed to leave the hospital, who describe horror scene inside the hospital where people were executed. Also, where graves that at the courtyard of the hospital were dug up by the Israeli military as it was searching for bodies of hostages inside the hospital. There are also bodies of patients and injuries as there are medical bandages and catheters still attached to the bodies that are being removed from this massive grave. It just happened to be very devastating right now as these people who have gone missing within the past 20 days.
Yeah, so they're trying to make it sound like this grave emerged from the IDF operation, right? But are they saying the IDF were digging up looking for dead hostages? Hang on.
And since the withdrawal of the Israeli military, people have been sending appeals, trying to get hold of organizations.
Did he admit that there were already graves there? Yeah, let's see.
Just happened from bodies of hostages inside by the Israeli grave that at the people were executed. Hospital who describe horror scene inside the hospital where people were executed. Also, where graves that at the courtyard of the hospital were dug up by the Israeli military as it was searching for bodies of hostages inside the hospital. There are also bodies of patients and injuries as there are medical bandages and catheters still attached to the bodies that are being removed from this.
So he could be arguing that the IDF went there, they massacred people, they obviously filled up this mass grave with 180 people or whatever, but then they also dug up graves that were already there to look for dead hostages.
Massive grave. It just happened to be very devastating right now as these people who have gone missing within the past 20 days. And since the withdrawal of the Israeli military, people have been sending appeals, trying to get hold of organizations to help them identify the whereabouts of their loved ones, family members, and children. And right now, they are here searching for the remains of these missing bodies.
Hani, you mentioned there that some consistency with what medical staff have been saying. Does that mean there are eyewitnesses? Are people coming forward and able to say and talk about what they actually saw happen to these people?
Yes, well, we talked to someone who from the vicinity of Nasser Hospital who described the scenes from the balcony of the building he was sheltering in, where he was able to see Israeli occupation forces on the ground digging up graves at the courtyard of Nasser Hospital and inspecting them, and then pile all of them together and put them in this massive grave. There are also the testimonies from medical staff who describe that people, particularly young people and injuries inside the ICU and operation rooms, were dragged from the hospital when it was a storm and were taken outside. And up till now, their whereabouts is uncertain, is unknown largely. It is believed as they heard during they were dragged from the hospital, heavy gunfire and loud gunshot, that they were executed and buried in this massive storm and were taken outside. And up till now, the testimonies from medical staff who describe that people, particularly young people and injuries inside the ICU and operation rooms, were dragged from the hospital when it was a storm and were taken outside. And up till now, their whereabouts is uncertain, is unknown largely. It is believed as they heard during they were dragged from the hospital, heavy gunfire and loud gunshot, that they were executed and buried in this massive grave. As I said, there are bodies who were retrieved from the massive grave with their hands tied to their back with Ziploc.
All right, thanks so much, Hani Mahmoud.
What are you saying he said? Was there a timestamp when he said something about, hang on.
Loved ones, family members, and children. And right now, they are here, medical bandages, and also were evacuees who managed to leave the hospital, who describe horror scene inside the hospital where people were executed. Also were graves that at the courtyard of the hospital were dug up by the Israeli military as it was searching for bodies of hostages inside the hospital. There are also bodies of patients and injuries, as there are medical bandages and catheters.
He's talking about, yeah, them digging up like a graveyard. Okay. But is this the graveyard? Because this is the... I thought this was the mass grave that they discovered from that the IDF had done, not a graveyard that was already there.
Attached to the bodies are being removed
The same area, right?
From this massive grave. It just happened to be very devastating right now, as these people who have gone missing within the past 20 days, and since the withdrawal of the Israeli military, people have been sending appeals, trying to get hold of organizations to help them identify the whereabouts of their loved ones, family members, and children. And right now, they are here searching for the remains of these missing bodies.
Hani, you mentioned there that some consistency with what medical staff have been saying. Does that mean there are eyewitnesses? Are people coming forward and able to say and talk about what they actually saw happen to these people?
Let me see. Sulfur in the Israel-Palestine channel. Thank you. What are we looking at here? I don't know what these pictures are supposed to show me. They might be in the location at the very end with the partition of the wall and the line of palm trees, what they're calling the courtyard.
Yes, well, we talked to someone who, from the vicinity of Nasser Hospital, who described the scenes from the balcony of the building he was sheltering in, where he was able to see Israeli occupation forces on the ground digging up graves at the courtyard of Nasser Hospital and inspecting them, and then pile all of them together and put them in this basket.
Okay, so they are saying that there were graves here before the IDF arrived, okay? Before they did this operation on the 15th. But is this suggesting that the IDF have added to the graves? Sorry, IOF. I'm so sorry.
That's a grave. There are also the testimonies from medical staff who describe that people, particularly young people and injuries inside the ICU and operation rooms, were dragged from the hospital when it was a storm and were taken outside. And up till now, their whereabouts is uncertain, is unknown largely. It is believed, as they heard during they were dragged from the hospital, heavy gunfire and loud gunshot, that they were executed and buried in this massive grave. As I said, there are bodies who were retrieved from the massive grave with their hands tied to their back with Ziploc.
All right, thanks so much, Hani Mahmoud, there in a very difficult situation.
Okay, I don't even feel like I've come out any clearer on the story now. Why is he talking like he's in a loud place? Because he's in a loud place. What are you talking about? Because this looks like exactly the same site. It doesn't look like it's a bit down the road. It just looks like the exact same place. Like there's the front. He's just there. So where they seem to be exhuming bodies is where the graves were being dug. Like all along this area. Because this is the area here, right? Or is this on the other side of the partition? Fuck. This is the mass grave being dug in January. Okay. Sulfur, if you want to come in and explain this to me, you're more than welcome to, because it seems like you actually know the difference between the graveyard and the... Oh, wait. Yeah, because wait, what am I looking at here? If I could get this map and align it with the site. This is the Nasser Hospital. This is Khan Yunis Cemetery. There's Mubarak Hospital here. And where are they saying the geolocation of this one, okay? Is apparently at Mubarak Hospital. Because the green is the palm trees here, okay? So I know this video. I know this video is the building with the black writing on it. Okay. So it would be here. What if I go into Google Earth? Oh, that's a fancy loading screen. Hang on. Whoa, this is very up to date. Look at this. Look at this Google Earth. The fuck? Incredible. All right. Search Mubarak Hospital. Thank you. Does it give you street view? Okay, so this is the building with the black writing on it, right? And this seems to be where the graves are. Does it give you like a street view of this? What's this building called? Wow. Helpful. Oh, here we go. Go in. No street view available. What, here? Probably not going to get street view of fucking Gaza, am I? All right. The cemetery is a different place. So when he says that he saw the IDF digging up people from the cemetery, he's talking about a different location. Even though they're saying they uncovered a mass grave here, but this grave was dug before the IDF went there. Huh. Hang on. Because the cemetery is here, apparently. But is it even is it outdoors? Hang on. Someone said it's not even outdoors. What? There's no cemetery in the vicinity. Okay, helpful. This is a separate account doing it, so burial video of 30 plus people on 28th of January in this area. The date is here. Published January 28th. Same guy talking about the dead martyrs. Oh, maybe this can help me with it as well. So this building with the kind of and then the smaller one. This is a separate part of the hospital, right? This is the 30 people who were buried. That would be here, right? And then there's the building with the red marks there. So these are two sites now, there and there. But is there a new video that from this place as well? Where's the new video from here? The Al Jazeera one. Did they talk about this place? Not the first time they've tried to. Okay, never mind. I've seen this video, but this is from a different part of the complex. We're talking about this one. Or are they just saying this to show that bodies were being buried in this area beforehand? Is that all they're saying here? Still footage, yeah. But the Al Jazeera video doesn't show you that area, does it? Oh, this is it here, is it? Ah, wait. This is the recent one. Wait, is there more signs here? I can't tell where this one is, though. This is harder to figure out. Because of the buildings in the background? It's farther away, though. Oh. I see, I don't get this. I don't get this part. I understand the one with the black writing, but I don't understand this other part. Is this a new one? This is January. The same mass grave dug up with a different explanation. This is like the big long build, okay? Oh shit, there's like more than one of these then, okay. Oh, this is the January one. Okay. This is an older mass grave close to it. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, the one Al Jazeera is reporting on, though, is... So the only video from today, like the only recent one we're looking at, this is all just them saying that there were other graves being dug around the complex. That's what they're saying here, right? Oh, this one. Okay. Oh, yeah, there's the sign. Okay. Yeah, that's it. That's the same place I found it. There's more to the thread after the conclusion. Oh, God. Oh, this is in the background here. Okay. But yeah, so okay, let's go back to the news story from today. The news story from today has them uncovering bodies. April 21st here. This is the big one I'm trying to find. Okay. With that building in the background. Okay, so this is a different... So this one here with those buildings in the background. I need to compare that to what? To this. Ah, there you go. That's it. So this is apparently the old one. And the new one. Okay. Huh. Huh. So what do they say at the end here after the conclusion? There's more after the conclusion. What? I just see angry, I see comments. There's nothing after the conclusion. I don't know why you sent me there. The fuck? Huh. Reload the thread. Oh, they've added stuff. Okay. Interesting. Gaslight, yeah. Is it, are you sure is it the new thread or what? Or is this the same thread as before? Can you edit a thread and update it, or they just add a reply to it? Well, okay, refresh. Let's go then. Where? No, I just see conclusion, nothing after it. No. I just got in a bit confused. Is it a fake mass grave or an Israeli war crime? It could actually be both somehow. It could be that it seems that Al Jazeera, so what I do know is that Al Jazeera reported just today about them discovering, like uncovering new graves in this area of people who were buried here by the IDF, like this place here, right? With this black writing. But GeoConfirmed have found out that before Israel launched its operation into this hospital complex on February 15th, so before February 15th, before Israel came in here and did their thing, the claim is that the Palestinians were already burying their dead in this same area that they're claiming to have just discovered. That seems to be the claim. And I can find that video. Where's the one with this one, is it? Yeah, it's this one. I think when you move on here, yeah, you can see the sign there. See that sign there? That building with the black sign is the same one as this one here. So this is an old video. This is a video from 28th of January. So it seems to be that because of obviously the situation being so horrible in Gaza right now, they've been having to dig graves in just like random, like dirt sites outside the hospital complex, like here. So they've been digging their graves, burying people in them, because again, Muslim burial practice is kind of like similar to Jewish ones. You got to do it quickly. But it seems to be that now that Israel have done what they called was a limited and precise operation in this hospital complex and then left, the Palestinians have come back, and it seems to be that Al Jazeera have gone there and saying that they discovered a mass grave that was supposedly filled up by the IDF. But it seems to be that they're digging up graves of bodies that were buried by Palestinians before the IDF even went into the hospital complex. So that seems to be what's happening. At least in this one site. I don't know about the other ones. So it could have been that the IDF came in here, dug up these graves to look for hostages, and then put the people back in. It could be that. It could also be that there were people buried here before the operation, and then the IDF went into Nasser Hospital and committed atrocities that we didn't hear about until just today, and then added to those mass graves by burying more people, like more victims. We just don't, yeah, but we don't know because the way that they told this story is pretty wild. They just said they uncovered a mass grave, even though this grave was already known about before the operation. So that's it's just I don't know. I'm gonna probably not believe anything until there's a bit more investigation on this. So yeah. Hello, CPL Punishment.
Hey, I was just calling in because I wanted to see if you remember when there were first operations on the hospital, like 5 or 6 months ago now, there were the same accusations being made of mass grave. And I think at that time, people had been saying, well, it's equally likely that these are just people who were buried there out of expediency, because there were also, like, we know that the IDF is destroying graveyards, right? So like, where else are you going to bury the people? So I guess I'm just not really sure what the significance of the uncovering of this one is, aside from the same accusation of, as always, that, the IDF are just like maliciously, summarily executing people.
Yeah, that's why they're speaking about people. And again, they could have summarily executed a number of people, but just not that this is a freshly discovered mass grave that was dug by the IDF after their operation. Because they're making it sound like the IDF went into, because when I was watching on DW, they said, this does not look like the hallmarks of a precise and targeted operation, because there is a mass grave being uncovered with 180 people in it, or 200 or 300 people. It's like, well, now it's like, well, how many of those 180, 200, 300 people were buried before the limited and precise quote unquote operation? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't feel like we're ever going to know, because again, we know that Hamas is hiding among civilians anyway. So unless they're being buried like with their guns or something, or in a way that clearly identifies them. There's no way of telling.
Well, but
Because even if the
we would know if there would be summary executions. There would be because
well, yeah,
it would be pretty. I mean, you could hide that theoretically, but given the amount of witnesses we've got, but people filming stuff, and even just historically, IDF people will tell on each other for summary executions. Like they do that. They've done that in the past as well. So, yeah, I don't know. I feel like you would have a bit more than just that we found these graves that were actually already being dug before the IDF went into the hospital. But yeah, I don't know.
yeah. Well, I think I'm on the same page. I don't really know, but yeah. Hope all's good.
All right, take care. Reminder, in this thread, we only proved that these mass graves existed before, just as the graveyards, and were at least partially dug by Palestinians. While the initial reporting spoke about new mass graves and people buried in this mass grave by the Israeli military, with accompanying footage, while that footage taken was at the location of known mass graves. I feel sorry for the fact that we are discussing now about how people should report. Instead of making assumptions and unproven claims, they should stick to the facts. All this while we should be talking about the important issue. Hundreds of people died and are buried at this place. This is, and always will be, horrible. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not putting it past the IDF to have committed atrocities in this whatever they call limited and precise raid, but yeah, it's like this mass grave site is not new. It's just that it could have had bodies added to it. We don't know. Yeah. Okay. Wow. At least that's where we are now. Who knows? Everything could change after more investigations are done. I'm sure other people will do, like AP and New York Times or whoever else will do their own ones. Okay. That was a fairly fucking grim story to cover, but I guess you have to. U.S. State Department, we don't want to see Palestinians evacuated from Rafah unless they're going home. Did you hear about the UNRWA news? What, that basically almost all of Israel's claims against them were not really true? Yeah, I did see that. I mean, America said that some of them were probably true, but some of them were not, and that they couldn't verify. Is that what you mean? I mean, that's what, remember, like I said, if you were going to take money away from UNRWA or not to not renew contracts, you can do that, but you have to, that aid has to go somewhere else. You can't just lift it in the most dire situation possible. U.S. State Department, we don't want to see Palestinians evacuated from Rafah unless they're going home. Well, well done. We don't think there's any effective way to evacuate 1.4 million Palestinians. There's no way to conduct an operation in Rafah that would not lead to inordinate civilian harm and severely hamper the delivery of humanitarian assistance, Miller says. Well, yeah. Do you think the Colombia protesters actually helping the cause? Absolutely not. That's insane. Hello?
Hey, dude.
How's it going?
All good, all good. Sorry, just let me mute the stream.
You also, can you turn yourself up?
Let me try. 1 second. Is that better?
No, it's better, yeah.
Cool. Cheers. I was just watching you on the mass grave thing, and I came across another thing that was, it ended a little bit more satisfying, isn't there some conclusion to it? So I thought I might share it if you haven't come across it before. It's I was watching basically, not watching, I was looking in for a book from the Palestinian perspective that would feel super one-sided. And I came across a writer, Noura Erakat.
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard of her before?
I've heard of the name. I don't know anything about her.
Okay, she's like a Palestinian American legal scholar. And I thought that would be cool I kind of just in the whole legal aspect of it, but I wanted to kind of make sure that she wasn't like super biased because that would just be boring.
Hmm.
And while I was looking into it, I just went on her Wikipedia page, and there's like this, her cousin was killed by the IDF, and basically it was like the IDF claimed it was a car ramming, and she makes the case that it's a extrajudicial killing. And yeah, I was going into it, and basically there's like this really long, with like forensic architecture.
Hmm. Yeah, I know about them. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was looking into it. I didn't really know too much about them, so I was like, all right, let's fucking have a read. And I went through it, and it's like fucking, I don't know, it's like a good 15, 20-minute read about how they have like video of the guy ramming a soldier at the checkpoint, and how like he was not a threat at some point, and he like you can see like the wheel freeze at a certain point, so he has actually braking at the time that he hit the soldier. And I was like, all right, well, I mean, my thoughts at the time were like, all right, well, like soldier's perspective, they just got fucking hit by a car. They probably just freaked out and shot the guy, which can be fucked. All right, whatever. Then I went back to the Wikipedia page, and there's a Ynet article, the same article where they link the video. And in the video, on his fucking YouTube page, there's a video of him that he made himself, where he talks about how he's being accused of being an Israeli collaborator.
Okay.
And I was just like, what the fuck, man? How can you spend like 20 minutes putting together this long forensic architecture thing about how he wasn't actually doing the ramming when he essentially made a video confession about it? I mean, he doesn't come out and say he's going to do a ramming, right? But he makes a video talking about how he's not an Israeli spy, he's never betrayed the nation, and then 2 seconds later crashes a car into an Israeli soldier at a checkpoint. Yeah, that's it really. It was kind of a slightly frustrating dive into an investigation that I realized was like, we already know the end of the story. Why are we doing this? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Didn't Forensic Architecture, they did the investigation onto the Al Ali hospital bombing?
Yeah, that was
strike.
the first time I came across them.
They call the IDF the IOF, the Israeli Occupation Force. Okay.
Yeah, that was only the time I came across them. Was with the Al. They did the Doppler effect thingy, which I was like, that seems like fucking crazy to think that I mean, I don't know. I'm not a sound guy, but I feel like they're just now. I think they're just fucking fake experts with an agenda, like experts with quotation mark kind of.
What was their reasoning? The direction that the missile came from?
Yeah,
that
they
the
were saying
rocket hit
based
from.
on based
But
on
wasn't the claim that the rocket misfired, so it spins out of control? Wasn't this the one to do with the angle of the hole in the ground? But I thought the issue was that the rocket spins out of control, which means it could have hit from any angle. That wouldn't tell you anything about where it's been fired from. Sorry.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'll be honest. When I thought about it, I hospital one, I kind of like people said a lot of things about it, but I was like, if the IDF did it, they just show bomb fragments. So that was kind of an open and shut case for me from the beginning because they have the evidence there if they want to show it, and they didn't show it. So
yeah, because there was one, I think it was PIJ who said that they had the fragments, and then Hamas that said no. A couple of days later, they said that it disintegrated, it turned into dust. So I was like, oh, okay, what?
Yeah.
One of you is maybe not being consistent, with the other. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. I do have one thing I do disagree with you about. I don't know if you still make the stance on it though, but it's to do with the I think you were saying that Israel's response to Iran, and maybe this is like old news now, but Israel's response to Iran was stupid.
I mean, now that we know what happened, it was wise enough, I guess, because Iran said they're not going to retaliate, and Israel gets to basically puff their chest and say, woo, we got the last laugh, don't fuck with us, etc. But without knowing what was going to happen, that was a really, I don't know why they would have done that. Like, I don't know what they had to gain from it. It was a massive gamble. I thought they were just going to do a cyber attack, not actually bomb like Iranian territory. But I don't know. I don't know what the justification for that is.
Yeah, so I was making this case to my partner the other day because she was saying I was being a bit warmongery by saying that maybe they should retaliate. And I understand the perspective. I was like, all right, they need to retaliate in such a way that hopefully doesn't cause any tit for tat continuation type of nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the reason it was maybe necessary is just to do with like kind of normative aspects, right? Like there was a proxy war that was kind of the norm at that point, right? Israel hits proxy targets, proxies fights Israel.
Mm-hmm.
And then like you can argue about the embassy thing, but I think from Israel's perspective, they were hitting a proxy target, and I think that's a fair assessment.
Yeah.
But then Iran bombed Israel directly, which is kind of a different, I don't know, arena or level of interaction. So if Israel didn't do something somewhat on that same level, then it's establishing a norm that hitting proxy targets, if they're like, important enough or significant enough, qualifies a direct attack on Israel, and then Israel retaliating would then be the escalation. I don't know if you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that was kind of the only reason I think doing some kind of symbolic thing was obviously the best thing they could do, and something that hopefully wouldn't cause a escalation. I also think, like, I fucking hate Bibi. I think anyone that watches you probably does. And that's probably not true, but I hate Bibi. But I kind of appreciate that he de-escalated, because I agree with what a lot of people say, that it would have probably benefited him politically to escalate.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I slight, like, just a smidge of extra credit for him for not escalating it for political purposes, because fuck that shit.
Yeah, well, I still think the hitting Iran was not the greatest idea, but well, they made it out alive, so
fair.
Live another day. Okay, thanks for coming on, man.
Cheers, dude. Take it easy.
All right, bye. All right. I was supposed to do the fucking cast review today. I'm exhausted. But this hard job, this incredibly hard job. Hang on. Fuzzy Lumpkins, thanks for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Mark Tech, thanks for the €5.99. Your completely admirable charitability towards this pro-Hamas article was wasted, Loner Box. Okay, thanks. Niall with the $1.99. Human Mexican pride. True. Pasha with the 6 shekels. Humexin, Womexin, Latinx. Thanks very much. I really appreciate that. Wow. Matthew Faustini, thanks for the tier 3 sub. Oh my God, tier 3. That's so generous of you. That's actually insane. Tier 3. Separating the men for the boys there with a tier 3 sub. Oh, yeah. The US and UK had 77% civilians to combatant death percentage in the 2003 Iraq War up to 2013. By this logic, we would have committed a genocide in Iraq. Well, yeah. Obviously. Hang on. Learn about... Hi, Jesse Irwin. How's it going? You did your 1948 post in the Destiny subreddit. Why don't you put it in mine? Why is it not in mine? Huh? What's happening on my Reddit? Anything I care about? Not really. You had to do a bunch of reply comments because it's too much for one post. Yeah, I don't know, just copy paste it all into my whatever. You don't have to, obviously. Is this sub being astroturfed? Every time I see any post that's even remotely negative on Israel in this community, All I see is crazy amounts of downvotes, even though I think Lonerbox himself is definitely not a crazy Zionist. The craziest part is that the comments themselves don't even reflect that. Last time, I believe, I said there was something about apartheid in the West Bank, which if I recall correctly, Lonerbox doesn't deny. All the comments were heavily in favor of calling it out and saying it must stop. Almost zero pushback in the comments, yet everything heavily downvoted. Although I'm personally pro-Palestine, I come to this sub to have a conversation with people who are more on the fence. I mean, like actually so, unlike Destiny sub, where they're pro-Israel but LARPing being on the fence. So I like this community even if I don't watch Lonerbox, but what's happening in the comments each time confuses me. Ooh. What is this going? Is this sub being AstroTurf? Did this sub a target of the famous IDF program to sway public opinion online? Oh no. Or Hasbara target? Oh shit. Does this mean... don't mean to be going into conspiracy theory, but seriously, this sub is unique in terms of comments and votes being the totally opposite. Doesn't seem organic at all. You know what? I don't know. I have I have no fucking idea. Maybe we'll figure it out one day. Who knows? Is Lonerbox starting to take on some of Destiny's mannerisms? What? I don't know. What was I supposed to say to that? Which ones? I'm super curious. Fuck me. Netanyahu vows to reject any sanctions. How do you reject sanctions? That doesn't make any sense. Fuck. You can... God, he looks like he has not slept for 8 years. What the fuck? Question mark, Israeli graves. Either way, it's a horrible thing. No. Yeah, there's no question that it's a horrible thing. The question is whether or not Israel's limited and precise quote-unquote operation in that Nasser hospital complex was actually a massacre that resulted in 200 people being dumped into a mass graves. That would be... It's always the same thing. It's like something that's bad, but some people need to make it worse. Unless it's actually what happened, and they were just adding to the gravesite that already existed and just reported it in a really horrible way. It could be that as well. There's a difference between a bunch of people dying in urban warfare and then having to get buried because there's just too much death happening at the same time, versus the IDF launches this operation into a hospital and massacres 200 people for the lols and buries them in a mass grave. Like, these two things are very different types of ways of engaging in war. That's why we knew that thousands of Ukrainians had died in the Russian invasion. We knew that. We know that thousands of people had died, but that whole war took a very different feel when you started to see like 400 or 500 people in Bucha just lying dead in the streets, right? Like, everything took a very different tone when that happened, because that style of doing things, of just people have surrendered, they are no threat to you, you're just hanging around in this occupied area, and then you just go and line them all up and blindfold them and shoot them and just leave them to rot in the streets. Like, that's a very different type of way of doing war. It's a much more uncommon way of doing war. Yeah, it's a much more morally reprehensible way of doing war. Yeah, it's just there are differences. Saying like, well, it's still bad is not really the best defense against when you've made a claim that turns out not to be true, right? Like, the facts still matter. They have different meanings. They tell different stories. Ugh. In Bosnia, wasn't Srebrenica a UN safe zone? Yep. I think it was. I am not going to have time to do the cast report stuff today, guys. Oh no. What is this? Is this Colombia? More Colombia stuff? Oh no.
Whatever you can to not work, not go to class, not do research, or otherwise fuck up the functioning of this despicable place until they meet our demands. You all are incredibly smart people.
What are the demands?
So knowledgeable about things like post-colonialism and Marxism and other theories. It is time for you to get out of your libraries and labs and put your theories into action.
Oh my God. Queen.
Pledge to do whatever you can.
Put your money where your mouth is. Let's go. Hmm. I was having a thought based on what Winter Arcs just said in the chat about Palestinian suffering. What's really annoying is if I see this claim from Al Jazeera and being picked up by Western media outlets that turns out to be a lot more questionable than it's being made out to be, I feel like I have to comment on it. But at the same time, because I don't want to give total fucking psychos the same, like, these kind of excuses to be okay with it. I have to be like, listen, what's still happening here is horrible. It's still horrible that people are having to just get buried in the dirt outside a hospital building because there's no room to give them a proper burial. I have to constantly remind people that's like, it's horrible regardless of what happened. But if we're making the claim that Al Jazeera is that they've discovered a new mass grave that was filled up by the IDF after they've committed a massacre in what was supposed to be a precise operation. The problem is like, I feel like it's really difficult to have that conversation because it's so easy for people to just, because no one depends on this being true for their narratives. They just get to say, well, it's bad anyway. It's bad that they died in the war. It's like, okay, well, let's talk about that then. I don't know why we have to, yeah. It's weird because it makes me sound like I don't give a fuck about, like, because I just see Palestinians dying and I'm like, well, no, actually, here's what really happened. But I'm doing that because the people who are saying what happened are not necessarily being very clear or truthful about what happened. So it's like if someone says 12 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust, right? And I'm like, well, actually, it was 6 million. They're like, well, you're downplaying it. It's like, fuck, no. But it feels like that's the position I'm in. And that's a very crude way of me explaining it. But I don't know what that technique is. I don't know what you call it, but it's really, it's propagandistic. It's kind of disgusting, actually. It's weaponizing empathy and suffering for your cause and also using empathy to basically get away with, to get away with lying to suit your cause. I don't know. It's a problem. It's a big problem. What can I say? Is it shifting the goalposts? That's how I tend to see it. Yeah, I don't know if it actually is, but it's Mott and Bailey. Is it Mott and Bailey? I don't think it's Mott and Bailey at all. Mott and Bailey's like, Palestinians have a right to resist occupation. But what you actually mean is they have a right to massacre fucking civilians in Israel because you don't consider them to be civilians. That's like a Mott and Bailey. I don't know if this is, it's like, it's backwards to be a Mott and Bailey. It's the other way around. Didn't someone at Columbia bring a PFLP member to speak there? What, Bad Bunny? Are there any PFLP members besides Bad Bunny anymore? I don't fucking know. It's a Bailey and Mott, true. Someone in Reddit was saying that we were enabling transphobia because people were talking about Jesse Singal. Is that a thing that I need to care about? Probably. Have you been woken up by the gulls yet now that we've been moving into that beautiful spring weather? You know what? I was too hot last night, so I opened my window, and yes, I did get woken up by gulls. I heard gulls going off before I went to sleep. Yeah. I need to join the Reddit. You guys should absolutely join the Reddit. But we've plateaued at 2.2K members. Hmm. I don't know. Someone said that there was too much bigotry in the Discord because we have Jesse Singal mentioned in there, or one of his things being shared. But I don't actually know if that's true. Or no, I don't know if that post is still up. I think it is true that people are talking about Jesse Singal, but yeah, whatever. Oh, people offering to be Reddit mods in my DMs. Interesting. Huh. Huh.
They're only fucking you
What
for
is
money.
this?
How does that shit even turn these cucks on?
Whatever. Was Mike from PA clipped talking about the C-SPAN thing? Uh-oh. Mike! Our Central Committee foot soldier. Let's go!
In 2007. Well, the growth rate, the great... By the way, somebody said to me, the Great Recession started in 2007. Well, the growth rate in Q4 2007, the economy grew at 3.5% annual rate. Now, there was elements of the crash that were starting, like the subprime shit had started to blow up. But I just wanted to show the definition of a recession is 2 straight quarters of negative GDP growth.
Okay.
Just to help some of the Destiny viewers if they've never heard that.
Wait, wasn't it December 2007, though? Isn't that why they say 2007? Because it was December 2007? Hang on. In the fourth quarter, GDP growth, fourth quarter 2007. It has to be negative. So 2007. Apparently even 2008 it was not negative. What? What? Increased. Oh, it was just in December when the subprime thing started. So the subprime thing starts, but then obviously you wouldn't get the decline in GDP until 2008. Okay. But I always thought people referred to it as 2007, 2008. Like it was just those 2 years because it started, like the crash actually started in 2007. Okay.
Before. I read that the Vietnamese government is set to bail out their failing banks the other day after that billionaire defrauded some banks. What's your thought on this move?
What is he even trying to say here? What is the point he's trying to make? That Obama caused the recession, the housing crisis? Like, what is the...
Wait, did I miss something? Where did
I'm
this
asking
claim...
because I wonder if bailing out the banks in 2008 was the right move. It depends on how you bail out things out, right? So, for example, with the housing crisis, there were two things...
Oh, my bad. He's a socialist retard. He probably thinks that there should have never been any bailouts for the banks. They should have all been broken up, and small bankers and small businesses and co-ops, and everybody should have saved the day or some bullshit. It's going to be something like that. My bad. He's against any form of government bailout. That's why, because he comes at it from those Marxist retard perspective.
You could do. You could say, wow, these banks made
Are you a socialist? Nah, I'm a socialist retard.
Buster profits, massively overinflating the housing market. We should do a cram down, which is we force these banks to revalue these properties in a non-bubble fashion. We provide support for homeowners and other people to stay in their homes and make their mortgages right. Like we revalue the loans, we lower the interest rates.
See, now DW are calling it an apparent mass grave, so they've changed as well. What the fuck? What? Is it really? Is it really just geo confirmed? You're a social democrat, I think. And this, yeah, I probably align more with social democrat than socialist. To be fair, still like workplace democracy and all that. I think it's pretty based anyway. So now they're calling it apparent mass grave, not so erudite. Why is not so erudite calling it apparent mass grave now?
Gaza's civil defense agency says health workers have uncovered the bodies of 283 people buried in a hospital courtyard in the southern city of Khan Yunis. They found the apparent mass grave at the Nasser hospital. The site was previously raided by Israeli forces. The agency says some of the dead had no clothing, indicating they may have faced torture and abuse.
Heard that
Israel's
one already
military
from
says it is checking the
DW?
information, which has not been independently verified. And DW correspondent Tanya Kramer in Jerusalem told us more about the bodies that have been found.
Well, I mean, there are more details coming out, and this is not obviously the end of it. As you said, the civil defense forces there have said that they have found at least 200 bodies in a mass grave, which is located in the courtyard of the Al Nasser hospital. And this goes back, they say, when there has been heavy fighting, a military operation by the Israeli military in Khan Yunis in January, February, which ended sometime in early April. Now, Khan Yunis is the second largest city in the Gaza Strip. There had been heavy fighting.
Wait, maybe this footage looks a bit more like the older stuff that was on that stupid... Oh, God. Geo-confirmed? There was older footage that they shared from this area that I wasn't sure if I could... It didn't look very similar. Like, it was just, I couldn't tell. It was too much... There was no clear point of reference. Is there here, though? That's all from the other site. What about this one? This is the new site. Okay, this is the new one that looks like exactly... Okay. All the different locations. But apparently this is the older mass grave. The same mass grave, but from January 31st with a different explanation. This is from January. Is this the same area? What the f... How? How am I supposed to make anything of the... Oh, God. Oh, wait. I just... No, there's no way of telling, I think.
Had been heavy fighting going on, and from
How are they making that conclusion? I don't understand that. Oh. Maybe this guy? No, this looks really different. This is that partition wall. Apparently this is the same site as this, but how? According to what? He's panning all around. And I don't see the same building with the stripes on it. Do you? No. So this is apparently a different site. Oh wait, there's the green wall though. But it's not in that first one. I don't fucking know, man. I think that geo-confirmed one is not really... If they have better evidence, they have not shown it for that one. This one I get because it's that building there. That one. See that? That with the wall. That. Oh, no, wait. This is a different one that I was looking at, though. That's this one. Is it? But this is from April, though. This isn't an older one. So apparently this is supposed to resemble something old. But what? What old footage is this one supposed to resemble? they're saying it's this one. Oh, this is Al Shifa, so they've gone to a different one. So this is here? Okay, never mind. I went too far ahead. April. I think it's just this one. It's just another angle for this place, isn't it? But I don't... Doesn't look like the same place. Nah, don't know what the argument there is. That looks like a different area.
Eyewitnesses at the time, but also from medical NGOs, from the medical staff in.
No, yeah, the palm trees one we've already seen. The palm trees one does look like an old video. Like it looks like not an old video, but it looks like it's the same location as an older video from February. This one I've not seen. Oh, this is the wall. Is it just wait.
Talking at the time about heavy fighting around the hospital first, but
is it just a different angle? Is it just from because oh yeah, it's a different angle. Oh, so it is the same area. Okay.
A siege that it was very difficult for medical teams or for patients and injured people to reach the hospital, and then with the Israeli military entering also the hospital, that was in February. Now with the army withdrawing, we're seeing now these graves being discovered. Hamas authorities have said that some, as you said, were found without clothes. Some were killed there. We heard at the time from many arrests being made, and the Israeli.
See, that's the thing is they're saying these are discovered graves, but then you see that building there. This is the one where people were getting buried. Not by the IDF, but ages ago by Palestinians, like a few months ago, from this video here, right? See that? Like with the... That's the same building. You can see the Arabic writing just on the side there, same as that. It's just been burnt since then. Okay.
It's very difficult for medical teams or for patients and injured people to reach the hospital, and then with the Israeli military entering also the hospital, that was in February. Now with the army withdrawing, we're seeing now these graves being discovered. Hamas.
But the point is that they keep saying these graves are discovered as if they're new graves, but. Again, some of the individual ones might be, but it just seems like a very strange way to frame it.
Authorities have said that some, as you said, were found without clothes. Some were killed there. We heard at the time from many arrests being made, and the Israeli military so far has not commented on it, but saying it's checking these reports and checking the information. And we're hearing from Palestinians from Khan Yunis and from eyewitnesses there that there are many relatives now that the fighting, at least in this hospital, has stopped, where the Israeli military, they've done this also in other hospitals, entering hospitals, because they are saying that these are command centers of Hamas. They were also looking for signs of the hostages, the Israeli hostages being held in Gaza, or potentially for bodies. But right now, for many families and relatives, they're going back there to look for their loved ones and take the bodies to bury them in a proper graveyard.
That is a bit of a minefield, I will say. All right, let's learn about Mike from PA.
We reduce the monthly payment, we provide government assistance, and we remove and criminally charge all of the bank executives and salesmen that were involved in the creation of the CDOs, the corruption of the rating agencies. Like, you could have done that, right? Kept people in their homes, right? Criminally prosecuted all of the fraudulent bank executives.
Prosecuted for what? What crime?
And then provided liquidity support so that the banks themselves didn't collapse, causing a liquidity crisis, right? What we actually did is we got 7 million people lost their homes in foreclosure.
Protect your sofas from Mike.
I'm sorry, chat. Nearly 9 million people lost their homes, and at least 10 million lost their jobs. Sorry, 9 million people lost their jobs, and 10 million lost their homes. 46 million Americans were living in poverty. The 2008 financial crisis.
Why do people make fun of me for reading Wikipedia when these guys read top-line Google, like AI replies?
That the housing crisis started 2006, 2007 was the peak. I think December 2007
This is not a very interesting Mike from PA clip.
was the peak.
Shit.
So to answer your question, if Vietnam does it in a way that bails out the banks but harms regular people like Obama did, well, then that would be a terrible policy. But if you do an alternative policy like I advocated for, that kept people in their homes, revalued those mortgage, provided liquidity to the banks.
Is the bailout under Obama or was it under Bush? Thought it was that Paulson guy. Ben Bernanke. I thought it was Bush, huh? It was Obama. What the fuck did Bush do with the... Bush started it, Obama completed it. Okay.
And criminally charge the malefactors, that would have been much better. But Barack Obama didn't do that. And that's why he's a right-wing president and why he was so unsuccessful and why there was such a horrific backlash that ultimately led to him passing power to Donald Trump. Because after 8 years of his presidency, Barack Obama's political strategy and his evaluation of what to do had been thoroughly discredited. Even though he was a very, very skilled as far as his personal presentation and a good campaigner and had good stage presence, he still handed the baton to Donald Trump, and he was a failure.
Bush gave $300. That's really not much of a bailout, isn't it? To the American banking system. $300. I think he meant 300 billion, but okay.
What is the point of locking out the name D when you're covering him? With peace and love, no disrespect. I'm too lazy to change the rules of my chat. Call him Divorcelli.
For them to be able to communicate the idea.
This guy is getting huge. You should talk to him today about Israel, Palestine, or leftism. Why would I talk about Israel, Palestine when he can't find it on a map? And he's been debated by some of the biggest scholars. So they called him an exquisite moron. I think if you want to watch Benelli debating Israel, go watch him get clowned by many, many other people. As far as leftism, what does that mean? When I debated him on Medicare for All, he whined like a little bitch.
Mike was wrong on every single point, and I do stand vindicated on every single argument we had politically, but okay.
When I debated him on actual issues, he screamed at the top of his lungs, and he was completely uninformed. This is one of the things that really
Why am I watching this mic clip? This mic clip's boring.
The debate that we supposedly made him not like me, I told him rich people borrow against their assets in order to avoid paying income tax. And he screamed at the top of his lungs that that is not true. This is one of the most basic pieces of knowledge.
Thank you for the Mike from PA clip. Okay. Why is screaming at the top of your lungs a bad mark on Mike's book?
Holy shit, I just...
Hang on. Where's the... Where's the... Why can't I find it? Transcript. There's really not a timestamp for what's it. Where's what's a tiff?
100,000 CEOs. You know what that means? It means TIFs. It means special tax.
You do wait. You do realize that if you're a mayor, you don't have the ability to like leverage over multinational corporations, but bringing them into your cities can be massively beneficial to prevent brain drain.
This is why you're not a socialist.
Wait,
because
I just don't think you understand how these systems work.
When AOC was opposed to Amazon getting special tax treatment,
yeah, in New York,
like you attacked her.
No, wait, no, I didn't. I supported her because New York doesn't have a brain drain problem.
So now you
dipshit.
understand
It's New
why
York.
it's dumb. Now you understand.
No,
why
you
it's dumb
don't
to do
understand these problems. New
I
York
absolutely
doesn't
do.
have
Do you
a
think
brain
that
drain problem.
This is why you're a neolib. Because
Can you
race to
explain
the
what
bottom
brain drain
politics
is?
Doesn't work. Neoliberal race to the bottom.
So wait, hold on. I'm gonna wait
wait
really quickly. Last one.
500 other cities that are gonna do the same thing.
So I'm going to explain this to you really quickly. This could be you gave me some
know
info.
shit about municipal politics.
You gave me
That's
some
why you're
info earlier.
stupid.
Now I can give you some info, okay?
What's a TIF?
So the difference
What's a TIF?
here
No, Google
was that.
it real quick.
So hold on.
What's a TIF?
Hold on.
What's a TIF,
So, wait,
Vouch?
hold on.
What's a TIF?
I'm not letting you get out of being educated on this one, Mike. This is very important if you're going to be a socialist advocate, okay? So the difference here is that Amazon's entrance into AOC's district required provisions that would have been detrimental to the city.
This debate was so funny, man. What's this? This peak moment. I love the peak moments on these YouTube debates.
Believe or do. It's context of any of the
healthy for the left. His other likes to do this from time to time.
Oh wait. Oh, I saw somebody clip this. Hold on. Wait, this is really good. You can see the Mike IQ in action here, okay?
Fuck that. I want to see this.
Just die?
I think some communities are going to shrink, which they already have. And neoliberalism is what made them shrink.
Working class Mike over here. Don't revitalize your cities. Just have everyone move to Seattle. Dude, you have Destiny's position.
You're
just
actually
move.
dumb as fuck. Because I've tried to say this 8 times. I'll say it again. Look up sewer socialism.
So wait, can you answer? So you can't answer.
I'm answering the question.
You just
Vouch.
keep pointing me to like a Wikipedia
You're
page. I know, by the way,
stupid.
because I know how stupid you are, that if I
You're
actually go
actually
ahead and like
dumb as
read it out
fuck.
loud, it wouldn't actually answer
You're
any of the
dumb as
questions.
Fuck, you're dumb as fuck.
So you actually don't have an
Vosh
answer. You
from
just
I
want
am-
these communities to
Every time someone
die.
answers, every time someone answers,
Pro
this is-
working class Mike over here. Just move. Just move out of Omaha. It's a dead city.
Do you
Move
want
to
me
a
give an
mega
answer,
city.
or are you just gonna posture like a
Move
fucking
to a mega
worthless
city
rat?
and pay $3,000 for rent for a single bedroom apartment. I'm looking up sewer socialism.
Okay,
It has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now. By
Yes,
the way,
it absolutely does.
It doesn't. Wait, then answer the question. How would you prevent that drain of resources and labor?
It depends what you're trying to
You
accomplish.
can't answer. You just have to
Some
be like,
people
dude,
have
look
to-
at
some people are gonna
Wikipedia,
move.
bro. Stop.
Neoliberalism doesn't want to stop that. And neither
Stop
does Mark
asking me
Goodell.
tough questions.
Dear me. Mike from PA. He's really chugged along for quite a while though, hasn't he? He is really committed to what's a TIF? Tax incremented finance, isn't it? Tax increment financing. Yeah. What do you think of Vosh? Good sides and bad sides, eh? Mike from Palestinian Authority. I really need to. Fuck! I should have done the. I don't know why. Why did news have to happen today? I wanted to do cast report stuff, and now I need to. I'm probably gonna have to do it tomorrow. Shit. It's fine. I'm over it. I'm not angry. Leave me alone. It can be good or bad depending on how it's used with the. Isn't it the kind of thing that you like you help to invest in like a development of an area? And then the idea is that you bring fucking businesses in and you tax them, and then those taxes can be kind of like used again to boost like the city in the future or some shit. I don't know, man. Some shit like that. Hmm. Okay. What was the full title of this stream? Okay, let's put it back. All right, dickheads. I need to probably end earlier than usual today because I have much stuff to do. Gotta do off-stream business now, all right? So take care, everyone. Behave yourselves. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. All right. Take care, guys. Bye, 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 bye. Bye, bye.